Morning and welcome to the final day where Gloucestershire are clinging on by their fingertips. 135 for 5. They're still 27 behind to make Northamptonshire bat again, and they really need a good partnership this morning to actually salvage a draw. But if they do, it would be a draw that Lazarus would be proud of, a comeback there. But the umpires Ben Debenham and Hassan Adnan just making their way out to the middle. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined this morning, as always, by the wonderful, the debonair, the delightful Ian Randall. Ian, good morning.
Morning, Dan. I think the joy of sharing your company at cricket is mutual, and it has been back since the cool days of April. We've seen a lot of cricket together, and a lot of it must be said, where Gloucestershire have really found themselves sort of on the back foot in matches, and they're on the back foot again here. Just talking before coming on air today, first innings runs have been an issue throughout the whole of the season. Last year, of course, they chased very well in the second innings. Here, though, Graham Van Buren and Ryan Higgins, the overnight pair, have got quite a bit to do. Just looking at even back a week against Hampshire, Graham Van Buren came in as part of a fifth wicket pair at the start of the last day. They were 65 behind, and they set Hampshire only 82 to win. Now the question would be, how does that Northants attack and this pitch compare to that situation? But it's been a pattern of recent games that the side batting last, which hasn't been Gloucestershire in now 4 games in a row, assuming they get past the 27 they need to make Northants bat again, have only been facing a target of less than 100, and 100 on this pitch I don't think is going to be enough. They need to get north of 150 to be really in the game. Yeah,
especially with this guy with the ball in his hand as well. He's a quality operator at county level, and he's a lovely guy as well. Came over and had a good chat with us, didn't he, this morning?
He did. Ben Sanderson, just I've not spoken to him in person before, but just strikes you as a very straight up and down, unlike his bowling, Yorkshireman, likes his cricket, thinks about his cricket, and he's going to get us underway this morning from the College lawn end over the wicket, and that's defended by Graham Van Buren, and he and Ryan Higgins have got the majority of the responsibility here. Zafar Kahar is a counter-attacker at 8, and then you've got Tom Price and the tail below Price for Gloucestershire.
Payne will be in there, won't he?
Payne at 11, and at 10 Sanderson in. Zach Chappell, who again has looked really more of somebody who's kind of attack rather than really block. I mean, Marcus Harris's view last night was interesting. He felt that Gloucestershire, could they bat to lunch, and could they then take the scenario on from there depending on where they were in the game. But to do that, then these two have got to bat big. Sanderson with 2 slips. Ian Van Buren squeezes that out on the offside. We did wonder, actually, certainly I did, whether Northants might start with the spinners and try and get the batsman to play literally from ball 1, rather than the concept of being able to leave some deliveries in the early stages. Basically have Kerrigan and Keogh on and have them literally having to play every ball right from the outset. But as it is, they've gone with Sanderson, and it will probably be White from the other end. Small crowd then, as you might imagine. And
I don't think it'll be too long before we see the K team, Keogh and Kerrigan.
We've got a couple of good quiz questions for you today. One of which was posed to us on the way round the ground at about 11:15 by a knowledgeable supporter who is a regular here at the festival, and also is a member of the local cricket society as well. Certainly an enthusiast. Here is Sanderson in. And that's making Ryan Higgins think of it. Gloucestershire remember starting the day 27 behind. And the first thought that came into my mind when the question was asked was Tom Price's batting in the Hampshire match, and it does concern batsmen who have made naught in this festival. Price got a pair against Hampshire, which is a clue. So the question was, how many ducks have there been across the festival as a whole? And I thought that was a good question just to put to us without notes. And the answer, well, if you think you know,
yeah, drop us a line, commentators.
No cheating, please.
Yeah.
Let's be honest about this. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Remember, this is the 7th innings of the festival. That's perhaps the way to look at it. There's our email, top right hand corner of your screen. Thoughts on how many ducks have there been at the festival,
and how many of those were made by home players?
Yeah, that's the second part of the question.
Yeah,
it will be Jack White. So this ball is, at the moment, sort of halfway through its life. I say that jokingly. 40 overs or so old, so it is quite an old ball for Gloucestershire to be facing, and they've got basically a whole session against this ball if they bat sensibly.
White in to Higgins, lets that one go through to the gloves of Lewis McManus. We've had emails already. We've had emails already. You guys are up nice and early. Oh, this is Jacqueline Forsyth. You have gone over and above the call of duty. And Tom Wade. White in, and that's edged through the slips, and Will Young kicks the ground in disgust. He's going to get 4 runs for it, Higgins, but it was a full shot. And that's the first boundary of the morning, but there was an opportunity there. Right, I'm going to take Jacqueline Forsyth and you take Tom Wade's in, yeah? Because yesterday we asked for cricketers who make up tribute acts in the music industry, and this is just, it's a thing of beauty. Jacqueline Forsyth. So we've got Solanke Goes to Hollywood, Trot Chocolate, Martin Ball and Oates, Zafar Aha. Jack White's in. That goes through to the keeper. The pre-tail enders. Sister Sledging. It's murder on the dance floor. Chantilly Tom Lace. Buddy Holly and the Wickets. Oh, Jacqueline. Jack White's in. That's gone through to Lewis McManus. Shall I do Tom Wade's? Do you want to do Tom Wade's, or shall I do?
Yes, so Tom Wade's also got some here. I thought I'd do these early, so can guarantee we'll be tasked up with something else later. So and he's got half a dozen here. White's back on his mark. Dizzy Randall, as opposed to Dizzy Rascal.
Is that you, Ian? Or Derek?
Yeah. House of David Payne. Denty's Midnight Runners.
Ah,
good one.
Fantastic.
And he's out in the middle at the moment. Graham Van Halen. Very good.
Jack White's in to pass the umpires. That's well bowled. That beats Higgins outside the off stump.
The Price Claimers.
You can imagine them as a duo, can't you?
Yeah.
With their glasses on.
Goa Lipa.
Yeah, Dua Lipa.
And MC Hammond. Which is a good one. Apologies to Marcus Harris and Zach Chappell, they will have to form a duo.
White in. We have to stop these because I can't actually even commentate. That's the end of the over. 141 for 5.
Yeah, there are some good ones in there.
Tom Wade, well done, mate.
Yeah,
well done.
And Jacqueline too. Thanks for those. Very, very clever. Very clever. Hopefully Gloucestershire's batting can be as sharp as your brains this morning.
I think Tom came up with the whiting seeds, didn't he, yesterday? I think that was him. Very good.
It was a good over from Jack White.
It was a good over. It was on the money.
Higgins beaten 2 or 3 times in that over. Sanderson still wicketless at the moment. Into Van Buren down the leg side, taken by Lewis McManus.
I've been impressed with McManus's keeping. I think he looks tidy. He looks a good keeper.
It's Rickleton and Young in the slips. Keogh's out of extra cover. Umpire Debenham standing good 3 metres back, I would think, from the stumps. And Van Buren lets that go through outside the off stump. There was an element of patience required from these two this morning. You feel that if they could get through 30 or 40 minutes, and then if the balance sheet is in credit at that point, start to try and tick the board over. Not in any kind of rash fashion. Van Buren was played almost back, made a little dab shot between his legs there. It's gone down to a wide long leg where White in the sun hat does the fielding. He doesn't really need the sun hat. It's perfectly bright enough.
Keep his hair out of his eyes, I think.
Possibly. He could go for the headband like Ryan Higgins does.
Yeah.
Higgins, though, at the moment has looked.
I'm not sure Higgins would fit into a sun hat, actually, would he?
Maybe not. Sanderson. Higgins uses his feet, as he did that bit in the first innings. That squeeze that down behind square. Simon Carrigan moves round from deep square leg, and they'll just again pick up 1 run. Northants, actually, you talk about sort of the mentality of cricket. Northants, I think, at the moment would they be expecting to win from here?
Yes, they would.
And the danger is that I mean, that's a good mindset to have, but you can't become too casual about expecting to win. You've still got to make sure you do. Sanderson in, and Higgins goes back. So a lot depends on the start, doesn't it? I mean, their expectation that they would like to think they might be able to get 1 wicket before the deficit is actually erased completely. And if they do that, then they're kind of on their way a bit, aren't they? I mean, this is the partnership they really have to break.
Yeah.
And from a Gloucester point of view, pardon me, it's the one that's got to stick around for 2 hours or more. Sanderson in over the wicket and dabbed into the ground by Van Buren. The last thing you want is a run out off a bad call, and they won't get one there. It's fielded on the trot round by Will Young. End of Sanderson's over. He's bowled 14 overs for 50. That doesn't really tell you everything, because he's had some edges go all along the floor through the slips. That was chiefly yesterday, and in fact his overall performance with the ball not backed up in any way, shape or form by those numbers, and just because he is just a good sort, he's trying to put one of the advertising boards up along the boundary at
he's a good man, Ben Sanderson. I've got a lot of time for him.
Just to make sure it doesn't fall over by the rope down there. He's actually come a bit squarer now.
Jack White in. Here he is, fielding out in front of us. Good bowler, fixer of advertising boards. Good cricketer. So Gloucestershire started off 27 runs behind this morning. They're still overdrawn in fiscal terms, trailing by 19 runs. They're still getting charged by the bank at the moment.
Yeah.
Jack White past the umpire. Higgins quite a long way out of his crease there, trying to negate the swing. I wonder if McManus will come up to the stumps.
White's not express pace, but he's not slow by any stretch of the imagination. So I'm not sure McManus would necessarily. He might think about it, but I think White might be just a bit too sharp for that.
The Higgins just plays that out to mid-on, no run.
Dan did quite rightly point out that Ryan Higgins got 100 in the second innings at Northampton earlier in the season. That was batting on the third day of that game.
It was a very, very good knock there by Ryan Higgins. It was an innings full of character. Showed a bit of ticker, a bit of heart. Jack White in. Higgins lets that one go. And they need one like that again today. It'd be interesting to see if they do get runs, whether they would actually set a total.
I think
they probably would.
The debate would be what would be the equation. I mean, these two would have to bat a lot. The greater likelihood is that Gloucestershire would get bowled out at some point.
Jack White. Oh, and that's nicked. Drops short of. That's Tom Taylor in the gully there. Oh, that was a full shot. This wicket's doing a little bit still. Let's have a look at it here on the replay. Jack White making the ball sing a little bit. Pardon the pun. Here he is past the umpire. Higgins does that little shuffle down the track towards the bowler. I spoke to Ryan Higgins last night after we went off for bad light, and he said it was really dark out there, and he said he couldn't see the seam, and batsmen look out for the seam because to see which way the ball's going. And I think if you're in a position where one side has an advantage over the other due to the conditions, that's when it's time to go off the pitch, isn't it? Remember, we've got no floodlights here at Cheltenham. Will Young wasn't very happy with that decision. He argued the toss somewhat with the umpires. But
we assume politely.
Oh, I think so. He's a New Zealander. They're very polite people. They're very nice people, New Zealanders.
Van Buren waits for Sanderson to start a new over, and slowly behind that. Yes, I mean, you could argue that a bright sunny day and a very green pitch would give an advantage to a fielding side, but you wouldn't go off in that situation. But I do know what you mean. It's only in a light scenario where you feel the fielding side have an advantage. Van Buren goes to pull and does, and he'll get 4. Way through mid-wicket.
All rain with persistent drizzle. That would be another scenario.
Yeah. Very much from the crease here. A short arm pull from Van Buren. No foot movement, but did it all on judgment of length. And saw it and was able to whip it away. Deficit down to 15.
Sparse crowd in this morning. Only the diehards.
Sanderson in against Van Buren, lets that go. There is a local cricket team called the Optimists.
Right.
They'd be here today, wouldn't they?
Well, yeah. Are you in an optimistic mood, or do you think this is the last rites?
I'm not quite as pessimistic as some.
Yeah.
Some felt we would be Some people we spoke to felt that well, we might be done by lunchtime. I'm not so sure about that. Sanderson into Van Buren, just pushes that out to Emilio Gay at short cover on the single. I say it's almost a one-day game, this, isn't it? In sense of Gloucestershire started slightly behind. Northampton, they've got to take the wickets and then chase whatever's in front of them.
Exactly.
And you could end up with a day split between the two innings. Sanderson in, all Van Buren, that didn't get up very much. He got, fortunately, back into position in time and turned it away to Kerrigan.
It is a one-day game, but you can spread the field and chuck it down the leg side if you want.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Or it is a game played over one day.
Yes,
That's a better way to put it. I mean, with the debate in 96 overs, how many overs did Gloucestershire have to bat? They probably have to bat 60 to have a chance. Sanderson in, and Van Buren cuts. There is a man out at backward point, but James Sales can't cut it off. And Van Buren takes Gloucestershire up to 150.
I'd say you've hit the nail on the head there with the 60 overs. I would think that would be the ideal scenario there, with, maybe setting them 150 off 35, 36. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Jack Longstaff's brought us in some, are they Madeleines? Chocolate chip mini muffins. What a ledge. What a superstar.
Chat between Young and Bowler White, skipper Young and Bowler White, the College Chapel end of the ground.
Be interesting to see how they go on though when the spinners come on, because as we saw yesterday, that's when you need to start moving your feet down to it, don't you? You saw James Bracey yorked himself, Rob Keogh bowled him, and Marcus Harris was bowled as Jack White comes in. That's defended. What we all thought was a stumping was actually bowled yesterday.
Almost behind his legs, wasn't it?
Yeah. But it was a lovely knock by Harris. Really pretty knock, wasn't it? Some of the cover driving there was...
He launched two pretty big sixes over long on as well.
Yeah.
But still didn't convert it.
Jack White in. That's defended, I think, about a single. They turn it down. Yeah, the one of them was absolutely massive, and gentleman down in the far corner, just to the right of the scoreboard there, signalled it for a good 3 or 4 minutes afterwards.
Well,
I'm surprised he's not still there with his arms aloft.
Ben Sanderson said that the one hit from Jack White at the end of the Northampton innings apparently went over the Sanford Road stand, bounced, and then hit somebody on the head.
Jack White.
Gentleman was okay, thankfully, and thankfully
he was carrying a couple of ice creams apparently.
And in a way, thank goodness it bounced on the ground first to take some of the pace out of it.
Yeah. Well, he also told us another story at Northampton, where in the T20 he played Leicestershire, and one has gone into the crowd, hit a bloke on the head with a Leicester Tigers rugby shirt, quite a burly gentleman, who didn't spill a drop as White comes in to Higgins. Didn't spill a drop and continued to sup his pint completely fine afterwards. So, yeah. But, as we've seen in other scenarios, we saw a lady hit by Benny Howell at Bristol earlier this season, the game against Sussex. And, keep your eyes on, if you're going to a game of cricket, keep your eyes on the action. I know it's not always possible. Jack White. Oh, and that's a flash and a miss from Ryan Higgins.
It was just the wrong length to play that shot. Just made him hurry a bit. You can just see Higgins' reaction to that. Here's a second look at it. How short was this? And we can't quite see because of Van Buren being in the way there, which is a shame.
I've been impressed by Jack White. He's about to bowl his 14th over, 1 for 25. And he's got something about him. Here he is, Higgins. These two are looking to be positive though, Van Buren and Higgins, aren't they? They're looking to move the scoreboard along. They don't want to be dictated to by the bowling, because I think you can get bogged down then, and I think that's when you do get into trouble.
Yeah, the danger for Gloucestershire clearly is that if they let the bowlers settle, you end up only in block mode, and they don't want to do that. They've got to try and manufacture a situation where they could still win, even though a short chase would generally favour the batting team, say a 35 over, 30 over kind of chase. Sanderson to continue, he would do, but Van Buren's not ready. Just moving White a little bit deeper there at fine leg, right down on the rope by the scoreboard. Sanderson to Van Buren, pushes that out on the offside again. Emilio Gay fields. The question we posed at the top of the play today: how many ducks have there been in the festival as a whole? I asked somebody that question all the way around, and they had a guess, and it was vastly different to the actual correct answer, which I'll give you after this delivery from Sanderson. Van Buren waits, and just again a little bit jumpy, but he does defend it satisfactorily. There have been 8 ducks here at Cheltenham. There was a pair for Tom Price in the Hampshire match, which was certainly the stat that stood out for me. And the other thing about that number of ducks, Dan, is how many of them have been by opposition players? And the answer to that question is
none.
None. Van Buren steered past James Sales. They'll certainly take one here, and they'll take 2 as he hauls it in, going down towards the boundary at third man. Obviously, Kyle Abbott's hat-trick was a start in that regard during the Hampshire game. There were 2 without any debate, and unfortunately all 8 have been to the home team. 153 for 5. Van Buren gets one more. Dan, you're a fan of Keogh and Kerrigan working in tandem here, and they may not be long.
No.
Before they're introduced. Obviously, they've still got the potential of using Taylor and Sales potentially for seam bowls, but I think Sanderson and Whitehart have been their go-to men, not only in this match but in other parts of the season as well. Sanderson to Higgins, clipped up to mid-on. I think it's a fair call that at this stage in the game we're not going to see Luke Proctor bowl.
No.
I don't know whether there is a niggle there that's preventing him from doing so, but he didn't bowl in the first innings, and it doesn't look like he's going to bowl here. Taylor's just coming up to the square leg umpire. Sanderson in again. The shuffle from Higgins part way down the pitch, only literally probably a foot or 18 inches, but it just made enough difference to make him confident that he could defend against any movement that there was. Sanderson 0 for 61, White 1 for 25. The 2 bowlers currently in action. There's the full Gloucestershire card, and there we are, 9 overs we've had this morning, and they've taken the score from 135 to 154. Deficit almost eradicated. Commonwealth Games, of course, opening ceremony is it tonight?
Tonight, yeah, in Birmingham, just up the road, just up the M5. Not a million miles away from here. Jack White. In, and that's leathered off the back foot by Graham Van Buren. Latched onto that very quickly. And they're just 4 behind now. Saw we spoke in the Hampshire game about Morning 40 with a major in 40 Towers. The hotel inspector Bernard Cribbins sadly passed away overnight. He's in his 90s. Voice of the Wombles. And right said Fred. What a single. Van Buren leaves that one alone.
When you say the hotel inspector,
It's all about moving house, isn't it? Yeah, in the hotel inspector, he's a northern guy, isn't he? Who? Yeah, he sold spoons. Yeah, and he was an absolute nuisance. Made Basil's life a misery. I think he ends up hitting Basil. He punches Basil. Yeah. Jack White. In. But Basil thinks he's a hotel inspector, doesn't he? So he's all creeping around him. And he thinks the other guy's a hotel inspector.
93 though. I mean,
Oh,
a good innings, you would say.
Yeah, yeah. Right, so Fred, it's all a song about moving house, isn't it?
I think
We'll
so.
have a cup of tea then, and all that sort of stuff. Jack White in, Van Buren plays that into the offside, and they casually walk a single.
There will be, I'm sure, a round of applause. It might seem slightly random. There's a round of applause for reaching 162, but
I give myself a round of applause when I clear my overdraft at the end of every month. Well done, Dan. Brilliant. Well done.
But should get to that situation, then Northants will have to bat.
White to Higgins. And again into the offside. They run through a single. Jack White tries to field off his own bowling, but can't quite gather the ball. One more for parity.
Northants were definitely, you said about, they had their tails up last night when Rob Keogh bowled James Bracey. At that point, the energy was definitely with them.
Yeah. Lewis McManus just calling for a helmet there. I think we're going to see spin pretty quickly. Van Buren works that into the onside, no run. End of the over. Yeah, I think we're going to see spin because Lewis McManus has taken his cap off and 12thers comes on. Chucks him a helmet.
So his son isn't going to keep going for the moment, or are they going to have... They might really stand up to Sanderson, actually, might be the more obvious call, and that is exactly what he's going to do. So, rather than have the spinner, McManus, perhaps a bit, how can I put this, a bit more comfortable standing up to Sanderson than White.
Yeah, James Healy has made a very good point. Not only a producer, but our analyst.
Sanderson up to Higgins, who defends.
And it's to stop Higgins walking. Higgins is walking down the pitch to both these bowlers, trying to negate the swing. And we think that McManus standing up there just pins him back into his ground, stops him from going walkabouts.
So McManus right in Higgins' ear, effectively. Sanderson to him. And he's forced that off the back foot up to Keogh at mid-on. We're just down to, just 2 slips, as it has been for most of the day. Rickleton and Young. Fairly orthodox field apart from that. backward point cover, extra cover on the offside. So under Higgins, who is being a bit cramped here, isn't he?
Yeah. What we don't want to see is playing that get-out slog that he goes. You know, we've seen him lose his wicket with that get-out slog. We don't want to see any of that.
He's also got to react if one should keep low. There's the deficit. Just 2 runs now. Samson in, and yeah, Higgins. He looks a different animal playing from the crease, doesn't he? It's not. It's
interesting email from Alison Spurrell.
Well, she's the lady who does the knitting.
She does do the knitting. Every time David Payne takes a wicket, she knits something, and there's a few quid, isn't there? And she's unfortunately gone down with COVID, so I hope you get well soon. Alison, she tested negative this morning.
Sanderson in. Oh, Higgins again from the crease, forces off the back foot, but only to Emilio Gay. No great power in that.
But we hope you're all right. We hope you're all right, Alison. She says she's been ever so grateful for the live feed. She's not been able to get to Cheltenham at all. She's enjoyed watching in between naps. Well, you wouldn't be the first person to fall asleep to the commentary of Ian Randall and I, it's got to be said. My question concerns the 100.
Sanderson in, and Higgins has played out a maiden from the Northamptonshire strike bowler. Sanderson 17 overs, 3 maidens, none for 61. And Gloucestershire 160 for 5. They started the day 135 for 5. So 25 added by these two.
I think it's not particularly popular in these parts as we have no one to support. We love the T20 and we're very loyal county supporters, so I wouldn't be fussed about Wales or Birmingham. Well, you've got a point there. You've got a point, Alison. And Gloucestershire fans are amongst the most loyal in the country. If the ECB really wants something different, what about the mixture? Teams of men and women together, perhaps one per county or one per 2 counties. Who would be in your side, minimum of 5 women, in a Gloucestershire side or a combined Glos and Somerset side? That's a really good question. That's a really good question. Have Sophie Luff in there from Somerset. She'd be in that side.
Absolutely.
And your Shrubsole, she'd get in there.
So is she retired from...
I think she only retired from International. Yeah. She'd be in there.
Right, first
bowling
change of tempo in the day. Kerrigan.
Simon Kerrigan. So that sort of staccato approach. Immediately he gets a full shot out of Graham Van Buren.
Just the one slip.
He's got this sort of run up, stops, and then goes into a run, doesn't he? Here he is into the crease. That's well bowled, good areas. Van Buren defends.
So Taylor's at slip. He got a sort of a man on the 45. Just in a deep gully for the miscue.
Oh, that's well bowled. That goes past the outside edge of Graham Van Buren's bat. Kerrigan had a wonderful 2011 season where he worked very much in harness with Gary Keedy. That's well bowled as well. That's good lengths. Just Van Buren not sure whether to stick or twist, whether to go forward or go back. Van Buren plays that one up.
It's a bit full,
fielded.
Almost a bit full from Kerrigan, that compared to what he'd bowled before. But to say he goes into a run is probably stretching a point.
Yeah. Yes.
It's a
canter.
It's a gentle trot. Not even that.
There we go. That's defended. Yeah, Kerrigan had a wonderful 2011. He part of the spin twins with Gary Keedy, who fired Lancashire to the title. Lancashire not playing at Old Trafford that year. The square was being rotated 90 degrees, and They played a lot at Aigburth, played a little bit at Southport, they played a little bit at Blackpool, I think, that year as well. It was in the days before they used to go to Sedbergh. And he's a good bowler, he's been around a long time. He took 5 for 7 against Warwickshire in a game that season.
And White's going to change ends.
He did take 9 for 51 against Hampshire as well. And he claimed a crucial final wicket with 4 minutes left.
That's late in the day. That's almost as late as the Northants win at Kent earlier in the season.
Yeah, so Northants leave it late. We could be here all day, Ian. We could be here till 7 o'clock tonight.
Well, if Gloucestershire are still batting at 10 to 5, with 15 overs to go, and they've got a big lead, umpires might decide that a declaration is end of game.
Prudent.
But White's going to change ends, so Kerrigan from the Chapel end now means that White can come on from the College Lawn end. Sanderson's bowled 5 overs this morning for 15. And White has bowled 4 before this switch, so he might have maybe another 3 perhaps. The thought process. I mean, it is the start of the day, so you might think that, well, 1 burst might do it. Back to 2 slips and a gully. White from the College Lawn end, and as a result of that, Higgins is back to shuffling down the pitch once more, trying to kill any movement. So Northants have been in the field for 40 minutes without a wicket. Gloucestershire, so still in arrears at the moment. Again defends. The encouragement as usual from the slip cordon for the bowler. Dan's just working out who else apart from Sophie Luff we'd like in this mixed team. Are we allowed to have Heather Knight? Any reason why we couldn't? I mean, she's technically, I know she's obviously have England responsibility, but technically she's a Storm player. That's let go by Higgins. Keith Bates sent us an email, which actually I think may have come yesterday. Keith, I hope you are with us today. We suggested yesterday that Simon Kerrigan may be able to bowl an over in a couple of minutes. Our good friend Andrew Radd timed him, we believe, at Worcester, and he actually bowled an over in less than 60 seconds. White in and worked on the bounce to mid-wicket, where it's fielded, I think, by Rob Keogh. And Keith says, I'm expecting a couple more wickets tonight. This was obviously sent yesterday, including at least 1 for Kerrigan. Kind regards. So, Keith, hope you're on with us today. We are going to see if we can get James to put a stopwatch on Simon Kerrigan's next over, just to see if it is sort of played defensively, how quickly he gets through it. White in, that's again let go by Higgins. This is what the Northamptonshire openers at the start of their innings did really well. They built the platform by just not playing at anything that was outside the off stump, and they didn't need to chase. They just said, right, okay, we're going to patiently get into our individual innings, and right down the order there were contributions as a result. White past umpire Debenham and worked for a single by Higgins, takes him into double figures. These two have just about shared the strike in this partnership. Van Buren 27 from 46, Higgins 10 from 45. So he's proportionately probably more of the strike this morning. So James has got the stopwatch ready. You've got to start from when Kerrigan begins his run for the first ball. And Dan won't be doing any background homework during this over.
No, I won't. Right. Go. It's Kerrigan into Higgins. That's defended, no run. Maybe Kerrigan's got a plane to catch later.
It's got to be a maiden, realistically, to have a chance of being that quick.
That's one to Higgins, played out into the offside, and that is parity. So Northamptonshire will have to bat again.
So do you applaud the parity or do you applaud the lead? You probably applaud both, actually.
Yeah. That's defended by Van Buren.
That kept quite low.
Yeah, it did a little.
Fortunately, he was playing back, so was able to react.
He was sort of half and half, wasn't he? That's defended as well. We're over a minute. Oh, he's a bit slow, isn't he, Simon? Oh, getting slow in your old age, Simon. Into the wicket. Van Buren drives, can only find Ryan Rickleton at short extra.
He's there just for that push that maybe gets a little further up on the bat than Van Buren wants.
Van Buren in. That completes the over. 1 minute, 32 seconds, 32.66 seconds.
And that's not bad, considering they actually took a single in that over, and there was one ball that might have gone for a single. So I think there's every chance he could bowl an over in a little over a minute. His run is probably longer than Bomber Wells's. When Bomber Wells, Chris and Brian Wells, obviously, spin bowler, played for Nottinghamshire and Gloucestershire, and before my time watching cricket, but he had a reputation almost for bowling without a run-up. So that literally the batsman did not get a second's piece if Bomber was bowling an over. No wonder they could bowl 120 overs in a day in those days. To be fair, we've had 112 bowled here at this festival in a day. Higgins waits for White, who's back at the end of his run, but Gloucestershire have negotiated this first phase of the day without any undue problems. White in. Ooh. Higgins not comfortable with that. The applause from those behind the stumps. Here's a second look at this. See Cameron not quite behind the bowler's arm, but a real push at that from Higgins and taken by McManus. Bat raised, Higgins waits for White, and he's cracked that off the back foot. Sales is, it's Sanderson actually, is out on the point boundary, and he'll just keep him down to a single. Gloucestershire now in Dan Whiting's financial world have some money in the kitty.
I need some bowlers for my team here, Ian. Need some bowling.
Would you put Leach in that team?
Not in T20 cricket. It's the white ball side, isn't it? It's my. If it's for
that's a good
mixture.
Question, yes.
It's for the mixture, so
Yeah.
I presume it's white ball side. So, do you have Tom Smith in that side? I know you'd have Van der Merwe, wouldn't you?
Probably, yeah. You can't have too many specialists, can you?
Need a. Yeah, you've got to have this man in. You've got to put him in.
Oh yeah, yeah. White in again, and Van Buren lets that go. The light is it doing exactly what the forecast on my car radio said this morning at 8:30. It is lifting, it is brightening. They said it would slowly brighten through the day. It was, I mean, when we arrived at 9 o'clock, I think the debate was, well, actually it's about as dark as it was when they went off yesterday. And that might have been the case, but it's actually, it is just without being sunny, it is quite bright out there at the moment. White in, cut by Van Buren. Again, there's a chase for Sanderson. He's hauled that in, and the call was for no for the second run. Quite rightly, Sanderson's got a good arm, and as we've mentioned through the festival, the square boundaries don't generally allow you to run one on the throw unless the ball goes into the corners.
Heather Knight's London Spirit. We can't pick her, can we?
That depends what was Jacqueline's team in terms of actually selection. That's the point.
I don't know. I'm throwing in random names. Let's put Jack White in. Let's put Ben Sanderson in.
White in, again defended by Higgins, who looks to have gone into the mindset of what's required here today. I mean, he's naturally aggressive, but at the moment these two are just content to tick the board up and try and not give a cheap wicket away. White's taken a sweater. I wonder whether maybe one more for him, and then we might see Rob Keogh. But Kerrigan is to continue from the Chapel end with the assistant. So it's obviously Snow left arm, so he's got the slope to slightly assist him. And as we've made the point, we're now into footmark territory, and the fact that the ball is probably going to turn out of those footmarks, bear in mind it's been so dry.
Yep, Kerrigan in, and that's defended by the man known as GVB.
I didn't know this until yesterday. He went to the same high school in Pretoria as Eddie Barlow.
He's defended. What a good player Eddie Barlow was, wasn't he? Wonderful player. Got loads for Derbyshire one year, didn't he, I think? About 1978, possibly.
And then obviously coached Gloucestershire as well.
Yep. It's just nerdled into the onside. I'm going to come on. I've got my team ready. Come on to my team at the end of the over.
Not sure about the number 11. Bit expensive in T20.
Well, it's the mixture. Would it be a 16.4? Would it be a T20? Presumably it would be a 16.4. Kerrigan in, defended by Higgins.
I think Jacqueline's point was it's a short form
game.
White ball team.
Yeah. Kerrigan. Oh, that's well bowled. Goes past Higgins outside edge. Right, this is in no particular order. Okay.
No.
So I'm throwing in Sophia Smale, the youngster, the slow left arm spinner from Western Storm. She's got a bit about her. Sophie Luff's got to get in there, hasn't she? Anya Shrubsole.
So you've got to have Anya for basically experienced death bowling.
Yeah. I've got Alex Griffiths, I've got Georgia Hennessy in there as well, and then at the minute I've got Tom Abel, I've got Miles Hammond because I think I like him in white ball cricket, David Payne, Roloff van der Merwe, Benny Howe and Craig Overton. That's my 11 in that side. So
the mixture, somebody from the ECB might take that up as a marketing project.
Yeah, but Yeah, that's my side. But talking of ladies cricket, there's a lady who plays for Sunrisers who we had on our podcast earlier this season. She does a lot of commentary for Northamptonshire. A lady called Jo Gardner. And I think she's going to be a fantastic commentator. I really do.
Jack White to continue, and Van Buren again has to get almost with both feet off the floor there to turn that away into the leg side, fielded by Rob Keogh.
She's a decent cricketer, but she's an absolute cricket badger. She knows so much about the men's game, the ladies' game, and you know her knowledge of both is just unbelievable. And she speaks very well. She speaks far better than I do in my estuary English, and she's a lovely girl. So I hope you're listening in, Joe.
White in again. Van Buren defends, and also we should say that our friends at BBC Solent have blooded, if that's the right term, Melissa Story and Emily Windsor into their commentary teams, and they also have brought a lot.
Yeah,
because they both play as well.
Sorry, and you had a spider on your head there. We were awash with spiders in this marquee yesterday.
White in again, and once more off the back foot. Van Buren defends.
You had one crawling on your pate.
Did I?
Yes.
But I mean, this first 53 minutes hasn't quite been Hashim Amla against Hampshire last season, but it started that way. If you not quite sure what the reference is to that, I think he batted all day for 28.
He certainly did.
At the Aegeus Bowl.
Please no, please no. Saw Rob Keogh twirling his arms there, having a little warm up.
Oh, I think he'll be into the attack soon. Here is White. Van Buren's getting solidly behind most things here. Of the two, you'd have to say that Higgins looks a little more at risk, if I can put it that way.
Yeah, but Higgins is showing good responsibility here. He's 12 or 53 balls. And he's had his detractors over the season with some of the shots that he's played, but he's showing a little bit of application. It's good to see this from Ryan Higgins.
White, probably the last over of his spell, you'd have thought, because he's bowled unchanged for the first, I say unchanged, he's bowled 7 overs in the first hour, 4 from the College Chapel end, and then switched when Kerrigan came on. I think the twirling of arms from Keogh is an appropriate observation. Still though with slips in for the nick. Not much has gone to the cordon really over the course of this festival. White bounds in again, and Van Buren goes back, and fielded by Luke Proctor.
I always think of James Corden. When people refer to the slip Corden, I always think of James Corden.
White, 18 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 34. That's a good effort from him over a sustained period, and I suspect that might be it for the moment.
Well, the other thing that reminds me of the word Corden is there was a cafe that I used to go to in just sort of round by Threadneedle Street in the city of London. And rather than having this sandwich which was cordon bleu, it actually had Gordon Blue.
That's almost as good as some of our tribute bands that were cricketers. Had a really good,
I think that's a good name
crop
for a band.
Crop of those this morning.
The Gordon Blues. Kerrigan in. Oh, no ball again. Kerrigan off his 3-pace run-up, bowls a no ball. Another one. How many no balls have we had in this game? Here he is. That's tossed up. Higgins goes driving. Can only find Ryan Rickleton at extra cover.
That's the tease. That was the length he was trying to tease Higgins with at the end of the last over.
Higgins goes to go forward and then rocks onto the back foot and cuts Kerrigan out to Jack White out on the deep cover boundary. 168 for 5, so the lead is now 6. Kerrigan Van Buren leaves. Gloucestershire slowly inching their way here into building some sort of lead. They need to keep going. It's a long way to go in this game. And that's cut nicely by Van Buren. Good bit of work there by Rob Keogh. Backward point.
The joker card Northamptonshire have got is a second new ball at some point shortly after lunch.
Yeah. Oh, double ambulance. Another no ball. Wow. Wow, what's going on here? What if it's back foot? That's work to Keogh. Wonder if it's a back foot no ball here. Kerrigan looks like he's going quite wide on the crease, and I wonder if he's cutting the return crease there. That's cut nicely by Van Buren. He likes it round there. That's a brilliant bit of work by Jack White down on the deep cover boundary. Wonderful athleticism there from the Cumbrian. From the long-haired Cumbrian. 172 for 5.
Yeah, just to give you a steer on the overs position, there are 80 overs left in the day. Obviously, there would be 2 lost between innings if Northants do bowl Gloucestershire out, or if there was a declaration. Tom Taylor's just having a chat with the umpire at the college chapel end. So we now may see spin from both ends because Rob Keogh is going to come on.
Kerrigan's 1 for 52 off 13.
Yeah, that's a bit expensive. Keogh, obviously, he had the 1 over last night before he went off, but he did, in that over, York James Bracey with his first delivery. And he's just having a chat with Will Young and Luke Proctor about the field he wants here. Gloucestershire 10 runs ahead. And so in a sense, you would feel that if they are going to advance the score, against the old ball is the best opportunity to do that. Not that they should be rash with it, but they should look to, just to keep the singles ticking up. If they could tick along at 3 runs and over until the new ball becomes due, then again the shape of the match changes. But it's a slip and a short leg for Rob Keogh, the off spinner from the college lawn end. In, and Higgins goes back.
Gloucester should be very pleased with the first hour's work though.
Oh yeah, undoubtedly.
No damage.
37 scored. And the overnight pair still together. Try to catch it from Keogh. It went very, very low. Wasn't really a chance for Emilio Gay. It was probably an inch off the floor when it went past him and spinning away to his right. So,
and he is 6'4".
Yeah. It would have been an absolute miracle.
He's an athletic fielder though, Emilio Gay.
Van Buren on 31. Waits for Keogh to bounce in. That's clipped straight to Josh Cobb, who's the sub-fielder out there. So somebody's gone off. I wonder who that is. Keogh in. And again, the burly figure of Cobb Fields. He was in the squad at the start of the game, but Sales was preferred to him, and Sales certainly justified his pick with that 71. Keogh's in quickly, and once again Van Buren is drawn forward into defensive mode. Keogh gets close to the stumps, and that's just deflected round the corner to Sales, who's at short fine leg. No run, end of the over. These two will get through their overs pretty quickly if both Keogh and Kerrigan stay in tandem, which they're going to do. And Northamptonshire still looking for their first success of the morning. They need 5 wickets, obviously, to know what their target is. Other than that, and they may get to a point of it, I suppose, do they just go on the defensive to squeeze Gloucestershire's chances of winning out of the game?
Josh Cobb's father, Russell Cobb, he was a professional cricketer at Leicestershire. He's known as a notoriously poor drinker.
How can you be a poor drinker?
He was drunk after 2 beers, apparently, and was described by one of my sources, that's defended, I'll only leave it as one of my sources, that he was known as Plant Pot Russell because he'd hang around and he'd just whack his drinks into the plant pot to make out that he'd drunk them to save face with the boys, as that's defended by Higgins, and he'd launch his beer into the plant pot and pretend that he'd drunk them. His name's Plant Pot Russell, apparently. The things you learn. Oh, that's got to be close, probably down the leg side. Higgins hits him on the pads, but no real appeal. 173 for 5. Higgins on 14. Van Buren's 31. Kerrigan comes in.
He must like bowling it at this rhythm, Kerrigan, because he just doesn't hang around between deliveries.
No.
Some bowlers would take a lot longer to think about the next ball than Kerrigan does. It's literally back at his mark and he's in. There was a maiden over there, bowled in the blink of an eye.
I'm wondering if this is something, because obviously he had that horrendous debut, didn't he, for England in 2013, where he went, north for 53 off 6 overs, was it? And he was bowling half trackers and full tosses, which Shane Watson devoured. And I'm wondering, because he went away for the game and he had his confidence rebuilt, and I'm wondering if maybe this is his way of getting through that, perhaps by, getting through his overs quite quickly.
He's fielding it short extra here. White's gone to mid off for Van Buren, who faces Keogh once more from the College Lawn end. That's clipped up to Proctor at mid on. There won't be a run there. They've hit 6 boundaries between them, these two, but they haven't peppered the balls this morning. That hasn't been the strategy. It's been the sort of careful cricket, if I can call it that Northants used in their first innings.
Yeah.
Batting wise. Keogh in again. Van Buren goes back. Emilio goes to step out of the way, thinking that he's going to really pummel that through the short leg area. But in fact, Van Buren went all round and span round too far, and it went on the bounce to Sales at short fine leg. Keogh again, Van Buren off the back foot, cuts, but Sanderson is at deep point, so they'll need to get one. Go back to Marcus Harris's point last night. Can Gloucestershire bat to lunch and then reassess the situation? Keogh in, clipped on the first bounce to Kerrigan. I mean, one thing about bowling the 2 spinners is they're going to whittle through these overs quite quickly up to the new ball, which is another tactic that will
possibly
hurry the game along a bit.
Possibly.
Chase for Sales down towards the boundary, deep backwards square as it's worked away by Higgins for one more.
Cameron Hastie's just popped his head into the tent. Hard working, was at left the ground here yesterday, went straight to Bristol, worked on the T20 International.
One thing that struck me about
2 in the morning.
Yeah. Got home at 2 in the morning.
And he was sober as a judge. He's but it goes to show.
So I saw a bit of the game last night. I listened to part of it, saw part of it, and it looked as if the batsmen were playing on a beach with a soft ball. The way they were hitting the ball so hard.
But I think it's fantastic that, you know, Bristol's hosting international sport because, you know, I mean, the people of Bristol deserve that. They, you know, they've got a decent rugby team. Yeah, they play top level rugby, but their two football teams are, you know, well, I don't think one's ever played top flight football as Kerrigan comes in, and that's well bowled. That beats Higgins. And the other one haven't played top flight football since about 1980. So the people of Bristol deserve top level sport, and Gloucestershire County Cricket Club are bringing that, they're delivering that to them. And I think it's great that England do take a game there once a year, because Bristol as a city deserves that.
It was Tom Richardson as chief exec who first brought international cricket to Bristol.
Kerrigan, slightly flighted. Higgins rocks onto the back foot, cuts him out to Jack White.
That one, I suspect, because he looked to have plenty of room to play that shot.
Lead up to 14. Van Buren defends.
44 these two have put on.
Keep your emails coming into us to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. You see it there in the top right hand corner of your television or your monitor or your screen or whatever device you're watching us on. Maybe you're on your phone, you're supposed to be working, and surreptitiously having a sneaky look into the screen while your boss thinks you're hard at it. Well bowled by Kerrigan, a little bit more air. Van Buren defends. That's another no ball. That's 3 now. Simon Kerrigan's bowled this morning. I'd like to see whether these are back foot no balls or front foot. That's wide. Van Buren leaves alone. That's 50 minutes to lunch, 178 for 5, so 16 lead. Van Buren's moved serenely on to 32 off 79 balls. Ryan Higgins, a little bit more circumspect. He's on 16 off 69 balls. Rob Keogh's 1 for 6 off 3. Simon Kerrigan 1 for 55 off 15.
Well, they've done a good job, these two, this morning. Van Buren's just had a drink. Scores from elsewhere at Old Trafford. Kent have been set 312 to win by Lancashire, and they are 6 without loss. Somerset batting on against Essex, still in arrears though, 410 for 3. They still trail by 95. And Hampshire look in a good position to beat Yorkshire at Scarborough. They are chasing 214 to win, and they're 62 for no wicket. Keogh in here. Higgins goes back, plays it just to the right of Emilio Gay, but Sales is there to stop the single.
And I saw Tom Abel was in the 90s yesterday and pulled his hamstring just shy of 100.
And Warwickshire are all out at the Oval. Surrey need 248 to win there. They are 4 without loss. So some good finishes potentially being set up today.
Yeah.
Old Trafford, the Oval, and Scarborough, all win-lose situations still very much on the cards. The Kent target's a big one, but they might still go for it. Keogh in, steered away all the way along the ground by Van Buren. They might take 3 here actually. Sanderson's going right round by the rope, and they're going to trot back for a comfortable 3. Fields it just in front of the members' marquee, and the partnership ticks up to 50. It's taken nearly 23 overs, but that's not the point. It's the it's the fact that it's been built patiently, and that these two have tried to stick around this morning and have done so successfully. Keogh in once more. Oh, that's
well bowled.
pad. I don't know if there's any bat there at all. Let's see what the umpire gives. Was there anything of an edge through that? Don't think so. We're going to see a leg by signal here, I think, from, yeah, so nothing off the bat, so not a chance, but still one that
spat, didn't it?
Would have interested Rob Keogh, definitely. McManus couldn't take it. And Keogh will try again to Van Buren, who picks the gap through extra cover. So long chase round. The ball may beat Sanderson. In fact, it will. Just in front of the advertising boards, and it beats the combined chase of both Jack White and Sanderson from mid-off and deep point. Good judgment, good placement by Van Buren.
Yeah, you made an interesting point about Jack White yesterday. You don't think he's been overly coached, and there is something quite raw about his bowling, isn't it? Something like a diamond in the rough.
Keogh in. That's a good, I say a good stop from Kerrigan. He's taken the pace off it, but there'll still be two here, I think, for Van Buren. White's had a second sprint round. He's fielded quite well, actually. Certainly enthusiastically. And Gloucestershire defying certainly some of the critics from last night who said they could see the game being over reasonably quickly this morning. So 17 overs against this old ball. Kerrigan's being taken off here, and Tom Taylor's going to be coming on. So 17 overs. Yeah, could they get to a lead of 80 before the new ball arrives?
I think just bat and bat and bat, and I think for Gloucestershire they need to sort of maybe just have a look at it mid-afternoon if they're still, still intact. And then do they have a whack and try and set Northamptonshire some sort of total? Because a draw's not particularly good for Gloucestershire either.
It's not, especially as Somerset look like getting a draw out of their game as well.
Yeah, so
it's possible Warwickshire might even beat Surrey. You don't want the teams above you getting away from you. You've got to haul them in somehow.
So I wonder if they might sort of look to get a lead of, what are we looking at lunch? 75 maybe, something like that, 70 or 80 at lunch. And if they've got no wickets down, I think they might have a little bit of a dip after lunch. Maybe try and whack 130 and maybe stick Northampton in just before tea and see if Northampton are interested. That's a lovely shot there by Higgins. Good bit of fielding out.
The added factor in that, though, is the second new ball.
Yes, it is. And I wonder if we also are getting a little bit ahead of ourselves as well, because at the moment it's about saving this game.
The net at the moment is 27 for 5, isn't it? That's the net score.
Yeah.
But I wonder if there is to be any acceleration, you would think against the old ball this is where it's going to be.
Taylor in, and that's great catch. What a catch, Will Young. Oh, that is superb. That's low, diving catch. And that's the end of Ryan Higgins for 17. What a catch. Let's see if we can...
We'll try and have a look and get the camera from the other end. But that was low, one-handed to his left. And it's one of those ones that it either sticks or it doesn't. But that was a reaction catch. And not a lot that Higgins could have done about that.
Absolutely superb, though, from Will Young.
And the bowling change works for Northants.
Yeah.
I think Tom Taylor got an early wicket in the first innings. Soon after he came on.
So Ryan Higgins goes for 17.
That stand worth 47. And now Zafar in at number 8. Now his sort of default position is to counter-attack.
Yeah, he doesn't hang around much. Doesn't hang around. It's what an amazing bit of work, though. That is, when you've got a world-class operator in your side like Will Young, not only does he add value only in the batting, but with bits of brilliance like that, games can change, can't they, on a sixpence?
I mean, and he is skippering the side as well, so he's doing many things out there, and I know that
multifaceted.
Yeah, that's probably. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of catches in the slips through this festival, but of the ones we've seen, that's probably the best one.
Yeah,
because it was low, it was quite sharp.
It was a worldie, one-handed as well. I think. It was behind him when I think it was like, I don't know whether it was a dive, but it looked like it was behind him.
Van Buren's just readjusting his personal equipment, I think, there at the moment, at the non-striker's end.
Yeah. He's pulled his pants down.
And Zaffa in at number 8. We got 81, remember, at Chelmsford, in a not dissimilar situation to this, although Gloucestershire were a bit further behind.
Taylor into Zaffa, who immediately gets off the mark, works one down behind square. Jack White does the fielding and hurls it in. Good fielder, Jack White, isn't he? He's enthusiastic.
And I think so. There was a bit of a discussion with Dave Bartlett last week about the phrase he used was miles on the clock for bowlers. Jack White's come into first-class cricket late. He doesn't have the miles on the clock that somebody else of his age may do.
Zaffa defends.
Therefore, I think, you know,
one lady owner, nice little runner, that sort of thing.
Yeah, you know. Therefore, I think you can see why he is so enthusiastic about trying to, you know, justify his case, so to speak. James Sale's also doing some limbering up here. So I wonder if Northamptonshire are just thinking that
they've opened the door.
Yeah, Zaffa might be somebody who could mistime the young teenager.
Taylor in to Zaffa. 191 for 6.
I mean, Gloucestershire have done, you know, as much as perhaps as we could have expected at this point to get through an hour and 20 minutes, only 1 wicket down. They are ahead. It's not enough. Of course, it's not enough yet.
Yeah, I don't think you know, Higgins threw his wicket away. He was got out.
And you can't say fairer than that to the bowler. In due course, we might be able to show you that catch from a different angle.
Taylor. Zaffa leaves it alone. That completes the over. 40 minutes to lunch. Taylor 3 for 22 off 10 now.
Yes, he's been effective.
Can't quite see that catch.
We're just having a look on a different monitor, and Will Young's catch is just out of shot.
We can see roughly what he's doing, but we just can't see him picking it up that low. But I'm going to show you as soon as we get that ready. You can see.
Maybe after this over from Rob Keogh, we'll try and show it to you. So Van Buren to face Keogh, and he goes back and on the bounce, fielded by Emilio Go. So still just the one slip and a short leg for the off spinner. The fun might be when Zaffa gets down his end. Keogh bounds in, and Van Buren just plays that back up the pitch to the all-rounder. Got a big score with the bat in the second innings of the game back at Northampton, back in that cold weather back in April. Different sort of position here today, and Van Buren's going to take probably 2 here, down towards third man. There's a long chase round for Sanderson. It might even go for 4, and it will do. He's timed that and placed that really well. Sanderson's at point, and it just steered that very fine. There is no third man, and the ball has dribbled all the way in front of the members' marquee for 4. It's a slender lead Gloucestershire have at the moment. Where can they take it to? Keogh So Van Buren who sweeps, that's 4 more. And that will take Van Buren to 49 and Gloucestershire to 199 for 6. There's the thought process here that you said about being positive. Is the best chance of getting runs in the bank until the new ball arrives. They've cut 3 boundaries here for Van Buren in successive deliveries, and he goes through to a second successive 50 in second innings mode here at Cheltenham. 9 fours from 87 balls, and it's been a welcome return to form. He got runs in the first innings against Hampshire and in the second innings here against Northamptonshire. Gloucestershire's 200 is up. Van Buren goes back and defends.
Yeah, gritty 50 from a gritty character. Right, let's have a look at this, see what we can see here. So it's angled in. Higgins has to play. Just see Will Young. We don't see how low that is there, but it's an absolute world. He holds it in his left hand. He's quite wide there at first slip, and he grabs it, and it's an absolute bit of brilliance, which has, has opened the door to Zafar, and then you're into the tail.
Yeah, Northamptonshire still in the pound seats here, you would say.
They're ringside, aren't they? They're
they're definitely in the driving things.
Tom Taylor to Zafar, and Gloucestershire upper circle.
In the gods, as they say.
Yeah. Restricted view.
Geez, Zafar this season, he's got 3 50s and an average of 27.
Yeah.
The high score was that 81 he got at Chelmsford. But kind of he's at his most effective when he's really going for it. Now, is this the position to do that?
Taylor to Zafar. Zafar likes to stay leg side of the ball, and he's got some beautiful shots through the offside. I wouldn't say he backs away, but he does like to stay leg side of the ball and play through the covers. He's very strong backward of square on the offside, but it's through the covers, through extra cover, through cover point, and straight down the ground. He's no fool with the bat, Zafar Gahar. Got 19 in the first innings.
I'll catch up on your emails after this.
So he was caught by Kerrigan
after
the
this over.
James Sales. Defended. 203 for 6. So 41 ahead.
Thank you for Martin Bennett for just putting me right on who brought international cricket to Bristol. It was in fact Colin Sexton when he was chief executive. 1999 that was. That was pre-Tom Richardson obviously. So Martin, thank you for putting me right on that. And we've Jerry Wolstenholme has been in touch as well regarding wasps and spiders. I'll get his email.
Oh, well, you will. Oh, big appeal. Strangled somewhat. Go on, what's Jerry got to say about wasps?
He says, regarding your spider infestation, reminds me of a time we had a wasp infestation at Cheltenham. There were a number in our party, and we invented a rather chancy game, which was 5 points for one caught under a beer glass, 20 points for one caught in the hands, i.e. by clapping, 25 points for one caught in a hat, and 100 points for one caught in the mouth. Oh, dear me. Stupidly, I realised it gave us some amusement, and needless to say, there were no 100-point scores.
Oh, no one's got the heart in these games anymore, have they? Taylor into Zafar, who defends that into the offside.
He said, I'm envious of your weather at Cheltenham today. He said, I'm in Blackpool, it's raining and they wouldn't be playing at Stanley Park.
Yeah. Well, Jerry, it's got to be said that Ian Randall was attracting wasps the other day. We were kindly brought some scones from the Gloucestershire Exiles, And Ian has only gone and left the lid off the top of the pot of jam. They were... And then we wondered why we were suddenly getting wasps into the marquee. Taylor in, good bouncer, evaded by Zafar Gahar.
And Alison Spurrell's been back in touch about our mixture idea. She said, I love your team, glad to see that David Payne is in there. Thanks also for remembering about my sponsored knit for St Peter's Hospice. I've got a bit behind lately, partly due to COVID and partly because I imposed a new rule whereby if David Payne took a wicket for England or the Lions, I had to knit double.
Well, Emilio Gay's got you on the knitting needles there, because he was LBW to David Payne for 15 in the Northamptonshire innings. So thanks, Emilio.
And if you want to take up Amelia on that, Alison on that sponsoring position with her knitting, she does have a Just Giving page. So it's justgiving.com/fundraising/Alison Spurrell SPURRELL-wickets.
Well, what she's doing there is magnificent. We're going to see Simon Kerrigan have a go from the college lawn end, but Alison's, what she's doing there, and it's the hospice. The hospices are sort of, they do an amazing job, and they make people comfortable in the last stages of life.
Kerrigan, sorry.
Spurrell from the knitting needle end.
Yeah. Now, there used to be a guy who used to play for Bath called, was it Roger Spurrell? Yes. Yeah, you and I both remember him. Here is Kerrigan in, dabbed away by Van Buren.
He was a hard man, Roger Spurrell.
Going back a bit.
No nonsense.
In the
80s,
history of Bath rugby. Still a step and a short leg for Van Buren, who's clipped that up to Proctor, and they'll take one. And Van Buren to 53. Now this is where it might get a bit interesting.
Yeah.
Kerrigan to the left-handed Zafar, and not surprisingly, skipper Will Young has just come to speak to his bowler about the field. They've got a man out at deep square, a man out at deep mid-wicket. Mid-on and mid-off fairly orthodox, but they're bringing Rickleton in fact, from the deep square leg boundary, almost onto the position. Yes, so he's backwards square, he's behind the umpire, kind of on the single or for the miscue. Zafar goes back, steers it into the gap. There's no third man. There's a long chase round for Jack White. Will he haul the ball in front of the scoreboard? He will, and they want 3. And fair play to Van Buren. He pushed Zafar to go for the 3rd, and Zafar punches his bat in appreciation of his captain.
Well, Gloucestershire have to keep the scoreboard ticking. Now they're in a position where every run they get, Northamptonshire have to get back. And, every run is crucial here, as well as taking time out of the game. Runs are crucial.
Lead is 45. Kerrigan in. And Van Buren defends.
These 29 minutes up to lunch could be defining in the context of the season, let alone this game.
Van Buren lets that one go, will that span or not? 67 overs have been bowled in this innings. So you might get, they'd have to get 8 in before lunch. So they would be, in theory, around about 5 overs or so after lunch before the second new ball would be due. This is potentially the period where Gloucestershire could just chance their arm a little bit against the old ball.
Potentially, but they don't want to, be caught without undue risk, undue care and attention, do they?
No. Zafar, as we know, doesn't mind he'll take on the short ball if Taylor decides to drop one in. The first innings he showed that he was quite prepared.
Yeah, well, I can see him possibly,
take on the short ball.
He weaved one in the last over, and I can see him possibly uppercutting one over, sort of down to third man. Third man is vacant. Here's Taylor into him. No, was that a no? No, I thought I heard the cry of no ball. I think I'm hearing things. I've heard it so often in the last 3 days. I'm actually, got a bit of no ball tinnitus going on, Ian.
So, just to say about the overs in the day, there will be 70 overs left after this over. We'd still come back to the kind of the 30 over chase, or maybe even less.
Taylor, nose to the ground. Zaffa plays that pleasantly out to mid-off, out to Ben Sanderson.
So have Northamptonshire got the flexibility in their batting order to really chase, really put a short chase together?
Yes, they have. Yeah, they have. I mean, that top four, I think, can bat in most circumstances. I think it's a decent top four. I think that's as good as any top four in the country. Taylor into Zaffa, who gets a thick edge. Emilio Gay gets a hand on it, takes the pace, but not enough to stop it from going down to the boundary boards. And that is now a lead of 50.
Still Tom Price, Zach Chappell, David Payne to come.
Every run is vital here for the hosts.
If you've got a number in your head or an equation in your head that you think would make it interesting for Gloucestershire, I'll give you the email after this ball.
Taylor in, Zaffa leaves alone.
What would you like to see, what would you like to see Gloucestershire defend in terms of runs and overs? Give us a thought. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. If you bat for another 40, you bat for another 40 overs, you might get to a 180 in 30 kind of situation.
Possibly, but I think Northamptonshire will be a little bit peeved, as we spoke about in our talk this morning. There we go, that's left alone. We spoke about it in our talk this morning to the marquee, and there were a couple of Northants fans in there, and they were nice guys actually, and they took my gag quite well, but they had all the momentum last night. There was potential there last night because they had the momentum that before the umpires took them off for bad light, they could have bowled Gloucestershire out last night. They were on a roll, weren't they? And as I said to them, they could have been back in their factories making shoes this morning.
But they've bowled for an hour and 35 minutes, only one wicket.
Taylor in, Zaffa nurdles that one round the corner. Jack White doing the fielding. That completes the over. 212 for 6.
And 12 overs to go until the second new ball is due. Chat between Luke Proctor and Will Young. He's an experienced county pro, Proctor. Perhaps a thought from him into the mix, the brains trust of captain, senior pro and bowler at this College Lawn end. Carrigan, having started at the Chapel end, now going to this College Lawn end. The one wicket to fall this morning, that of Ryan Higgins, very well caught at slip, low, one-handed to his left, keeper's side effectively by Will Young, off Tom Taylor. Zaffa's got 10 at the moment, and he's going to wait for Carrigan to bowl him over the wicket into the footmarks. And where's that gone? That's beaten everything. McManus can't take it. There's a chase for Rickleton down towards the boundary in front of the Chapel. They've come back for 2, and Zaffa wants 3, even if it's a leg bye. All to the total, and leg byes are signalled by umpire Debenham. There's quite pleasant conditions now. There's some hazy sunshine, and weather looks reasonably well set. Carrigan in, dabbed away by Van Buren. Played that late. And Rickleton picks up in his sun hat. Carrigan doesn't get long as it comes round the wicket to Van Buren and picks up himself off his own bowling.
So you up for a little bit of Jerry's wasp catching game here? 100 points in the mouth?
Not for me. Carrigan around the wicket. Van Buren tried to just again steer that through the vacant gully area, and as a result of that shot, they put the second slip back in again. Emilio Gay's gone from short leg to second slip, and Van Buren comes a long way forward when he's trying to kill the spin. Another change. Gay's going back to short leg, and Young is coming in. They're bringing an extra man over onto the offside. Sales has gone to short cover. Carrigan staying round the wicket, and Van Buren again a long way forward. End of the over. 215 for 6. Van Buren 54. Zafar 13, and you can see the lead. Remember, Gloucestershire started this morning 27 runs behind when Van Buren and Higgins walked out at just before 11 o'clock, and now they're 53 in front.
I don't know if you remember what Viz magazine, Ian. Do you remember that from the 80s? And it had this, you know, it was a comedy magazine, and it had this tourist attraction called Wasp World, where you could come and see the wasps bang their heads repeatedly against the glass, and you could maybe get a snack halfway through at the Melting Lolly cafeteria.
Gee whiz. I don't think I'd have been the scriptwriter for that.
So we're going to see, who are we going to see? We're going to see Rob Keogh have a go from the Chapel end, I think, by the look of it. Will Young rotating his bowling, rotating the cards, shuffling his pack. 215 for 6. Zafar is going to be facing, he's on 13 off 18 balls. He likes to score reasonably quickly. Graham Van Buren is there, 54 off 98. Simon Kerrigan 1 for 59 off 17. Rob Keogh 1 for 28 off 5. So he's got a slip in. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Zafar. No, he stops in his tracks. Will Young's the slip, I think, by the look of it. Zafar goes sweeping, gets that fine. That's going to be 4 runs. In fact, it's not Will Young at slip, it's Tom Taylor at slip. Will Young's at short extra. Just backward a square here, we've got Ryan Rickleton. Good player. I think he's got a massive future in the game. Got mid-off. Sanderson's at mid-on, he's limbering up as well. New balls due in just over 10 overs. We've got a short mid-wicket, and we've got Jack White out at deep square. And that's played square. 2 square for White to cut off. That's going to be 4 more. And Zafar Gahar starting to motor here. Lead now up to 60. And that has forced Will Young's hand, and he brings Jack White square at deep square, and he's moved Emilio Gay out of the close catching position. He's gone around the corner on the 45. As Zafar Gahar rocks onto the back foot and plays that out into the covers. No run. Will Young doing the fielding. 223 for 6. Keogh as Zafar cuts, but Rickleton cuts that one off. Keogh around the wicket, bowling a little bit short. He'll want to get Zafar onto the front foot. Zafar goes back there to a delivery. He could possibly be on the front foot too. As that's played into the offside, Zaffa punches it out to Sanderson. Out on the boundary, 2:24. Big plane coming in from going into Bryce Norton. It's an Airbus Voyager A330. Huge thing.
Interesting that the two spinners are now, in theory, bowling at what you might call the wrong end. They're both trying to turn the ball against the slope. But Northampton just trying something different here, really, just because Gloucestershire have got through a big slice of this morning's session with only one wicket down.
Yep, hazy sunshine here.
Kerrigan in and Zaffa a long way forward. Pushes that out to Sales, who's not had a bowl yet in this innings. Kerrigan into his 18th over. Zaffa, there's a little dab.
That's well played.
Very late past Emilio Gay. They've ambled through for one run.
That's well played. That turned and bounced, and Zaffa just adjusted. Played it down into the ground. Intriguing cricket here. What way's this game going to go? Can Gloucestershire hold on? Can they set Northamptonshire a total? Or are Northamptonshire just going to go bang, bang, bang? It's intriguing cricket.
Kerrigan around the wicket. And Van Buren forward. The second new ball is the joker that they've got up their sleeve here, isn't it? We don't know how that's going to play out. Kerrigan for Van Buren, who sweeps. He'll get one down to White at deep backward square in front of that black and red marquee.
Yeah, I agree. The second new ball after lunch is going to be crucial. It's the trump card, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the...
Not the Donald Trump card.
No, the added factor in the game. Kerrigan in, Zaffa forward again. He gets that very low on the bat. And it will be about 5 overs after lunch that the second new ball will become available. Zaffa waits again for Kerrigan. He doesn't have to wait long. He sweeps on the bounce, but straight to Rickleton, who's at 3 parts of the way to the boundary at deep backward square there. So there's always a single. And Gloucestershire have dealt quite a bit in singles in this morning session, but that's been fine because it's kind of low risk, isn't it?
Yeah, they've batted very well. It's 15 minutes before lunch, as I said, is crucial. They want to go into lunch with these two there. They must not lose any more wickets.
Well, 92 they've scored this morning.
Yeah,
which is
a fair old lick.
It's a good effort when you're, right against the game.
You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and Ian Randall. Rob Keogh come around the wicket again.
Sales is just doing some limbering up here. I wonder if they might give him a couple of overs from the College lawn end before lunch.
Keogh, stop start. Zaffa gets on the front foot and defends.
Kerrigan's bowled 9 overs for 19 today.
Bowled slower by Keogh, well bowled. Watery sunshine here, bathing this gorgeous arena at Cheltenham. Keogh around the wicket. Zaffa goes sweeping, can only find Emilio Gay at short fine leg.
Steve Millman's been in touch on the email. It says too early to be thinking about any type of equation, still only hoping to extend the lead to 3 figures.
That's a fair point, Steve. That's well bowled by Keogh. Tossed up. Zaffa defends. Yeah, I think, we like to deal with all sorts of permutations here, don't we, Ian? Orb appeal. Not out. We like to deal with all sorts of permutations.
You have to just.
It's the only perm that Ian Randall will get.
That's true enough.
Defended again by Zaffa. That's the end of the over. 227 for 6.
You just look at the possibilities in the game at the outset. Was there still a chance, as Marcus Harris said at the close last night, was there still a chance of Gloucestershire actually winning the match? And let's say Gloucestershire have almost achieved the first part of his theory to do that, and that it was to get to lunch and then reassess.
Yeah, I think if they are to set some sort of target though, they have to be prepared to lose it, because Northamptonshire can just happily go back and go back to Wantage Road with a draw. They'll be all right with that. They've got enough points in the bag.
Yeah, albeit they will perhaps feel, as James Sales is going to come on,
it's one that's got away.
Yeah, it's one that they could have, should have, would have, as they say.
Yeah. Story of my life there, Ian.
So Sales is going to come on, and it might mean that we only have 3 overs from this point up until lunch. But we've done pretty well on the over 8. Northampton +4, so there's no problem with that. Young's gone into the gully, and here is Sales, tries to York Van Buren first ball, and he's steered it away down to the third man boundary for 4. And the ripple of applause from those around us.
Yeah, small crowd here, but they could be treated to a very good day of cricket, couldn't they?
Sales got a leap when he bowls. That's pulled by Van Buren, and that's gone for 4 way through mid-wicket. He's latched onto that, and Sales' entry into the attack has gone boundary.
Buren into the 60s.
Perhaps Northamptonshire just thought 3 overs to go until lunch. Gloucestershire wouldn't play too many shots at this point, just thinking about starting again afterwards, but Van Buren's dispensed with that theory straight away. Sales again, and that's slashed. It's gone over the cordon. That'll go down to the boundary for 4 more to third man. And this is an expensive over, expensive introduction. And the partnership of 50 between Van Buren and Zafar Kahar has only taken 55 balls.
Rapid.
Well, the last 12 have come in 3 deliveries. Graham's just got to play every ball on its merits here, and perhaps belatedly Young's dropped a third man back. That's a better ball from Sales, and Van Buren defends. Yeah, he's worked out that he can't just be hemorrhaging runs down through that area. The lead up to 77. Sales back at the end of his run. First over of this second innings. And Van Buren's clipped that up to Luke Proctor at mid-on.
Van Buren's come back a different player, hasn't he, since his shoulder injury? He had a horrendous injury diving for a ball in the game against Somerset. I think Tom Abel had hit one over towards the Kennington Avenue side of the ground at Bristol.
Sales past umpire Debenham and let go by Van Buren. So 3 boundaries and 3 dots in the probably was third to last over before lunch. Van Buren's just adjusting his pads and boots, but Gloucestershire have scored 104 this morning for the loss of Ryan Higgins, who was caught at first slip. A very good low, sharp chance taken by Will Young off Tom Taylor. But Van Buren started the day 9 not out, and he's now 67 not out. And he's getting some handy support here from Zafar Hart, who's got 21.
I really like the look of McManus's glove work. I really do. He takes it very elegantly. He's a stylish wicket keeper, and he's only a young lad, isn't he, McManus?
27.
Okay.
Actually, a bit more experience than you think.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. But he's come from Hampshire. Did some work with Michael Bates there, who was a very, very good wicket keeper. His batting let him down somewhat, but Michael Bates was an old school keeper, an authentic glove man.
So Northants have got
Kerrigan.
2 overs. Well, I say with Kerrigan, there might be more than 2 overs to go before lunch here, but he's switched ends again.
Here he is. Zafar sweeps. This ball goes around the corner. I think that's Emilio Gay down there. He's gone down to deep backward square. So they've got Jack White at deep square. This is for Zafar. They've got Emilio Gay at deep backward square. Jack White's in front, and they've got a short fine leg as well. Obviously you've got to keep the deep backward square in front, otherwise it's a no ball.
Field changes now for Van Buren. They've got a more orthodox field, 2 slips and the backward point. Has they got a third man in? No, they haven't.
That law came in after body line, didn't it, about having no more than 2 men behind square on the leg side, as Van Buren plays Kerrigan back to him. Something to do with Bradman not being able to play the short ball, I believe, wasn't it? Defended by Van Buren, tossed up a little more there by Simon Kerrigan. Oh, Van Buren going on the back foot there.
Kerrigan can't believe he hasn't got him there.
Yeah, it's good delivery. It's just done him a little bit in the flight. Might have been the ball before where Van Buren didn't really want to go forward. Good glove work again by Lewis McManus. Kerrigan in, Van Buren tickles him onto the leg side, Ryan Rickleton. A tickle to Rickle. Kerrigan. Van Buren lets that go, that completes the over. So we might get 2 in before lunch.
Yeah, 74 gone. So 6 overs to the second new ball. Sales as well 1 over. And is he going to be taken out of the attack or not? No, he's going to be given a second one. Northampton, they won't. I'm sure they won't use Sanderson.
No.
Until the new ball is due. Now I can't.
Or White.
No, I can't think that will be the case. So they've just got to wheedle through these remaining overs. Rob Keogh's dropping out here to deep mid-wicket. So he's got one of those got a cover on his finger. He's got 2 fingers strapped together there on his left hand. Rob Keogh, not his bowling hand obviously. 22 to Zafar. He's on strike at the moment. Northant's not hurrying through this over, so they might say, well, we're well ahead on the over rate, so
yeah,
it wouldn't matter if it was the last one. And Young is going into the gully, so no slips now for young James Sales. Just the short leg. He's going to go round the wicket to Zafar.
Well, there's no point in them finishing the game early, you know, because you want to avoid the traffic around Oxford anyway.
No.
Don't want to hit the rush hour at Oxford.
May as well be here till what? 6:45?
Yeah.
Safa's just gone for a walkabout. Certainly he's not interested in facing another over this side of lunch. Sails around the wicket to him. Sways out of the way. But we spoke a little bit pre-broadcast this morning about Gloucestershire winning sessions and the fact they haven't won that many sessions across the championship season this year.
That was a valid point that you made there.
Sometimes, you get to the end of a game and you think, well, they've only maybe won one session in the match, and maybe been even in a couple of others. And short from Sales, taken down the leg side by McMahon. That's a good take from him. But this has been a session that Gloucestershire have won. Unquestionably. Albeit it was one that they were coming from behind in the game. But the lead's up to 78. Sales to Zafar once more. Again he defends. Still got, to come back to Steve Millam's point, to look at the equation. They've probably got to bat at another session to keep all results possible. Zafar's crunched that away off the back foot, and that's gone for 6 over the rope, flat.
Cut for 6.
Down behind square on the hospital side of the ground, the Sanford Road side of the ground. This is the last over before
2
lunch.
balls to lunch.
And Zafar's cut that out of the reach of the fielder down
There's
there.
a man down there, he's taking him on as well. He's a good man to watch, Zafar Kahar.
In a world of his own batting wise. He's just saying he's got to tie a boot up. That'll just delay things. There's still 1 ball to go. The clock says 12:59, so this might be the last ball before lunch. An extraordinary way to nearly get to the interval, and Zafar's going to take runs off the last ball as well. Next ball of Sales is over anyhow. He's bowled 2 overs for 19, and Gloucestershire 247 for 6, and that in fact will be lunch. The clock has ticked round, and Gloucestershire have added 112 this morning for the loss of Ryan Higgins. So that's an excellent session considering they were 27 in arrears at the start of play, and they get to lunch 85 ahead. 247 for 6. The second new ball for Northampton is due 5 overs after lunch, but everything's still possible in this game with 2 sessions to go.
Yeah, a really gritty knock from Graham Van Buren. Gritty character and a really, really good innings there. Trying to fight hard, trying to battle for his side. He's on 67. We've seen some amazing shots from Zafar Kahar, let alone that one before lunch. Wow. 2 balls before lunch, uppercutting James Sales for 6 over point.
Comes back to that sort of positive mindset scenario.
But it is Gloucestershire's morning. It's definitely Gloucestershire's morning. We saw it interspersed with a bit of brilliance from Will Young with that diving catch. It was a world-class catch there. But Gloucestershire have still got a hell of a lot of work to do. They're 85 ahead at the moment. They've got 4 wickets in hand, but they don't want to lose one straight after lunch. We'll be back in about 38 minutes, something like that. We're going to have a bite to eat, and we can't wait because this afternoon is beautifully poised.
Yeah, could still be anything this match. The weather is set fair, the sun is out. Join us shortly before 20-2 to see how far Gloucestershire can push this lead and maybe then set Northamptonshire something for victory. Well, welcome back to Cheltenham. Still quite bright conditions. They've had a much better day, perhaps, than it looked likely to be at 9 o'clock. It was quite gloomy, and we've had probably a better day's cricket than we might have anticipated either, and we may have quite a bit more, because Gloucestershire are 247 for 6 in their second innings. The lead, as you can see on your screen, is 85, and there are 63 overs left. So still everything is possible. It could be quite a small chase if the second new ball has some effect. It might be there's no chase at all.
It might be. Let's see how it goes. Just a couple of things whilst I remember before play starts. Sunday, the game against Wiltshire. The England Lionesses game against Germany, the final from Wembley, is going to be televised live here down in the Pig and Pallet down over in the far side of the ground, and it should be a fantastic occasion. And if you hear lots of cheering in the distance, that will be because Ellen White's knocked one in as opposed to Ian Randall's commentary, so they'll be screen live. And also we have got Tomo's teaser as well. Adrian Thomas, we're going to have a Tomo's teaser for every Royal London Cup game. And what is it this morning, Ian? What's Tomo's teaser for today? We're going to tease you with a teaser of a teaser.
Gloucestershire play Warwickshire on Tuesday in the Royal London Cup. When was the last time, in what year did Gloucestershire last play Warwickshire in a List A match? In a List A match, not a T20, a List A match.
Answers on a postcard to Adrian Thomas. No, to commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
And we're just going to have our last acts that we're going to book for cricketers who double up in the second life as musicians.
Yeah,
we'll do those in a moment.
Simon Garrett Kerrigan is going to take us away after lunch.
Had some crackers on those this morning.
Here he comes. Zaffa goes sweeping, finds Jack White down at deep square,
all the way along the floor.
Yep.
So S Club Devon.
Oh,
from Devon Malcolm.
Who's here? Match referee in this game?
Yeah. Best Life for Tino.
Oh, like it. Or Pressed Life for Tom Prest at Hampshire.
Yeah, you can have that if you want. The Boomtown Pratts for Andy and Gary Pratt.
Love it. Here's Kerrigan around the wicket to the right-handed Graham Van Buren, who defends.
And Happy Monday.
Oh,
for Michael Mundy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we like that. Who are they from?
Our good friend Ben Feasy.
That's defended. Ben, he loves it. He's all over it. Young Benjamin. Simon Kerrigan. Oh, Van Buren goes pulling and misses it. Hits him with a resounding thump into his box. There's a man round the corner with a helmet on. That's defended into the offside. One ball to go in the over.
Yeah, the overs equation starts getting interesting now, isn't it? There's 62 overs left in the game after this one.
Yeah, James Sales is like 30 yards away from the bat with a helmet on. That's defended. I wonder if he's going to take the over, because he bowled the over before lunch. I wonder if he's going to take the over from the College Lawn end and bowl in a lid.
I suspect not.
I suspect not as well, but you know.
Looks like Keogh potentially. So Northampton's got to get through 4 more overs until they get the second new ball. So I think it'll be the K Club until then. Our emails remain open. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. I'll just get James to check any that have come over during the lunch interval. But Gloucestershire, from where they started today, have forced this game on a lot further than some people thought. My balance of probability was the target might be about 80. Well, obviously we're there already, and quite a few people, including myself, actually would say during the lunch interval, and that was the chat on the way round the ground at lunch, we got it wrong.
Mm.
We thought that Northants might be batting by now, on the balance of what happened before this season. Some of the spirit has been shown in second innings, and that's the case here again. Will it be enough to prevent a defeat, or even perhaps manufacture a win? But to do that, Northants have got to be tempted.
Yeah, they have.
And
Dangle the carrot.
And they may not be. They may be a kind of an equation that they just think isn't workable. So Rob Keogh is going to poll to Zafar Gahar from the College lawn end, just with a slip. And Zafar goes back and steers that out into the offside. Tumbling stop from Sales, who's now gone back to the sun hat. He's put the lid away round behind the wicket keeper, way out of the way. Keogh around the wicket to Zafar, who comes forward. You would think if anybody can play the spinners, it ought to be Zafar. He should be able to pick the slow left armour and the off spinner. They're both orthodox, and as if the wrist spin might be a bit of a different issue, but Josh Cobb isn't playing, so Northants don't have that equation. Into the ground from Zafar this time, again down to Sales at backward point. He's almost in the gully actually there, really. Backward point to be squarer. Jack White is out there anyway. Keogh wheels in once more. Zafar goes back and plays it from the crease. Almost turned round square, but Emilio Gay will have ground to make up, and they'll pick up one run.
Kevin Morgan on the email said, personally, I don't think Northants will entertain into a run chase
at all.
No, I think they'll be happy to settle for the draw in these circumstances. But I'd say for Glos to win it, like you guys have said, say a minimum of 40 overs would be needed, and ideally anywhere between 150 and 200 ahead. Ooh, that would mean...
Yeah, they have to really go for it.
That would mean 80 or 90 in the next 20 overs. That would be 4 and over, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it might end up being a bit shorter chase than that. But let's say, do we think Gloucestershire will declare? I'm not sure about that. They probably have to bat right through until tea and then decide.
And we've had a wonderful wasp-related email from Sue Arthurs in Stow-on-the-Wold, just up the road on the A40.
Wouldn't go all the way to Stow on the A40, though, would you, Dan?
No, you'd turn off. You could turn off there, or you could turn off maybe Bolton-on-the-Water. Another pleasant little village.
Keogh in. And into the ground from Van Buren.
You'd head out on the A40, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but you wouldn't go very far. You wouldn't get as far as Andoversford and turn left. 2:49 for 6. Keogh into Van Buren. Oh, it's going to squeeze that round the corner. That will take Gloucestershire up to 250. And that will draw more applause, no doubt, from the sparse crowd here today. But I think those that have come are going to, well, they're certainly, I would think, going to get at least 2 sessions cricket for their admission money today. They might get 2.5. Or they might even get more than that if Northants do sort of bite the offering, so to speak.
Hi Ian and Dan. Following the chat about wasps, at Cheltenham some 30 odd years ago during the annual family get together at the festival, my daughter and my niece, both aged about 3, were being pestered by wasps on a very hot day. Becca, my brother John Gordon's daughter, had a wasp crawl inside her loose summer dress, and it stung her. We were all concentrating on getting the wasp out of her clothes, as Kerrigan comes in a waspish manner and thus. We were all concentrating on getting the wasp out of her clothes and treating the sting that we were taking no notice of my daughter Libby. I turned around to see her taking a wasp off her lip as it was about to crawl into her mouth and throwing it away. It stung neither her mouth nor her hand. Lucky girl. But would she have scored 100 in the wasp game? Well, hoping Glos continue as they have so far this morning. Thanks for the live stream and the commentary. as Van Buren just plays that one down. That's from Sue Arthurs at Stone the Wall. Well, she could have called it. She could have scored 100 in the Wasp game.
Probably on VAR, I would think.
Yeah.
I got two questions about that.
Van Buren defence.
Number one, is that John, who is Benny's dad?
Yeah, I think it is.
Is one question.
Yeah. Kerrigan in, flighted, Van Buren defence.
And I thought, I might be wrong here, that there was a family who ran a florist in Stowe who I thought were the Arthurs. I wonder if it's the same family. Might be wrong on that. So if it is you, let us know.
Yeah, well. Libby Arthurs, 100 points in the Wasp game. If you're listening at home, please do not play the Wasp game. It's neither big nor clever.
We don't want any health and safety complaints.
Absolutely not. No, do not play the Wasp game. It's for drunken men at the Cheltenham Festival. Kerrigan's going to come over the wicket, and Van Buren pulls him with gusto through mid-wicket for 4 runs, 254 for 6. Van Buren moves into the 70s. Zaffigar Hart on 31, and a couple of overs now till the new ball is due. Ever played the Wasp game, Ian?
I haven't, Dan.
No,
No.
you're not a man
No.
who entertains.
Graham Van Buren's last championship 100, I'm thinking, was in the win over Surrey at Bristol at the start of last season. But he's probably got as good a chance of getting another one here as he has since that point. Here is Keogh, still with the old ball, and that's swept very fine by Zaffigar, but it's down to Rickleton, who's coming round from fine leg, and he'll pick up one. Sales is going to go back under the lid here to Van Buren.
If you were to play the Wasp game, would you sort of go for the glasses and aim to get 10 in the glasses as opposed to 1 in the mouth? Or?
Oh no, I think I'd probably invite somebody else to play on my behalf by proxy, I think. There's the lead.
Wasp fabulous.
93. Keogh to Van Buren again. The pull didn't time it.
Yeah, it might have hit Gay. It's not Gay then, under that, is it?
Sales is under the lid.
Yeah.
It might have come right off the bottom of Van Buren's bat, so he might be asking for another one in a minute, or some tape. Sanderson and White waiting in the wings, you feel. Spinners for the moment. Kerrigan from the College Chapel end, and Keogh continuing to wheel away from the College lawn end. One more to Van Buren. So for 32 or 47, he's seen, as in his other innings where he's made contributions. It's not a question of just pushing and prodding about. Yeah, he does go for his shots. Keogh around the wicket. It's past the outside edge, drawn him forward.
Yeah, no one expected him to see him uppercut a 6 2 balls before lunch, did they?
No, but Zafra in his own mind saw the ball there. Right, play the shot. Keogh around the wicket, swept. And there's a 3-stage appeal from Keogh. Can't believe that umpire Debenham didn't give it, so we can judge from this angle, which is not the best. I mean,
Anguished appeal.
yeah, he was quite a big stride in, but Ben Debenham not interested. In fact, he might just have had a word with Keogh about that appeal, because he literally did, rather than just asking, he asked and asked and asked again, and it wasn't a warning, I don't think, maybe just a quiet word. And perhaps indicates that Northamptonshire are becoming more than a bit frustrated, but they do have this hard up their sleeve. Sanderson just doing some stretching down to our right at a deep backward square. But there's the lead, 94. Overs remaining on the day, 59. That's the overs gone on your screen. There are 59 left. And obviously you'd have to take off, unless Gloucestershire were out on the cusp of tea, you have to take off for 2 in between innings.
Last over before the new ball's due. Simon Kerrigan going to take it, and that's defended by Graham Van Buren.
I think he had got a friendly 15-minute chat with Ben Sanderson this morning. He was gracious with his time.
Yeah, nice guy.
Before the warm-ups.
Kerrigan tossed up, well bowled. Van Buren defends. Yeah, he's a nice guy, Ben Sanderson.
Well, that's all know that.
Straight talking Yorkshireman, isn't
Yeah, uncomplicated kind of guy.
Oh, that's a full toss, which Van Buren whips through mid-wicket.
Rickleton's misfielded it. It's gone for 4.
Oh, is he? Okay. An area we can't see on the ground, but
It
on the video
looked a straightforward one, but it went past him on the bumble, so to speak. And
yeah, it's a little bit bobbly. It's the 8th day of cricket on this ground.
And it's very dry.
And it's been so dry, yeah. As Ian Randall's barometer in his hallway will tell you.
Interestingly, I did look at the forecast for going into next week, and it's dry. The only day it seems right and through to the end of the festival where there might be some rain actually is Sunday.
Okay.
Not a huge amount, but at the moment they're saying there might be a chance of some rain on Sunday, which obviously would not be good for that Wiltshire match.
And that puts the lead into 3 figures as Zafar Gahar gets that one very fine. I think there's a little bit of an under edge actually, but he gets 4 for his troubles. The lead goes up to 103. So this match getting interesting. I wonder if they'll leave them 200 or 40. Really go for it now. We'll see what happens with the new ball, but I wonder if they'll leave them 200 or 40. There's a single to Zafar.
I mean, the spell with the new ball, it can go one of 2 ways. The ball is harder, obviously. Will it go faster off the bat? If it draws a couple of wickets, then suddenly the game is changing. And here's a man who can perhaps offer us an opinion on that. Because we're going to be joined by, dare I say, the familiar tones, because he's been with us before this week. Once he gets into position, of Josh Shaw.
Josh, welcome aboard.
Thanks for having me once again.
Are we setting up a declaration here, do you think?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, I was in the middle helping the bowlers at lunch, so I wasn't involved in any conversation, but I imagine at some stage potentially there will be, yeah.
We're thinking, because the lead is now 103, we're thinking maybe they'll try and go 5 and over for the next 18, set them 200 or 40.
Okay.
Do you think that's...
Sounds pretty good.
Do you think
That
that's
is something
right?
I would, yeah, that's something I'd be tempted to give them. Obviously, if you do kind of try and set up a chase for them, it's got to be in your favour as well, not just theirs. You want to try and cover your own back as well.
But a draw is no good to Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like Somerset are going to get a draw over at Essex, so they've got to try and force the pace. And
you got to try and dangle the carrot and make it half tempting for them, because they don't really need to win the game. Another draw for them's fine. So you kind of got to, like I say, dangle the carrot a little bit. So it'd be interesting to see how we go, but
maybe be prepared to lose it to win it.
Yeah. Also, only being 103 ahead, if they have a quick spell now just after lunch with spin one and seam the other and get the 4 quick wickets, it's taken completely out of our hands. So we've got to actually bat well again here at this stage.
Well, here comes the new ball, and Jack White is going to take the first over with it. from the College Lawn end.
I think it was the person who was felt to be kind of the master of the dangling declaration was Paul Collingwood in his days at captaincy at Durham. White round the wicket to Zaffer, who whenever he seems to make a contribution, Josh, it always seems to be in this sort of counter-punching, positive kind of manner. He doesn't get his runs slowly if he gets them.
Yeah, absolutely. He tries to take the aggressive option and take the attack to the bowlers, which is good to see. So yeah, hopefully he does that with this new ball and can get us in front.
Lets that go. Just 2 slips in.
Were you a tad surprised at seeing him uppercutting a 6-2 balls before lunch?
Yeah, I did say I can't remember, I think it was Payne, he was sat on my left. I said, I've seen it all in cricket, but when you think you have, something like that happens with third man and deep point out and he's flailing over backward point for 6. It's one of those though, you say good shot, but then if he gets out, you're like, why has he done that? Sort of thing. But yeah, 2 balls before lunch wasn't ideal.
White Zaffer tries to force it past Emilio Gay, and there would have been a run out with a hit at the bowler's end. Graham Van Buren went for the single. Zaffer, well, I don't know who called what there, but Emilio Gay threw to the bowler's end. There was nobody by the stumps. Somebody by the stumps. It's a comfortable run out, and Northamptonshire probably feel they've missed a chance there. And Zaffer holds his hand up to say, that was my fault and I've got away with it.
He's a brilliant fielder, Emilio Gay, and that's a wonderful bit of work, but I thought Jack White could have got back to the stumps maybe a little bit quicker perhaps.
Well,
Josh Shaw would have been back there.
I'd have been halfway through my follow through filler.
White in once more to Van Buren, one of the 7 lives of a cat, you might argue, taken there.
As a bowler, you almost don't expect to run out in 4-day cricket like that. You're kind of thinking, they're not going to take too many risky runs and what have you, so you don't actually think about getting back to your stumps, whereas it's a 1-day game or a 2020, you're kind of always on edge, so it probably took him by surprise, but somebody should have potentially got back to the stumps there.
White first over with the second new ball, down the leg side, and that's gone past McManus all the way to the rope, off the pad. So 4 more to the total, 4 leg buys to the total.
I think this game could go all the way, you know. I really have a feeling we're going to be here at 7 o'clock tonight with
all results possible.
Yeah, with a little cheeky tie I'm going to go for.
It could be another Cheltenham classic. Was it Worcester we had here when Higo hit, or Rodders hit the 6 to win?
That was against Leicestershire.
Leicester, that's it.
That was 2019.
Yeah, I remember watching that on the live stream. I
was talking to James about that at lunchtime. 48 in 8 overs was the chase. And we've had a whole sequence of them. In 2018, Durham won by 41 runs. Gloucestershire chasing 340, got to 299. Sussex, Gloucestershire chasing again, lost by 28. And then 2019, Worcestershire match won by 13 runs with Worcestershire chasing 246. Leicestershire game Josh has spoken about, one chasing 48. And then last year, obviously Hampshire did win chasing a small total, but the Middlesex game also went to the last session on the last day, with Matt Taylor taking 4 for none in next to no time. That was after Darryl Mitchell got out. He batted a long time in that.
That was the Hampshire game was the interesting one where Pricey hit it into the short legs helmet and ballooned up, and
that was a freak,
kind of changed the game a little
dismissal.
bit. Yeah.
Freak dismissal.
We have Ben Sanderson. We're on air with a Yorkshireman, Josh Shaw, and we're going to have a Yorkshireman into the attack in Ben Sanderson. Sheffield Wednesday fan, we found out this morning.
Is he? Sheffield Wednesday. Yeah. Jared won't be happy as he's Sheffield United.
No. Sanderson approaching the crease as that's defended by Zaffer. Jared said that you Jona'd the hat-trick on because you were on for the first ball, weren't you, of when Miles Hammond nicked off a slip last week against Hampshire for 169, and Jared seemed to sort of imply that you had created the hat-trick by being on air, Josh. Is
Well,
there any truth in the scurrilous rumour?
I've
Saunderson in. Defended.
I've been the curse of the week. The last 2 weeks started the hat trick, and then obviously Higo was going really well in the first innings, and then put the mockers on him, and he got out the next ball. So yeah, hopefully no more mishaps on this stint. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
The curtain has been nearly drawn on our cricketers and tribute acts, but they've got a final crop, which I'll give you in a moment.
Saunderson. Defended. Go on then, Ian. Who we got?
Maddiness for Darren Maddy.
Like it, yeah.
The Yardie Birds. Michael Yardie.
Yes.
Australian seam bowler of the 1970s. Massey Attack.
Oh, like it.
And can you have Lily Allen, which is both obviously, and the Stone Roses. So you got Ollie Stone and Brian Rose, Graham Rose, and many of the Roses you might like.
Saunderson in.
That's from our good friend Mark Halliwell.
It looks a little bit stiff here, does Ben Sanderson? Maybe the overs in the legs are catching up to him a little bit. Might be taking 1 or 2 to get loose.
He's bowled 18 in this innings, not all of those today. He's bowled. This is only his 6th over today.
Just looks like he's grimacing a little bit after he's bowled.
Had a big lunch. That's defended. We're going to close the door on that one, but we will open the door on cricketing films. So we're going to start off with Josh Shawshank Redemption.
Very good. Very good.
Drop us a line to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There it is in the top right hand corner of your screen. And let's see who comes up. Zaffa just nurdles that one back with a point. James Sales does the fielding. That completes the over. 271 for 6.
And we will keep the email open for that quiz question, which is, when did Gloucestershire last play Warwickshire in a List A match? Not a T20, a List A match. Which year? If you think you know, you can drop us an email. And all due credit to you. No prizes, just the kudos of getting it right.
Yep.
Where's Adrian Thompson? Is he tuned into this somewhere in the crowd? He'll be shouting it out over the picket fences. He'll have that down to a T.
He devised the question. It's Tommy's teaser.
Yeah.
271 for 6. 56 overs remaining in the day.
He knows every stat.
Jack White in. He does appeal for an LBW from behind the stumps, but not from the bowler.
A bit of bat involved.
That's why Jack White looked ruefully at the floor.
He's one of those, if the stat's not worth knowing and he doesn't know it, then it's completely pointless.
Exactly. Yeah. It's got to be really niche for him not to know it.
Gloucestershire's lead up to 110.
Looking forward to the Wiltshire game, Josh?
Yeah, should be good. I think all the boys are looking forward to that 50 over competition, definitely.
White in. Zaffa, has he nicked that? He has. Taken by McManus, and White, who has bowled well in this match, has another wicket, and Zaffa, who's got 38 very useful runs, has to go. And Gloucestershire are 272 for 7.
What's that? 110 ahead.
Handy again from Zaffa, but just pushed a bit too hard at this one from White. And you'll get a warm round of applause as he goes off. But when he came to the club, Josh, I knew nothing about his batting.
Yeah.
And I think has he improved as a bat since he's been here?
I think he's always had the ability, but I think it's come out more this season in key situations when we have needed it. Yeah. Obviously we've got Pricey coming in now. I think they'll be looking at it thinking, we can get these wickets quite quickly, but Pricey's no He's
mug. No mug.
Yeah, no mug with a bat. I was going to say that, but I didn't know if I was allowed to say that on there. But yeah,
Say whatever you want, within reason.
He's struggling at the minute a little bit, bless him. But he's certainly no mug with a bat, and then Chappie can hit a clean ball as well.
Do you think Zaffa's got the potential to be a 6 or a 7 at some point in the future?
Potentially, yeah. He's got the technique for it.
Yeah.
Obviously, be in this team, I think he'd stay where he is for now. Obviously, with the batters that we have got, but he's obviously batting there at number 8. He's a great number 8 to have because he's no mug with a bat, like we said.
So, Tom Price facing White for the first time, and that's down the leg side. Northampton asking the question, but not upheld.
How does
by umpire Debenham?
Josh, I want to ask you, how does Graham Van Buren play it from here? Because there's 55 overs remaining in the day. Gloucestershire are 110 ahead. Does he stick or twist? Does he, bat sensibly and try and take some overs out of the game, or does he have a bit of a go and try and put the runs on the board?
I think he just keeps going how he is. I mean, Price is a good batter. Then you got Chappie, who's also a good batter, and Payne to be like everyone can bat. So I think he keeps going until he then decides.
White. Tom Price drops his hands
until either a message gets run out with the next wicket, or if these two get a good partnership, then they'll decide, oh look, we can now force the issue a bit. But yeah, Price is no mug with a bat, so I think he just needs to keep going how he is. He doesn't look to farm the strike. He just keeps batting and trust Price can get the runs at the other end.
Yeah,
he's obviously had a couple of weeks with the bat, unfortunately, but that can happen in cricket.
White, success in this over, but he's not going to get past the defences of Tom Price there, up to Taylor, I think, under the hat.
Have you ever had it? I mean, what's the worst run? I had, I think it was 1990 season when I was 20, that I had 6 ducks by the end of May.
Yeah, I started my first class debut by bagging a pair against Essex.
White in again from the College Lawn end, and Tom Price lets that go.
And then the following game against Worcestershire, I got against Derby, I got a duck first ball, but only batted once in the game. And then against Worcester in the following game, I was on for the Audi.
Yeah.
And I managed to clip one off my legs perfectly. And I'm convinced if Moeen Ali could have been bothered to dive, I'd have been gone for an Audi. So that was my start in first class cricket. I was on for the Audi.
Brilliant.
But you're not a proper batter until you get until you bag 'em, are you? So
no. You an Audi or even the Olympic rings is always good.
I was getting plenty of jip. There was I didn't know you wanted a new car and things like this. So I was like, yeah, cheers lads. That's just what I need, a bit of confidence. Pump my tyres up and all that.
Ben Sanderson. Here he comes. No, none for 61, which is unusual for Sanderson, as that's just played into the onside by Graham Van Buren. He's a quality bowler, Sanderson. He's a man who's always there or thereabouts in the leading wicket takers on the circuit. And to see him wicketless at this stage of an innings is unusual.
Just news from elsewhere. Somerset have passed Essex's first innings total at Chelmsford. They're 520 for 3 in reply to 505 for 9 declared.
How many's Renshaw got?
I'll tell you in a minute.
300. Price defends into the offside.
Renshaw's got.
In fact, we'll let Josh take the ball by ball here. Is that a dangerous thing to do, Josh?
I mean, he made 146. Banton has 124, and James Rue has 59.
He looks a good player, James Rue. I like the look of him. He's another one who's come through Somerset's academy. Go on, Josh, take it.
Sanderson's in now to Price. Luckily for me, that is dropped at second slip, as that would have been 3 and 3. I think Will Young has done me a massive favour there.
Shall I take it back over? Do you want me to?
I will now pass back over, yes, swiftly.
Will Young took an absolute worldie this morning and has just spilt a regulation chance. Wow. He's Sanderson. Take back home. Price defence in the middle of the pack. That would have been.
I think the boys are going to ban me from coming in here, I think.
Did you see the Will Young catch this morning?
I missed it, but I tried to see it on the camera, but the lads were saying it was a very good catch.
Superb catch. Yeah, really good catch.
Just news elsewhere quickly. Hampshire needs 67 more to beat Yorkshire. They're 3 down at Scarborough, 147 for 3.
Sanderson in. Price leaves alone.
And Kent are 3 down, chasing 312 to beat Lancashire. They're 51 for 3, so a long way to go there.
They were about 20 for 3, I think, at one point.
And in the match at the Oval, Surrey 71 for 1 against Warwickshire. They need another 177, so that promises to be a tight finish, but you probably slightly favour Surrey in that chase.
Yeah, I think Surrey and Hampshire look to be just pulling away from the pack. Price runs that down to third man. Emilio Gay doing the fielding down there.
Strange that catch was dropped with the lead on 111.
Whoa, was it? Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Nelson almost striking again.
I thought he had it as well, and
Yeah.
it just sort of bobbled out. It just it's one of those that just dribbles out.
Yeah, I had a perfect line of sight, and I was just hoping it would have crept out. And luckily for us, it did. That could be the bit of luck that Pricey needs to get going, and hopefully he can now make them pay.
We've had some wonderful cricketer movies come in. Star Wars, Waughs. Very good.
Tom Price on strike then to Jack White, and that's steered up towards Tom Taylor, and they will take one. He's at mid-on, was running alongside the ball for a while rather than going towards it.
These are from Ben Feasy on our PA. The Hogfather from Brad Hogg. And we need to talk about Kevin Peterson. Keep them coming. Keep them coming.
The Hodfather, you could get him, Andrew Hod.
Yeah.
White into Van Buren. Oh, a good partial stop by the bowler following through, and Luke Proctor completes the job. Gloucestershire started the day 135 for 3, so they've added 140, 135 for 5 I should say. They've added 140 for the loss of Ryan Higgins and Zafar Gahar. White striving for another wicket. And his 21st over in this innings. Steered away, no run, says Graham Van Buren. Went to, as we found out yesterday, went to Pretoria Boys High School, same school as Eddie Barlow, former Gloucestershire coach, former South African cricketer, of course.
What about the Haristocrats?
Van Buren on 80. Waits, and that bat's making quite a good sound at the moment.
You been over to the pizza tent anymore for your lunch?
Oh,
Thumbs up all around in the tent here.
Well, we have to go to the smallest one. We get about 35 minutes by the time we're off air and back on air.
White to Van Buren. Oh, he's pulled that well in front of square. Has that gone all the way for 6? No, it's gone one bounce 4, I think. Away to that tangerine, that burnt orange marquee. Away at the straight mid wicket.
I think it's taking the top of that picket fence.
Yeah, I'm going
there.
to say it took half the picket fence with it. I think they'd be happy with that back at Bristol, I believe. It was a great shot. He played a couple of those early on in the day as well.
They're not that short, are they?
Pick them up very early, but you don't bowl short to a short man, as we say.
Harry Pilling back in the day for Lancashire was not a man to bowl short at.
Van Buren's faced 140 balls. for his 84th. Still two slips in. That's on the bounce up to Luke Proctor at mid-off. End of White's over. 2 for 41 from 21 overs. 8 maiden. Sudnerson, I'm sure, will keep going for the time being with this second new ball. Lost you 279 for 7. The overs remaining in the day, just as important as the ones that have gone. So you've had 5 overs with the second new ball. There are 53 overs left. If Gloucestershire do fancy teasing Northants, then how many overs do they give them?
Remember, there's a wonderful photograph a few years ago of Leicestershire when they had Will Jefferson, who was 6'10", and James Taylor, who was, I think, 5'4", together. It looked like a father and his son playing Sunday cricket. It was like,
that could be Chapel and Van Buren, that could.
Yeah. We defended by Price. I think, can't remember who it was. It was a Surrey game. I think it was Jamie Overton was batting with Rory Burns last week, and one of the boys on my cricket club WhatsApp group said it's like a father and daughter out there batting. Burns with his ponytail. Sanderson into the crease. Price defends.
Do you think the shorter the chase, Josh, in a sense, the quicker decision Northamptonshire will make about whether they go for it or not?
Yeah, potentially. Like I said before, it's got to be. We've got to make sure that we're in the game no matter what we do, and it's also got to dangle the carrot that they want to have a go at the chase.
But sides chase, big totals in T20 now. The difference is, of course, it's a different ball, and there's no fielding restrictions.
Yeah. Also, the pitch, I think, is turning a fair amount. So we've obviously got Zaffer, Ollie Price as well, Van Buren as well. So yeah, I think it's one of those that if they don't lose wickets early, they can then decide, oh yeah, we're gonna have a go at this. But if they do lose a couple of wickets, they'll shut up shop and potentially try and block out for the draw. But it won't be that easy, I guess, on this wicket trying to do that.
Is that a record? 5 overs and 3 balls, and it's out of shape.
Well, it's pretty good even by this season standard. What do you think would be the minimum amount of overs? I mean, I know it depends on the total, but where Gloucestershire would sort of think we're not going to bowl them out in that amount of time, and also Northants would sort of suddenly not entertain it.
Yeah, I think around the 40 overs potentially kind of gives you probably just enough time, a little bit.
Yeah.
A couple of overs before tea.
Sanderson into Price.
Give you, if you can, potentially get a few overs before tea. Try and nip a few out.
5
then
overs before tea, maybe 37 overs, something like that.
Yeah, something around there. If you can nip a couple out quick there, and then crazy last session. You never know, but yeah, I think realistically you'd want 50 overs to give yourself a good crack, but obviously that won't happen because we're nowhere near far enough in front of the game to do that.
Hooked by Price, but it goes straight down to Kerrigan all along the floor at deep square for 1 run.
Yes.
So they're 118 in the lead.
10 overs from here to get to you, say, well, 160 and 40 is probably that's probably not quite balanced enough, is it, for you?
Josh is a Yorkshireman. He doesn't just things away.
It just obviously it depends on the start they get. I'd like to see 180, 200.
Sanderson in, and that's cut away by Van Buren. Jack White can't cut that one off as it crashes into one of James Healy's speakers out on the far side. And it's 4 runs, so 284 for 7. Van Buren's on to 88. Tom Price on 3. Lead now
121.
121.
This kind of is a scenario for us where we do need to win the game, so we also got to give ourselves the right number where we think we can obviously win the game, but also that if they don't go for it, or they do go for it, sorry, and then they just fall short at the back end if we carry on taking wickets.
Who would make that decision, Graham Van Buren or Dale? Or a think tank of both together?
Yeah, probably both together, I think,
Yeah.
to be honest. But now Graham's out there, I imagine Dale will be thinking about it as we speak at the minute.
White to continue.
Sure.
Tom Price plays a lovely shot out through sort of a wide mid-off. It's going to go all the way up to the rope, and it will cross the rope now in front of the committee marquee, which is
gorgeous.
Lightly populated, David. That's a lovely shot. Price up to 7.
Do you think they discussed it over lunch and thought about various scenarios? I mean, that would be the thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, even yesterday, for example, we were talking about it at tea yesterday, what scenario we'd kind of want, and when we're getting closer to that. Obviously, now these two, if they come back well for another, let's say, 8 overs, then we try and whack a couple more at the back end if these two are still in. But like I said before, they're only 3 wickets away from bowling us out. So it's one of those. You need to make sure you get.
It's the yin and the yang of cricket.
Yeah, you need to make sure you get far enough away where these two can afford to try and hit a couple, and if they get out, it doesn't really matter in the context of the game. But at this stage, it's still a big part of the game.
Yeah.
Now 140 and 45 is a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah.
White in. Price with another nice shot. That's another chase for Proctor. He will haul this in, I think. They'll get 2, and with the aid of a boot, Proctor makes the stop.
Well, I tell you what, whatever happens, the next 10-15 overs are going to be interesting.
Yep. Because they've kind of got to go on the attack a little bit to bowl us out, but also then they've got to try and protect the boundaries, so they might have the sweep men out.
It's a new rule, 15 fielders.
yeah. I'd take that in the 2020 game, that's for sure.
White staying over the wicket. Price drives up to mid-on, good stop from Tom Taylor. There's a couple of, Northamptonshire have had a couple of near things, haven't they? They've had the difficult slip chance that was dropped by Young and the possible run out, albeit that Zafar has since gone. So they may say that didn't cost them that much. But you've got to snaffle everything in the fielding side in this situation.
It was like our situation yesterday when we went back out and we dropped 2 catches. The boys kind of a bit flat after that, you stick those 2 on.
Especially at the beginning of the day.
Yeah,
it sets the tone, doesn't it?
Yeah, stick those on fairly quickly in the first half an hour. 40 minutes for 3 wickets and you get off the park. The bowlers are a bit more happy than a session and a half later, sort of thing.
Josh, we saw a scenario last week where Hampshire were giving it a whack because they thought the weather was closing in. I'll come on to it after this ball.
White still giving it everything here. 2 for 47 he's taken.
The boys chucked a couple down the leg side because they were trying to, keep it tight and and the umpire started calling wides. I mean, do you think there has to be consistency right through the game there, or does the umpire's train of thought come into it in a run chase that?
I think that was off Zafar, wasn't it, when he was over the wicket to the right-handers. I think there is a law where it is actually a wide straight away, even in any scenario of the game. He's obviously trying to get it out the rough and get a few wickets.
Yeah.
But that's obviously the risk again then, if it doesn't turn or he lands it too far down the leg side, doesn't spin, it's going to be a wide and quite hard for Bracey to tidy up.
Yeah.
But yeah, even last week we were still attacking, trying to take wickets. We had in-out fields trying to get people caught when they were going after it.
We took 4, didn't we?
Yeah.
And Hampshire changed their lineup as well. They put a couple of the big hitters in there. They put in James Fuller and Keith Barker, pumped up the order, and Vince opened instead of Holland as well, didn't he? So we're going to see Tom Taylor come back. He's been the pick of the bowlers so far, 3 for 27 off 12. He's got this nose to the ground running as Van Buren plays him out to mid-off.
I believe Tom Taylor's waiting on a phone call from his girlfriend as well. I believe she's pregnant and ready to to drop at some stage, so that could be 9 wickets we only need to potentially get.
I believe so. I believe that's why he was pumped up the order batting-wise as well.
Yeah.
So good luck there to Tom Taylor and his wife, and if he does have to go this afternoon, so be it.
Be a shame, wouldn't it?
Well, I think it's more important to be at the birth of your child.
Sure.
That's a lovely shot from Van Buren there, and Jack White can't cut that one off. Actually, Sales over there on the boundary. He can't cut that one off. But it's more important to be there at the birth of a child, surely, than trying to save out a game against. Maybe he might open the innings. And have a thrash and get back on the 840 and back up.
Has to be bad planning though in the cricket season, surely.
Yeah. Taylor in.
It's like going on holiday in the season. Club cricketers.
Poor, and you don't have a wedding in the season either, because you've got to think about the anniversaries in the future.
Yeah.
You know. So
October till April, then's your time for all that.
Yeah. My twins were born on the 26th of September, so I was borderline. My youngest daughter in November.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. Taylor into the crease. Van Buren cuts that dead square to Sales.
So
295.
So Graham gets to 3 figures, and then that's the licence to go, is it?
Could well be the case, yeah. I mean, the lead's nearly 130 now, is it?
132. 133.
Could well be. You mean, just depends what he's thinking. I've not seen Jared, who's going to be leaving us in half an hour of getting out of 12th-man duties. I'm not seeing him run out with a drink and a scenario for Graham to think about. But I imagine that might be in the back of his mind.
Taylor in, and that's gone down to Emilio Gay down at third man. And what's the plan for the weekend then? Are you watching any club cricket around, or?
I was going to play for Bristol, but with the game on Sunday, I said I could play as a batter, but they sadly declined that offer and picked Miles Hammond instead of me. So I'll be going and watching the boys. I do enjoy watching a bit of club cricket on a Saturday, so I'll be up there watching. Then obviously here on Sunday. Yeah.
And we're showing the England Lionesses game live here on Sunday as well in one of the marquees. Taylor comes in to Van Buren, who plays that back to him. That's the end of the over. 296 for 7. Van Buren 93. Tom Price on 10. And Tom Taylor 3 for 33. Yep, we're showing the England Lionesses game. So come down. Don't think I'm going to stay at home and watch the England game, because it's going to be live in one of the marquees down there. And it should be a good game, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I did watch the semi-final. It was a good game. I've not watched much of the tournament. I won't lie, but it was a good game the other evening. Hopefully on Sunday they can get the job done. Hopefully.
I saw you warming up with a football out there, Josh, and I thought that back-heeled goal was reminiscent of you out there.
Absolutely. The Yorkshire Perlo, like Calvin Phillips, apparently that's what the boys call me, but I don't like to gloat about that one.
Here's White. Comes in and Tom Price lets that go. Graham Van Buren's hit 17 fours in that 93, so he's got a high proportion of his runs in boundaries.
Yeah. Just seen him call for a drink there as well in between overs for the next over, so maybe that's the message that he's looking for, kind of what do we need. So it could be an interesting next 10 overs or so.
Yes, I remember there was a White.
I think 240.
Yeah, but fields that off his own body. I remember a game. This was at Bristol. This is probably going back. How far? Well, Gareth Roderick was Gloucestershire captain. Is that what that will tell you?
2016
against Worcestershire, where the declaration didn't really give Worcestershire a chance of going for the target. White in, and Price lets that go. And Moeen Ali got an unbeaten 100 in a game that finished as a very comfortable draw, and he made batting look very, very straightforward. But it was almost a free hit to him, because the target was such that Worcestershire was just never going to entertain going for it, and that's the balance that Gloucestershire have got to strike here.
Yep.
White into Price, into the ground, out to Kerrigan.
They've also
Short cover.
They've also got 3 left-handers in their top 4, 5. So Zafar will be licking his lips with the rough at one end there, especially if he bowls at the Chapel end. There seems to be a bit more rough for the spinners at that end. So hopefully,
Gay, Proctor, and Rickleton all left-handers.
And even the Graham was saying it was spinning from straight as well when we came off for lunch. So I mean, by no means we're certainly in the game. White
steered away by Tom Price, way down to the boundary in front of the AC Milan marquee. Is that the black and red?
AC Milan or Bournemouth. We're not quite sure which marquee that is, but I'm sure the Yorkshire Perlo, Josh Shaw, will tell us.
Yeah, it looked as if Gloucestershire needed 200 runs when they started this morning to make a game of it, and so from that end they need 38 more.
They batted very well, haven't they? Van Buren's innings of courage, this.
White to bowl to him.
Sure.
Punched in the V, up to Proctor at mid-off. End of White's over. He's got through 23 overs, both last night and this morning. 2 for 48. And Jared Warner's coming out with a drink now for Graham Van Buren, and who knows whether it's just a drink.
I think there'll be a message in there.
More than that.
Yeah, I imagine there'll be a message in there with some...
Like a message in a bottle.
Yeah, like the goalkeepers in the penalty shootouts. Yeah.
Price is taking a drink. He's not been out there very long.
Who's the worst 12th man out there? Who's like just sort of has dereliction of duty?
Yeah, Jared's been caught on the hop a couple of times this week, so I've got to throw him under the bus a little bit.
Yeah.
There was one yesterday when there was a wicket, I think, and Harry wanted a drink and gloves, and he signalled gloves. And so Jared dropped the water bottle, ran inside and ran out with the gloves and forgot the water bottle.
Taylor to Tom Price, who gets an edge on that. And that's gone through. Emilio Gay down at third man. And that brings up the 300 in the 90th over. 350 minutes. And this could be quite interesting here. I felt sorry for Matt Parkinson, because he was just taking on England tours, wasn't he, all over the place, where he was just, probably after the end of those 2 winters abroad, he's probably so adept at being the drinks waiter that he could probably knock you up a really good Harvey Wallbanger or something.
It's like making a cup of tea as a 12th man. You don't want to make a good one, because then you just get getting shipped off to do them, so you make sure you had a bit too much milk or too much sugar.
That's a nice shot there by Tom Price. That Gay's going to cut that one off. It goes the other side of him. But just a single, 301 for 7.
There's been a bit more intent in these last 2 balls in the running between the wickets, which makes me think that they've obviously Jared's run out a message of some sort there, and whether it's 8 overs or less or more. But they were certainly pushing the third man fielder there twice, so it'd be interesting to see what is going to happen.
Yeah, well, I think they're 140 ahead as Taylor comes in, defended by Van Buren. 140 ahead, so they'd be looking to set 60 off 8.3 here to give them 200 off 40. Would they maybe go 60 off 10 and leave them 38?
Might well be.
Well, you'd lose 2 between innings, wouldn't you?
Of course you would, yeah.
You see, 2. If you set them, I set them 230. Let's just I don't think Northampton buy that.
No, it has to be. I think, as Josh said, I think you have to have 38-40 to give yourself a chance to bowl them out. That's over the batsman's head there, I thought, but Tom Taylor seems to have got away with it. Graham Van Buren, not the tallest of men.
And I mean, Graham's also a very unselfish player too, isn't he? I mean, if it was decided that they want to press the accelerator pedal now and he's on 93 and he got out, in a sense, the fact he hadn't got 100, that wouldn't. I don't think that would bother him, because he's a very unselfish kind of guy.
Cut backward a square by Van Buren. Emilio Gay doing the fielding down there. Throws into the gloves of McManus. I've been impressed with McManus. He's got good glove work.
Yeah, he is a good keeper. Yeah, that's the thing. They've done well to get him for a season long loan. Obviously from Hampshire. Yeah, he's handy with the bat as well, to be honest to him.
Got 60 last week against Lancashire.
Yeah, it's a good pickup by them for the season.
As Ian said, there was a wicket-keeping merry-go-round, wasn't there, right on the eve of the season, where Ben Brown went from Sussex to Hampshire. Taylor comes in. We had Rossington go from Northants to Essex. Yeah. Wheater retired, or he played one game and retired, I think, or 2 games. Who else was there? There was
and
McManus going from Hampshire to Northamptonshire.
Alsop to Sussex.
Alsop to Sussex.
More recently, but
yeah,
that's true.
Yeah. We had. Well, it was a deal done last season, but Davis went from Lancashire to Warwickshire so he could take the gloves. But Burgess has been getting the gloves, hasn't he? And Davis can't score a run for his new county.
So a chance here for perhaps Ben Sanderson to have another tilt with a newish ball. 48 overs remaining in the day's play.
Who's been on the email? Ian?
Peter Demeteor says, how much do I regret not travelling up from Bristol today? A lot, I can tell you. Thank goodness for the live feed. Mary Popping crease for your films.
Oh, Peter. Peter.
Up the gas, he says. A Bristol Rovers supporter, obviously. Sanderson in. Clipped behind square with a yelp. Not from Van Buren, but from the Northants fielders. Van Buren to 94. Sue Arthurs has been back on. Yes, my brother John is Benny's dad. He is not at the ground today, but he's moving house. Many years since Kim Arthurs had the flower shop in Stowe. Her grandfather and late husband's father may have been distant cousins, but I'm not sure. So there was an Arthurs in Stowe. I thought, sort of vaguely got that right. And Alison Sparrow's been on with some more films, which we'll do in a moment. Price on 16 waits for Sanderson in defence. So we can have.
Josh, you know, when you go back after this stint, I want you to go back and ask the boys in the dressing room and come back with a message saying who's got what on the films, the cricketing films.
Right, okay. There'll be a few, I imagine.
Jurassic Parks.
All like it, yeah.
The Dark Nick Knight.
Oh, yes.
11 Angry Men.
Very good.
And Mad Max Klinger.
Oh,
very good.
And Rebel Without a Course, Corse, he says.
A course or a course?
A course.
Ah.
Sanderson in, and Tom Price again defending stoically.
Who would be making those up in the dressing room? Who would be racking their brains? Who would be all over these sorts of films? I'm surprised your dad hasn't been on the case, actually.
He must be working today. He must be working. No, Jared would be the one. He's usually good with things like that. Jared would be the one for that.
Yeah.
Jack Taylor, if he was here, he's usually good.
The long chat between Luke Proctor this time and bowler Sanderson. Tom Price 16 off 32 at the moment. And staying that way.
We did tell Jack Taylor the other day that he's a natural successor to Boris Johnson as Prime Minister. That he's a leader of men. He's got experience at number 10.
Yeah.
He was educated at Oxford.
Yeah.
And being a Spurs fan, he'd be used to looking into an empty cabinet.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, Spurs is only round the corner from Oxford, isn't it? It's not like Oxford haven't got a football team for him to support or anything like that. But then again, that baffles me with a few of our boys.
Sanderson in. It's a very, very fine clip down to fine leg from Tom Price. Picks up 4 more. And the lead for Gloucestershire ticking towards 150. 146 it is at the moment.
We've got We've got Ben Charles, who is a Manchester United fan. From Oxford.
Yeah.
Been to Old Trafford once, I think.
Right.
Ajit is a Liverpool fan, I believe, which from Ascot is just around the corner again. And Ollie Price is a Liverpool fan as well, from Oxford, which is...
Who does Tom support?
I'm not sure. I just know Ollie's a Liverpool fan.
Right. Any other Bristol fans? Well, Dent's Bristol City and Bracey's Bristol Rovers.
Yeah.
Sanderson from the College Lawn end into Tom Price. That's a nice looking shot. It's just partially stopped by Rob Keogh at mid wicket, but Proctor will complete the job. That's the end of the over. 47 overs remaining in the day. 308 for 7. The lead is 146. And Dan's got a burning question.
Yeah, did Dent and Bracey have proper rows, proper tear-ups over Bristol Rovers and Bristol City?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, they chat about it a little bit, but not often.
Yeah.
I don't think Dent is that into it about football than Bracey is. Bracey's a keen gashead.
He goes to watch, doesn't he, regularly? And
yeah, a lot, yeah.
I saw him doing some promotional video. I think it's for the T20 back in May, and finished it off with "Good Night Irene," which is their song down at Bristol Rovers.
Yeah.
So here's the tempter then.
Simon Kerrigan. Yeah. Here we go. I wonder do you think the captains might have set something up here? Do you think is there potential there, or?
I don't think so. They're not in the position to need to win really, so I can't see that happening. I'm not seeing them had a chat in the middle either. So
yeah,
I think it's just a case of us trying to get where we need to get to, and then declaring and hopefully trying to bowl them out.
Yeah, I spoke to Jack Brooks actually about the collusion. Remember 2016 championship season, last day of the season, Middlesex versus Yorkshire at Lords. Were you part of the Yorkshire squad then?
That's my first year on loan down here, so no, I was watching on Sky Sports in the change room that last day.
Somerset were in the mix as well, and they'd finished their campaign. They'd won in 2 days. So Yorkshire or Middlesex had to win, otherwise it was going to be Somerset's title. So they had to set something up. As Kerrigan comes in, and Van Buren plays it out to mid-off, scampers through for a single, puts him on to 96, 309 for 7. So Andrew Gale and James Franklin, I think, was the Middlesex skipper at the time, and Franklin ran off the pitch and they colluded over the declaration in the gents' toilet. That's where it all happened. That 2016 county championship title was decided in the gents' toilet. Tossed up by Kerrigan, turned around the corner by Price, but they turned down the single. Van Buren looked interested there. There's intent, as Josh Shaw said, there's intent here from the Gloucestershire lineup.
Again, it can't be anything too reckless still, just because we're not.
The game's not safe.
Yeah, we're not far enough out of range, so it'll be the running and the fours. I don't imagine there'll be many sixes hit. Watch this now; he'll just dance down the wicket probably.
He goes backwards and defends that. Emilio Gay doing the fielding.
Is there a scenario where Gloucestershire think, actually, if you don't bowl us out, we will just bat out the game?
I think there will be a declaration at some stage, just because of the position we're in. We need to win the game. So we will. I think certainly we will declare it at some stage and try and
even if it's one which is heavily in Gloucestershire's favour.
One to price there, by the way. Oh, that's edge from Van Buren, but he's going to get 1 for it. That completes the over.
Yeah, I think we'll.
So 230, for example.
I don't think it'll be 30 overs. I think it'll be just enough. It'll be the right amount where you're backing yourselves to bowl them out, but then also they've got a good chance of chasing it if they bat well. I just think 230. It's quite easy to block out the rest of the overs there if they do lose a couple of wickets. Whereas I think the 35 to 40 over range, that's what I'd be swaying on. But again, they're out there.
It's teasing, isn't it? Because the target might be smaller in that instance. It might be 180.
Yeah.
This is why I love county championship cricket, though, because of all the scenarios, permutations, etc. And it's a wonderful, wonderful tournament, the LV County Championship.
Sanderson starts a new over with Van Buren on 97. 97 from 154 balls.
Unlike the smash and grab of 2020 cricket, where anyone can win the game.
I like that, but this is one for the connoisseur. It's I mean, Josh, I like going to McDonald's, but I like going out and having a lobster thermidor as well.
Okay.
Van Buren still with the slip on a gully to contend with, and again defence, decent straight ball from Sanderson.
So it turns out my dad is listening. I've just had a message. You and Jazz, Dumb and Dumber.
Harsh.
Can see you now chuckling away in your chair at home, thinking of that one.
Van Buren on 97. Sanderson.
That's too high.
For LBW looks too high.
That sounded a bit like Thipod, yeah. I know he's small, but I think that one was certainly going over.
This is the 13th over with the second new ball.
I think he's come back a different man since his shoulder injury, Van Buren. I think the rest probably might have done him a little bit of good.
Yeah.
He looks full of confidence.
He played a good innings in the second team at Rockhampton as well, just as he was coming back. And he got 100 there, and he's timing the ball so well for somebody who's been out for 6 weeks with a shoulder injury. He just seems to be timing it so well, and like you say, he's looked good ever since he's come back. So yeah, maybe the time off has actually helped him, but he obviously wouldn't want to be.
Sanderson
wouldn't want it to be away in that period, but looking back, things like that, you kind of think that probably did help my season, having a bit of time away to not really think about cricket, to be honest, and just have a bit of family time.
He's a popular guy in the dressing room as well. He's popular around the club. I mean, he's a genuinely nice guy, isn't he, Graham Van Buren?
Last century was at the beginning of last season against Surrey. He's 3 short of another one. Down the leg side, doesn't get a touch, taken by McManus. We're not are we waiting for the declaration? You kind of are, you kind of not, because Gloucestershire have still got to strive to get to what they consider is enough runs. They're probably not there yet. Not with the overs we have left. If they walked off now, after this next ball, they will be 43 left in the day. Off the pad. Another leg bite of the total. So Josh's sort of optimum number is 35, so that's probably 6 overs more batting from where they are at the moment. And 180 and 35 is a real carrot dangler, isn't it? That really is where you feel you've got both teams in the game, albeit Actually, just on that point, could the umpires say that they would take an early tee at that stage and play the 35 in one session, or would you have to go out for 3 overs and then come off again?
I think the last day's fixed, isn't it, on time?
It
So
is.
obviously you've got to declare at the right time and things like that. What we got? We got 45 minutes until.
No, tea is 3:10, isn't it, on the last day?
3:40.
3:40, sorry, yeah.
3:40.
Kerrigan to Van Buren, who defends.
So it might be a case we might have 15-20 minutes before tea if we get far enough in front. Who knows?
So it's 5-3 at the moment. Van Buren goes cutting.
I've had a message in for the films, the full Monty Panesar.
I like it. Like it. Love it. Van Buren defending.
You can just feel the tension with him being on 97. He's not scored as freely. Come on, Buren, just a nice cut for 4 or something. Pull
He
shot.
smashed that one. Oh, it's gone straight down. I think it's Ryan Rickleton. No, it's not. Rickleton's at mid-on. Can't see who that is. It's Emilio Gay down here. And moves him on to 98. A couple of yards either side of him, though, because he hit it with such force. That would have been his 100, but he's on 98. Price on 21. Just defended into the onside. You can feel, you're right, you can cut the tension here, can't you? This game's beautifully poised.
I was just thinking there, like the running between the wickets seems to have upped a little bit after the drinks message, but the scoring's not gone as freely as we'd have liked probably, so it is an interesting little period in the game.
Yeah. Price rocks onto the front foot, defends that. That's a good over there by Simon Kerrigan.
Sorry, Dan. Just looking at another overs computation. Gloucestershire have batted 54 overs today and only lost 2 wickets. So Northampton's morale can't be or won't be as high as it was at 11:30 this morning.
They've spent that much time in the field as well. You see it quite regularly, a bit like the Leicester game last week against Glamorgan.
Yeah.
You think, this is just a feather bed of a wicket. They're never going to lose this game, and they got bowled out quite easily in the end.
We spoke about that this morning. We gave a talk in the AC Milan marquee over there, and it is demoralising. I mean, Gloucestershire have had it this year where they've been in the field for 130, 140, 150 overs at times, and with Bracey, you just can't bat at 3, having been in the field for that long.
Sanderson to Van Buren on 97. Where's that gone? It's away for 4, and Van Buren goes to his 100.
That's 100 for Graham Van Buren.
First 100 since the first game of last season against Surrey.
165 balls, 18 balls.
That was his 18th 4, and he raises his bat, takes off his helmet, and gets a warm round of applause from those who gambled today, perhaps, and thought there still might be a decent day's cricket here.
That's a really courageous knock.
Sanderson in again. Van Buren clips that away down through mid-wicket again. Nice, it's gone straight a bit squarer than that. Rob Keogh hauls in the throw.
I reckon now they'll go. I reckon now they'll open their arms.
Well, 155 is the lead.
There's another great pull shot, a bit like a few overs ago, where he almost seems to be top of the stumps and he just swats it away over mid-wicket.
It's very dismissive, isn't it? It's like Ian Randall with a wasp.
Not with a bat, let me tell you.
We had a email in earlier, Josh, about a chap who used to play the wasp game here at Cheltenham, where you get certain points for trapping them in a jar, catching them in your hand, or 100 points for catching them in your mouth.
Sanderson in once again. Tom Price again squeezes a single. They think about a second, but the throw is in quickly from James Sales down there at wide long leg, and Gloucestershire go to 3.19 for 7. These two joined forces at 2.72 when Zafar Gohar was out. Van Buren pulls that from right on top of his pads, and that's gone all the way to the rope as well, despite the long chase and the dive from Rob Keogh. That's gone into the speakers at deep square, and there's the 50 partnership. Less than 13 overs.
How crucial was that drop catch from Will Young? Keep your emails coming through to us as well. We'll read out all the best cricketers' cricketing films.
.161, the advantage. Sanderson in, Van Buren lets that go. Even a hat-trick now would still leave the game in the balance, wouldn't it? 161 in 40 overs is still enough that it would leave the game in the balance. So I think Gloucestershire have almost got to where they'd say that they can kind of really cut loose if possible. Sanderson in, Van Buren just defends once more up to White. But this has been a good stand, because when Zafar was out, one more quick one, and Northants might have felt they were back on top once more. But at the moment, Josh, it's kind of hard to say. I mean, it's hard to say who's got the balance of power here really now.
I think it would slightly just looking from body language and noise in the middle, I think we'd say we just got it at the moment, because they don't seem to be moving around at a great hurry or much noise coming in, encouraging the bowler and things like that, and they're walking between overs. It does seem to be, don't seem to be hurrying around and kind of getting behind each other. So I think I'd personally say the balance of power currently is with us, because they kind of slumped down. You know, they've been in the field a long time, and when we do declare that, it's going to be quite hard for them to then switch back on. And
Kerrigan to Price, he defends.
So you would say Gloucestershire have wrestled the initiative from them?
I believe so. Yeah, I do. Yeah. It just seems quite quiet out there. Nothing much going on really.
Kerrigan, and Price goes back dangerously.
I mean, you have a lead of 162 on first innings. You really think you ought to be winning the game, oughtn't you? Yeah,
absolutely. And we've done well to dig ourselves out of a hole there and make up for the mishaps in the first innings.
Left alone, no run. Ian Randall. I've only managed to go and get 2 Northamptonshire players into one film. That's just turn around the corner, they run a quick single. White doing the fielding.
Which is?
Proctor Shivargio. Keo.
Okay.
I'm off.
Yeah.
I'm sacked. That was the career of Dan Whiting. It's been lovely working with you.
Hampshire nearly there. They only need 8.
Josh Shaw's your co-commentator
to win.
I'm going to have to shoot because Jared's going in a minute. I'll be out there with my whites running the messages when the declaration's coming, hopefully.
Ooh.
It doesn't look long after that shot there from Graham Van Buren.
No.
A swat.
It's been fantastic
if you
to
need
have
to go,
you on.
Josh, by the way, please do. We don't want to get you fined or anything.
No.
It's been fantastic to have you on. Kerrigan in, and that's a little bit quicker. Van Buren pumps him through mid-wicket. Ryan Rickleton doing the fielding. But no, it's been brilliant having you on the last few days, and may I wish you the best of luck for the Royal London campaign.
Thank you very much.
I look forward to seeing you getting some polls out there as opposed to having a microphone in your hand, because you know you we're really, really rooting for you, and hopefully you can bring some silverware back to Bristol.
Fingers crossed, yeah, fingers crossed. I'll try and get in when we're batting and going really well, and keep you entertained for a little while. But yeah, no, thank you very much.
No problem at all.
Cheers, Josh, thank you.
That's Josh Shaw, everyone, who's fantastic in the commentary box, but an even better cricketer. And he even laughs at our rubbish jokes, even better. He is a well-mannered lad.
We're going to see Rob Keogh from the College Lawn End. Just to recap then, so at Scarborough, Hampshire 206 for 3. They need only 8 to beat Yorkshire. Kent are 5 down now at Old Trafford. They're 90 for 5, still needing 222 to beat Lancashire. And Surrey going well in their chase against Warwickshire. They're 117 for 1. They still need 131 more. So is this the dangling of the carrot from Northants with the spinners on at both ends? Keogh in. Van Buren goes past the man at extra cover. There's a long chase round for Simon Kerrigan and he can't haul that in. 4 more to Van Buren. Doesn't cut too happy a figure, Simon Kerrigan, at the moment. Waits for Keogh, defends, plays the ball, it's Merritt. 42 overs. That screen might have frozen actually on the ground. It still says 323 for 7. Our screen says 329. Simply dab from Van Buren doesn't make contact. It's catching up. It's gone for a tea break. That's the board on the ground, not the board you're looking at. 329 for 7. Van Buren off the thigh pad. Tom Price is sent back.
Good bowling now from Keogh, not allowing Van Buren to get his levers going, to swing his arms, just tying him up round middle and leg.
There's the lead. Van Buren goes straight down the ice. He's picked the gap past Jack White. That's gone straight in the V, past the man at mid-off, and all the way up to the College Lawn boundary for 4.
Rain stop play, inspection at 3. He's dropped me a photo on Twitter. And he's hoping that Graham Van Buren can keep it going. He sent me a photo north of the rocks of Arbroath.
Keogh's worked round to deep backward square again by Van Buren. He will keep the strike. He's dominating the strike a bit at the moment. 334 for 7. Steve Rose in Baltimore says, afternoon gents, in Baltimore mind you, your earlier mention of Harry Pilling had me checking for the date of the classic Lancs v Gloucester Cup semi-final. Of course it was 51 years ago today.
Oh.
I remember taking the supporters club coach to the match, and the Gloucester innings was already underway by the time we arrived. It turned out to be a very long roller coaster of a day, an amazing occasion despite the hugely disappointing result. I was happy to see John Mortimer dispel the ghost of Old Trafford when we won the final 2 years later. Indeed so.
Philip Gamage has been on Twitter. Good afternoon, gents. Northamptonshire need a breakthrough. Tonight, Wolverton Town under 13s v MK Air under 12s at Osborne Street, Milton Keynes. 6 p.m. start. Thanks, Philip Gamage. There you go. Free advertising here at Glos Cricket TV.
And Jerry Wolstenholme on the films says the world of Izzy Wong. Can we have that? Why not?
Kerrigan. No ball. Oh, again. I don't understand this. I'm flummoxed, Ian Randall. Well, does Jerry say?
Well, we'll get to that at the end of the over. In Kerrigan's overs, it's difficult.
1 run there, out to deep point.
What's the lead? 174, 175 with that single. 38. We're talking 38 overs. I wonder if there's it's more not the overs but the number of runs here that's the key thing.
Tom Price defends. So this would be 38 overs now. It's getting exciting, isn't it? Ian Randall.
3-0. Yes, they might go 35. Because that would get them in before tea, which might be the issue.
Tom Price
So
leaves that alone.
Another 10 minutes with the spinners on.
Oh, that's well bowled. Tossed up a little bit higher there by Simon Kerrigan. Not afraid to get whacked.
Price's eyes lit up at that, didn't it?
Yeah. Dot ball,
But
defended.
a more sensible defensive shot to the next ball.
Price just defends that into the onside. Tom Price hit a huge 6 in the first innings. So it was going to take out Ian Randall's car.
It'd be a big hit to do that. Even bigger hit to take out your car.
Yeah, I'm very careful here.
Parked well out
After
of the way.
Tom Abel, as in the Somerset game, nearly put my windscreen through, I'm amazingly careful.
175 then the lead. There are 40 overs left in the day, -2 for change of innings, unless of course the declaration came at tea. Rob Keogh to continue from the college lawn end. Graham Van Buren down the ground. There is now a long on and a long off out, and Proctor will do the fielding. Just 1 run. Gloucestershire creeping towards a possible declaration. Josh Shaw felt that there would be one. Price off the back foot. Again, we've got a single out to Emilio Gay. A little bit of a fumble. They haven't taken the second run. I mean, Van Buren, considering, as you say, his recent form, 21 fours in 119, suggests he's going pretty well. That's down the ground as well, all the way though to long off, where Jack White does the fielding. Just picking off the singles at the moment, but 6 and over will get them to 200 reasonably quickly. Price has gone aerial here, and that's gone over White, and it's gone all the way for 6. Just cleared the rope, just hit the boundary boards at long off, and that's a fine stroke from Tom Price. He goes to 30. It was wide, but he went through the line and all the way up to the boundary, and now that's forced White to go back. And this is what James Bracey and Ryan Higgins did for a time in the first innings. Pushed the field back, picked off the singles. Are Gloucestershire now 16 short of a declaration? 184 is the lead.
There's a chance if Gloucestershire bowl their overs quickly, because it goes to the last hour, doesn't it, that they might get in a couple more.
Zafar would have to bowl quite a lot in that situation.
Yeah. They wouldn't make up any lost time from last night either, would they?
No, they can't do that.
Can you imagine if it all gets close and bad light again?
How determined are Northants to actually win this game? Are they prepared to take on a potential chase, say, of 200 in 35 overs? Will Gloucestershire set them anything? I mean, Josh Shaw seemed pretty clear that to try and win, you have to declare.
How determined are Gloucestershire?
Well, yeah, indeed. A draw, yes, from the position they were in, a draw is definitely a positive because you're salvaging something from a poor position. But you arguably need more than that. It's a nice sweep from Tom Price. He's got that away very fine. Nothing Sales can do about that or Rickleton. And that will go into the boards under the main scoreboard for 4 more. And it's now 350 up. And these two have added now 78 for the 8th wicket. Northants would, and now Dom Goodman's come out with what looks like a message to Graham Van Buren. It might only have been drinks before, but that looked to be a definite message there from Goodman to Van Buren. A 3:15, so we're 25 minutes from tea. Gloucestershire could declare at 3:30.
Yeah.
And effectively save 2 overs.
Yeah.
And that would help their cause somewhat. Has the ball not been returned from that last sweep? Oh, it's gone. Yeah, so the spectator's gone and retrieved it from down by the entrance on the Sandford Road side of the ground. Yes, that's what maybe that's what they're looking at here, to get to 3:30, call a halt potentially, and then think about a 35 over session with.
So you reckon 2 overs left?
No, I think 14 minutes. If Northants bowl 4 overs in 14 minutes, which they might not do, they might only bowl 3. Gloucestershire would then say 200 in front is probably.
I'd like to see them dangle the carrot a little bit more than that.
So you'd want them to declare and get them in before tea, would you?
Kerrigan comes in. I'd like to see them be prepared to lose this game in favour of winning it, as opposed to just ambling out into a draw. That's cut away by.
I think they've batted positively enough.
Yeah, I think
or steadily enough, shall we say?
Yeah.
Without being too risky.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, we've had nearly 2 sessions cricket with only 2 wickets.
Yeah.
So, are they thinking that a short chase would still favour the batting team?
That's reverse swept there by Tom Price. That's a good bit of work down there in the field.
It's Rob
Wonderful work by
Keogh,
Keogh.
I think.
Yeah, it is Keogh. Fantastic work. He's got
217 for 2 Gloucestershire today.
He's got a short fine leg and a deep square here. Bizarre field, I've never seen anything like it.
Kerrigan setting what he wants here. Keogh's going to.
And Emilio Gay just in front of square, so he's got 3 down here. He thinks Van Buren's going to go sweeping. Cuts that one. Can only find Keogh, backward point. 352 for 7. 190 lead. Firmly cut, swept, by Van Buren. Jack White out deep square, does the fielding.
Hampshire have won. Hampshire won by 7 wickets at Scarborough, chasing 214 to win.
Ooh. Long drive home, they'll be happy. Good results for Hampshire, 2 wins on the road.
I think 10 wickets in that match for Kyle Abbott as well. 6 and a 4.
He's had a good week, hasn't he? Last Friday, hat-trick here at Cheltenham. Kerrigan, Price, Tries to run that one down off the face. Nothing doing. 3:53
Yeah,
to 7.
Northampton aren't hurrying here. They've been in the field, as you can see, for exactly 100 overs. There's the Gloucestershire card. I think those of us on the ground yesterday were a bit concerned when Rob Keogh bowled James Bracey. It all looked to be unravelling, but the bad light then, and Graham Van Buren and Ryan Higgins, along with Zafar Gahar and Tom Price, have pulled this innings round, and we're going to see Tom Taylor now replace Kerrigan.
I think Tom Price has batted very well, actually. I think he's batted very well.
Yeah, Northampton they've used 6 bowlers, but James Sells has bowled only 2 overs. Keogh's bowled only 11. He's been quite expensive. He's taken 1 for 63. So they haven't had the variety or the depth that Hampshire would have had in this situation, and that, in a sense, comes back to how their season has been set up. They've concentrated on their batting, I think, more than necessarily bowling sides out, and that's why they've had a lot of draws.
And Hampshire could be potential champions, so it's
Taylor from the college lawn end, I think for the first time in the match. It's pulled round, not at any great pace, to deep square.
You know, Hampshire could be potential champions, couldn't they? It's between Hampshire and Surrey for the title this year.
And Surrey at the moment are chasing a victory against Warwickshire at the Oval. They are 129 for 2. They're more than halfway to their target, which is another 119 away. Here Gloucestershire lead by 192. Is 200 the magic number? Field spread far and wide. Taylor in. All Price has gone for the big high pull on that. He's got that well over Luke Proctor, and that's gone away into the rope for 4 at wide long on. We're nearly at the point, I think, of really unleashing everything. Tom Price has equalled his highest score of the season. Taylor in, and where's that gone? It's gone a long way up in there. It should be Jack White's, and it is. It's well caught. So Price goes eventually. He's equalled his highest score of the season, but he's put on a very valuable stand with Graham Van Buren.
I'm just keeping my eyes on Van Buren there. He's staying out there. He's acknowledged some sort of message from
86 they added for the 8th wicket, and Tom Price eventually caught by Jack White, and that's a 4th wicket of the innings for Tom Taylor.
Yeah, even Graham Van Buren joining in the applause there for Tom Price. Gave the innings some real impetus.
I think that Gloucestershire are keeping going here. 196 in front. Zach Chappell coming out at number 10. I mean, Dan, I think you said this last week. When Hampshire won the toss against Gloucestershire and batted first, although their innings was long, you kind of said, look, we won the toss, we were on the right to bat, you've got to bowl us out.
Yeah.
Is there an element here of you've got to bowl us out if you want to win?
No, because I think Gloucestershire have to force the issue. Gloucestershire need a win. They really need a win, and I'm just a little bit conscious that they're going on a little bit too long here.
Well, the lead is 196.
That's enough.
35 overs to go. You're still asking them to score at nearly 6 and over.
Yeah.
No, it's a small ground. Taylor in. Oh, Chappell's gone for the launch. That's gone high in the air. That should be caught as well by Kerrigan. and that's caught too. So Chapel goes first ball. Taylor's got 5 wickets, and now David Payne, one assumes, has got to come in on a hat-trick ball.
That's all that catching practice he was giving James Healy last night.
Taylor 5 for 44 now.
Let's say that Mr. Kerrigan looked a lot more secure under them than James did.
And Chapel walks off with the first ball naught. Not that it's a huge impact on the game. And David Payne comes out at number 11.
David Payne is sponsored by Acronyms.
So the hat-trick ball for Tom Taylor.
There's no crossing, is there? They've decided this year the law changes in October where crossing will be obsolete. But in first-class cricket in this country, they are not having the crossing at all, so they're going to the new law straight away.
So the target as things stand would be 197 in 35 overs. This is the hat-trick ball. David Payne won't want to be on the end of this, so I suspect he will defend. Chapel in, and Taylor in, and he does defend it and takes a single up to Jack White. So hat-trick avoided. 1 ball left in the over. 3:26 it is, so Gloucestershire might say, well, if we take 1 more over and get it to a point where we could declare, then we don't lose the 2 overs between innings.
Jane Gilpin tuning in, enjoying the commentary.
3:59 for 9. Taylor into Van Buren, who's gone for a big hoik away through mid-wicket, and that's gone a long way. It's gone 1 bounce 4 in the end, and they're coming in. 200 was the magic number, and Gloucestershire have declared on 363 for 9. Graham Van Buren is going to finish 127 not out, and warm applause for the popular Gloucestershire captain. He raises his bat as he walks off all the way around the ground, and he's applauded too by some of the Northampton fielders as they walk off as well. Generous from them to do so. Taylor's finished with 5 for 49 with those 2 late wickets, and Gloucestershire declare leaving Northants 202 to win the game. Now the question will be whether they will now, the umpires are on their internal radios to the scorers. I suspect that tea may be taken at this point, and that the 37 overs will stick.
Yeah, I think that's. I'm just wondering if they've gone on just a little bit too much, but time will only tell, won't it? And hindsight's a wonderful thing. I thought it was an innings of real courage, real leadership. Graham Van Buren leading from the front there and showing a bit of heart. And it's Gloucestershire have been up against it on many occasions, and they've stayed positive. They've stayed true to their ethos, and they've been positive out there. And Graham Van Buren deserves every plaudit he's going to get, because that was an innings of real quality, and it was just what the county needed.
Well, just what he needed as an individual as well. I would say after a first half of the season where he was short of runs, then he had the shoulder injury, and to come back with a 50 in the Hampshire match and now a century in this one, very important indeed. Now the roller is being used for 7 minutes, as it can be. I've just messaged the scorers to ask, in fact, if that is tea. But 363 for 9 from where Gloucestershire were overnight. 135 for 5. I think just about everybody in the ground, irrespective of what happens from here, would say, you know, Gloucestershire have done well to make a good game of this from their overnight position, where they were 27 runs behind, only 5 wickets left, and they've lost 2 of the 4 wickets that they've lost today in the thrash right at the end.
Yeah, have we done the bowling figures?
No, I can do that. Ben Sanderson,
Yeah,
23 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 83. Jack White, 23 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 48. I thought he bowled well. Tom Taylor, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 49. That doesn't show the balance of the bowling in that Northampton team. Simon Carrigan, 27 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 90. Rob Keogh, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 63. And James Sales, 2 overs for 19. White and Taylor's figures don't really tell the whole story. Taylor's taken 5 wickets, White's taken 2. I'm not sure Taylor bowled that much better than White, to be fair. But there you are, that's the way it is. 202 is the target. They haven't yet put the overs on the screen yet. Some of the Gloucestershire backroom staff, Mark Thorburn in particular, is just out with Ryan Higgins at the moment, doing some gentle limbering up. We haven't heard as yet whether tea is to be called or not. We're told play will resume at 7 minutes to 4, so tea has been called, and therefore we'll be back with you for the chase. We can say that 37 overs, 202. How interested are Northants in that? A lot will depend on the start, and we can confirm that. Say tea has been called, and we will be back with you at about 10 minutes to 4 for the final session of this match, with all results still possible. 202 is the Northants target after a fine response from Gloucestershire today in their second innings, led by captain Graham Van Buren, who finished 127 not out.
Wars saga. And then we're going to put a lid on this because we're going to concentrate on the cricket. So we've got part 1, the Banton Menace. 2, attack of Simon Jones. 3, revenge of Tom Smith. 4, a new pope. 5, the umpire strikes back. 6, return of the leg by. 7, the wars awaken. 8, the last leg by. And number 9, the rise of Max Walker. So, right, let's get back into the cricket. 202 of 37. David Payne is going to take us away to Will Young, who plays quite a firm shot. It'd be interesting to see how much intent there is here, won't it, Ian? We'll know probably within 2 or 3 overs whether Northants take this on or whether we're all shaking hands at 5 o'clock and we'll get back in the car.
Yeah, Zafar, and realistically Zafar Gahar probably can't bowl more than 10 or 12 overs in this chase.
Payne in and... Oh, there's a run out! Oh, close! There's the intent. They're going for this. Will Young looking to get off the mark straight away. Emilio Gay sends him back. And there was nearly a run out as Miles Hammond is quickly onto it in the covers.
I think that was the right call from Gay to send his captain back there. I mean, it was Young's call, but it was a poor decision to go, and Gay was right to
I think so.
Tell him to turn round.
So much of cricket is played in the mind. David Payne in, and that's run away down to 3rd, where... Is that Tom Price down there? Yeah, Tom Price does the fielding. But it'll be interesting to see what happens here, because so much of cricket is played in the mind, and the pressure is now back on Northants. But what a feast. These 2 sides turn up. The first game at the beginning of the season was a wonderful game of cricket, and now this one has potential.
And in both cases, Northants have been chasing in the 4th innings.
Yeah, this one's got potential.
They say the thing is how far and how hard do they actually take this on?
That's played into the backwards square to Miles Hammond.
The one thing about this being, a 37 over chase is there are no fielding restrictions, and Graham Van Buren can do what he likes, and he's got a 3rd man and a long leg for David Payne in this first over.
Yeah, but I think this has got potential to be so much of a thriller that John le Carre could write about it. And they're looking for a single. Young's halfway down the track again.
Rickleton would bat at 3, Proctor at 4. Other people down the order who can put bat to ball. But somebody's got to get a 70 probably to help them on their way here.
Payne into Gay, and that's beating him outside the off stump. That's a cracking first over from David Payne, just one off the over.
It's been an ebb and flow, this game.
Certainly has.
Gloucestershire would have said, or would have accepted, I think, an argument that they were behind the game last night. At lunchtime today, they were probably still slightly behind, but having set the 202, they too can try and close the game out with really defensive fields, should they wish to do so. But the onus now is on Northants a bit. First 10 overs are going to give us a clue, I think, as to what they really think this chase is on this pitch. Higgins to bowl the first over from the College Lawn end, and Young has got a single. Turn that away into the leg side, fielded by Zafar Gahar, who was entertaining again with the bat today. He's had quite a good match overall. 38 in the 2nd innings, 5 wickets in the Northants first innings. Almost certainly have a bowl again here. But this single session chase is probably broadly where Gloucestershire worked out they wanted to be at the start of play today. Higgins in to Gay, who defends and thinks about nudging one out to Tom Price, but again doesn't take it. And those who say and ah'd, we had an email from I think Peter, one of the clan who have come up from Bristol regularly for the festival. I've debated about today, but they'd missed a good knock from Van Buren. Gay has hit that in the air over Zach Chappell. He's on the chase down towards the boundary. Deep extra cover. Can he haul it in? He can't. It's gone for 4.
Drop us a line, ladies and gents, friends, Romans, countrymen, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Who do you fancy here? 4 results possible. Gloucestershire win, Northamptonshire win, a draw, or is it going to be a tie? Drop us a line.
Go back a long time to find a tie at Cheltenham, I think. Gay clips that nicely off his toes.
Has there ever been one?
I got a suspicion that there was a game. I wasn't very old at the time. I think it was against Surrey. So this might be late 70s, early 80s, and we haven't got the brains of somebody who might know alongside us. If it wasn't a tie, it was a last over finish. Very, very close game, I remember. Higgins in. Young turns that into the leg side. Just started chatting to Andrew Radd and Ed Seaborn briefly at lunch. Their view was that the pitch was flattening out, and that therefore, maybe the batting side would have a chance of chasing something on this. And in a sense, that's what we've tended to see at Bristol, where it has been possible to bat last and win. Higgins in, steered away by Gay, down towards Payne at third man. They'll take one, that's all. There's definite intent from what we've seen in the first two overs. They've scored 9, just playing sensible shots, nothing rash. And they do know they've got a bit of power to add further down the order. And sides can, in white ball cricket, I tend to think of if a 50 over game, a side batting last needs 75 off 10, you probably, with wickets in hand, you probably back them to win.
Yeah.
But this is, I say, the difference here is, it's a different ball, no fielding restrictions, but equally, Gloucestershire also want to win as well, so they need wickets.
Yeah. Mark has said, is my memory failing, or did Josh Shaw predict this exact scenario yesterday afternoon and get the declaration spot on? And that's caught behind, feathered. Emilio Gay trying to run it down to third. Edges David Payne through to James Bracey, and that's the first wicket. Let's have a look at this. Little bit of extra bounce from Payne here, and just opens the face, and it runs off the face, and Bracey does the rest. 1 down, 9 to go from a Gloucestershire perspective.
Well, was he almost the sacrificial lamb here for Northamptonshire? They wouldn't have wanted to lose Will Young early. Emilio Gay's been given a fairly free licence to go out and play some shots, and as he walks off, in his place walks Ryan Rickleton. And this, as we found in the first innings for Northamptonshire, is probably where their power and their main body of runs may come from if these two get in.
I think he's a world-class player, this lad. I really do. I think he's going to be one of the... they've got some good ones coming through South Africa, some good young players, haven't they? Rassie van der Dussen looks a good player. This guy, Ryan Rickleton, looks a good player. And Geedy's coming through, he's quite quick. see what he's got.
I must confess, I don't recall whether Josh actually said 240 yesterday or words to that effect. But if he did, he certainly predicted how Gloucestershire would get there, and indeed whether they would get there, very accurately and confidently too.
Payne to Rickleton. Oh, and that's come off the side pad. Rickleton turns it around. Maybe he's got an inside edge onto it. As the umpires, it's going to be one. Rickleton's off the mark straight away. Mark says, surely Northants must be favourites, but they almost blew it at Wantage Road in the opening game. So maybe, just maybe, pressure will do strange things again. Good email, Mark. Thank you. Payne to Young. That's a nice shot off the back foot. That could run away down the hill. No. Hammond in pursuit. Brilliant bit of fielding. Absolutely fantastic.
They ran two there, but if Rickleton hadn't been really sprinting quite hard, Hammond's throw was right by the bails.
Yeah, no, absolutely superb.
So good cricket all round.
This is game on, Ian. Northants making a fist of this, and it's good to see. I just wonder, in a way, I hope they don't lose a wicket in the near future, because I think if they've got a chance they'll go for it, but I think they've probably got a stage where they will shut up shop, haven't they?
Well, they went pretty late in the opening game back in April that you did.
Yeah. Payne around the wicket. That goes through to Bracey. No run.
They went to about, 6 overs from the end, probably? Something like that. They were still in with a chance at that point.
I love cricket. I love cricket. I love it. I love this.
You are, as they say, a cricket badger.
Payne into the wicket. Young leaves that one alone. No run. Just one ball to go in the over. Northants 12 for 1. Emilio Gay the one. Caught Bracey. Bowled Payne. And it will be interesting to see. Will Young's left a couple. I wonder if they're shutting up shop already. I don't think so. I think they'll go 4 down at least. Oh, he's going to get 4 runs there, but that's an edge. That moves the score on to 16 off 3 overs.
It was low.
It was low, and it was outside sort of 3rd, 4th slip. But this is game on.
Payne and Higgins share the new ball, well, for a while, but as I think Dan was right to suggest that Zavagahar needs to be in the game. Starting run rate 5.46, to give you a clue about where Northants need to be. Higgins to the left-handed Rickleton from the College Lawn end. Gets slightly in behind that, won't get a single there. Fielded by Tom Price. So 2 slips in, nobody in the gully, but there is a man both at 3rd man and long leg. Graham Van Buren is at mid-on. He'll go in the ice bath tonight at the close, I should think.
Oh, yeah.
He had that long innings. 9 not out overnight. Unbeaten century for him completed today. Marcus Harris is out here at mid-wicket. Van Buren at mid-on, fairly orthodox position. Once Hammond moved, a little bit squarer for Rickleton. He's coming around the wicket to the left-hander, that's down the leg side, taken by James Bracey. Umpires, of course, also not quite so harsh on wides in red ball cricket.
No.
They might be on a limited overs game.
Where's your money, Ian? Where's your money here?
I think it's probably on the draw, actually.
Yeah, that's where mine is. So I'm going to put my nose out there. I'm going to put my head on the guillotine. Stick my head above the parapet.
I think
I'm going for the tie.
Yeah, probably on the draw. It's hard for me. It's harder for Gloucestershire to take 10 wickets than it is for Northants to win. Generally because it's only 37 overs. Higgins over the wicket to Young. One more there. Down towards deep back. I was going to say one more. They want two, and in fact they'll get it. There's the chase round the boundary. Tom Price, I think, is the fielder out there, and that's where Graham Van Buren's got to be a little bit careful. He's got two experienced bowlers sharing the new ball, but his main third quicker bowler is an inexperienced one. So
Zafar holds the key here, I think.
yeah, I mean, how early will he be introduced? Higgins in and Young defends. This is the fourth over of a possible 37. 19 for 1. I mean,
The think tank there of Marcus Harris and Graham Van Buren just having a little chat.
Northamptonshire obviously have got a strong top four and people lower down who can improvise and make runs, but can they do it quickly enough? That's the point. End of Higgins is over. 19 for 1 off 4.
At what stage will Graham Van Buren start to put men around the bat? Start setting more attacking fields. Start dangling the carrot a little bit.
Do you think he would do that other than to Zafar?
Yeah, I think he's probably worthwhile having a short leg. He's only got one. Only got two slips in, or one slip and a gully. Maybe start opening up a few gaps, allowing Northamptonshire to. That's defended.
Sorry.
Allowing Northamptonshire to feel that they've got a chance of winning, because that's the only way Gloucestershire are going to win this game. You're not going to bowl a side out conventionally on this wicket.
Today, you say we had 4 wickets, 2 of which were in a crash at the end.
Yeah.
So genuinely, 2 wickets in 2 sessions.
Payne in. That looks a bit high. They run through for a leg by Harris Hammond as a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but they get through. 20 for 1.
I know you had a chat to some of the spectators outside our marquee at tea time. What was their kind of take on?
They thought it was a very generous declaration.
Generous.
I thought it was a little bit slightly too conservative. I'd have like 40 overs. 180 or 40.
I'd have dangled the carrot even more then.
Payne.
Perhaps there is you've made the point that you've got 2 international test batsmen potentially out there. Well, they are out there at the moment. They might feel that if both of them got in,
Yeah.
Northants would get, with a bit of support from elsewhere, Northants might get very close. And you don't want to hand it to them on a plate.
You don't.
You've worked hard. The feeling of, you don't want the feeling of losing to hang around too long.
In to Rickleton, who Plays that one out to the captain at mid-on.
You know, in some other sports you'd say, if you can't win, make sure you don't lose.
Yeah.
But I totally get the fact that, you know, Gloucestershire at the bottom of the table, they only have 3 games after this. And therefore, they do need wins, and this, on the face of it, is a game that could be winnable.
Rickleton defends.
You know, when they've been behind on first innings in every game this season, including this one, and you've got to a stage where you've set the team at nearly as many as you did against Yorkshire in half, nearly, you know, only 40% of the overs, 60% of the overs.
David Payne. In Rickleton, smashed that one. It's gone miles. It's gone into the road. Whoa! Here we go. 27 for 1. That's a monster of a hit, isn't it?
Here's a replay. Where did he pick this up from? Oh, it's way outside the off stump.
Yeah.
And that's gone, I think, in between that burnt orange marquee and the stand on the far side of the ground. And
Probably bounced into the road.
as it hit the railings on the perimeter, I think it may have done. And looks like a small boy has got it. He's going to bring the ball back to the edge of the playing area and throw it back on. There we are.
Yeah.
Well,
That completes the over.
27 for 1 off 5.
In spectacular style.
So Northamptonshire haven't exactly started slowly. They've,
Gone at 5 and over.
well, that's what they need to do.
Yeah.
Payne 3 overs for 15, does have a wicket. Higgins 2 overs for 11. He's going to continue bowling over the wicket to Will Young. Young has 12 at the moment.
Everyone's mesmerised by this game, aren't they?
Higgins in. Young squeezes that out on the leg side for a single.
Don't you think everyone's transfixed here? What way it's going to go? You know who's going to play it? How? Oh, it's a wonderful game of cricket.
Can Gloucestershire? You know, sometimes you say about in long form cricket, you know, you build the dots and try and force a mistake. Here they've got to try and build the dots to slow the run rate up. Because if Northampton are content to just play tip and run effectively,
Yeah.
it'll be awkward. Higgins around the wicket. Rickleton up towards mid-off, but it's gone through Chappell, who's, I think, dived over it, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. More talks between the batsmen. Yeah, Chappell's got, I know he's tall, he's got a long way to get down, but that was one you would have expected to have stopped. And Northants, I mean, if there was some frustration at not getting those wickets earlier, that frustration could be effectively taken out on the Gloucestershire bowling by these two. Higgins in, Rickleton almost is yorked but digs that ball out. And it's for them, it's all about shot selection here, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. I don't think Gloucestershire will be too disappointed to see Northamptonshire get a start, because it means the game is alive and that's their chance of winning. What we don't want is a dead rubber, do we? A dead scenario.
I don't think we're going to get that yet. Higgins to Rickleton. Cracked quite firmly to Hammond. That point, he certainly felt that. I think he would have caught him on the foot. It's a good stop though. And they know that they've got the option, if they want to, of just bringing down the portcullis.
Yeah.
So they can have a dart at the start. 2 slips in, and Rickleton clips that off his pads. That's fine, that'll be 4 more. Zaffer's quite wide there at long leg. And that's gone very fine. And 4 more to Rickleton.
Very wristy, isn't he, Rickleton? He's very sort of whippy. He's got real bat speed through the ball, and that's where his amazing timing comes in. His bat speed through the ball, and he's Gloucestershire want to see the back of him.
Higgins, no, changes angle, going round the wicket again, and fields off his own ball. So 36 off 6. The target started at 202 off 37. There's the card with the confirmation of the Emilio Gay's dismissal, steering a ball very fine to James Bracey. An intended shot, but it didn't get much on it. So 165 is the amount they trail by. So 166 to win in 31 overs. If you think about it, a shortened, and here is Zafar in early, as we might have expected.
Here we go. Zafar Gahar going to come.
And the other thing we should just add, of course, is that there is not only do you have no fielding restrictions, but there are no bowling restrictions either. So Zafar can bowl 15 overs from one end if Gloucestershire wanted him to.
I thought Payne was bowling quite well though, but I think you have to get Zafar into the game nice and early. Try and get him to fire it into that rough.
3 overs 115 for Payne.
Getting nervous in? You a bit nervous? Not yet.
Not at the moment.
When do you think the nerves will start to kick in?
I don't think it's clear yet where it's going, the game. Northamptonshire, yes, are chasing it, but if they were to lose a couple, they might decide, well, you know, that's it. Or, because it's a short chase, they might go a bit deeper with it.
Yeah, you'll be okay, you know that. I'm here, all right?
Thank you, Dad. I said that once in a maths class. And it wasn't my father who was doing the teaching. Made some reference to something, and that was the comment that came back.
Zach Chappell down below us, or just to our right, deep backward square. He's not below us because we're at ground level, and he's a tall man, Zach Chappell. He's Zafar. Yeah, that first one has thrown me all season where he has
He's done 2 today. He's done 2 practice deliveries.
Yeah.
So I think they will start by just trying to nudge the singles off him.
Yeah, I think so. I think they'll have a look.
I
No
suspect.
risk, low risk cricket. One out to deep cover. Left-hander now, so Zafar is going to come over the wicket to Rickleton, try and fire it into the dirty stuff outside his off stump.
Will he use his feet?
Marcus Harris.
And if so, how early?
Marcus Harris going to go in at City Point. No, he's going to go in at leg slip. Interesting. This is it. This is where the contest will be won and lost, I think.
So he's got a man out at deep backward square, a man out at deep mid wicket, a leg slip and a short leg.
Zafar in. Rickleton defends.
That was fired in, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fired in. I'd like to see Zafar toss it a little bit more than this. Get it above Rickleton's eye line. Tempt him. Into the wicket. Oh, Marcus Harris has dropped him a flick by Rickleton around the corner. And it went really quickly. It'd have been a brilliant catch. But that's what he's there for. He's there for that one around there. Let's have a look at it here. He had
2 hands.
He had it. And Rickleton punishes Gloucestershire by slapping one through square. It's a bit of fielding, misfielded out there on the fence. I think is that Tom Price out there?
It is Price out there.
Yeah, but the ball's spinning away. But how crucial could that be? Rickleton's the one they want. It's Rickleton and Young who hold the key here for Northamptonshire. Zaffa in, Rickleton defends. Oh, in.
It's good. It's a good challenge. This they've started briskly.
Zaffa and Rickleton sweeps that. Man's down on the fence, back with a square. Chris Dent doing the fielding. That completes the over. 41 off 7. Interesting times, isn't it? Or 40 actually, off 7.
40 off 7, so 162 off 30 overs for Northants to win this match. Remember, they've only won one game this season. They've drawn 6 and they've lost 2. And the game they won with about 10 minutes to spare at Canterbury.
Yeah.
So they know how to
Did you see their celebrations?
Take the game the full distance.
Did you see their celebrations when they took that wicket? They went bananas.
Unsurprisingly.
Change of bowling
So
from the College Lawn end, David Payne.
So David Payne's going to change ends here and come on for Ryan Higgins, who has bowled 3 overs for 20. We could be the last game standing later on tonight, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Surrey needs 77 to beat Warwickshire with 2 wickets down. They're 171 for 2. Hampshire have already won, as we know, and Kent are 9 down at Old Trafford. Still 185 short of victory, so that looks like going against them. The Somerset game is going to be a draw. Somerset have declared 605 for 6 declared 100 ahead against Essex, who are 5 for 1, so that's a nailed on draw. Lovely shot from Rickleton. That's gone creamed away past Van Buren through extra cover for 4.
What a shot. What a shot.
He played patiently in the first innings, and we didn't really see what you might call a flamboyant knock. He played some good shots, but
I like watching this guy play, I really do. For those of you just joining us, Gloucestershire declared on 363 for 9. They've set Northamptonshire 202, thanks to Graham Van Buren's 127 not out.
playing to Rickleton. He's on 23 from 20 balls, and 24 from 21, gets a single up to mid-off. Yeah, so I wonder if Price and Chappell are going to have a role of some sort here, but it'll be a test for both of those bowlers, I think, against these two in a short form chase. Zach Chappell, he's perhaps known better for his white ball bowling than his red ball bowling, but can you swap those skills over with the other ball?
Yeah.
Against a test standard batter. Because you've got 2 of them here at the moment.
Yeah.
I think if one of them does go, Proctor will scurry some singles and try and put back to ball as well. Payne in. Young again calls for the single, and it's a direct hit, but umpire Hassan Adnan says not out.
Oh!
Rickleton was running to the danger end.
That was tight.
Not that we can tell from this camera angle.
No, we can't see from there.
It's Tom Price's throw.
Let's have a look, see if we can see it from the other end.
It's Marcus Harris's throw. I do apologise.
It was very tight.
He didn't dive or have any kind. He seemed to be pretty pretty convinced he was in, but we
Gloucestershire were.
don't really have a camera angle that will tell us. Rickleton on strike. Well, that's clipped away very riskily. That will be 4. Away up to the boundary at wide long on. And Northants 50 up in the 8th over.
This guy is absolute quality. He's a serious player.
That was dispatched, wasn't it?
Oh, he's. You can see he's just got so much more time than possibly any other batsman I've seen this season. Harry Brook is the other one who I thought was really, stood out for me this season. Tom Abel batted very well, but for me, Ryan Rickleton is the best batsman I've seen this season.
Ollie Price has come out from the slips into mid-wicket. Payne to Rickleton. Steers that back up the pitch. This is the 8th over. 8th of a possible 37. And Northants are 50 for 1. Rickleton's got so you get the impression here that he's got going, and he's gonna keep going at this kind of rate. Payne into Baldwin. And the big call for a single again. Again, it's a tight call.
He was gone there. If that had hit directly from Higgins, Rickleton was a goner.
Well backed up by Miles Hammond down there. That could have gone all the way for 4 overthrows. Higgins threw at the bowler's end. Didn't hit. And so they've got to take some chances here, Northants, if they're going to get these runs. But they are 51 for 1 off 8. And the target now is 151 in the remaining 29 overs. So the target around about 5. They're going along at the pace they need to avoid any sort of rise in the rate later.
This game's ebbing and flowing, isn't it? Oscillating from one side to the other, to the draw, to the tie, to Northamptonshire, to Gloucestershire.
I think what we did agree on was that Northants needed a good start, and they've got a fast start.
Zafar Gahan into Rickleton, tosses it up. Rickleton defends.
Yeah, this could well be a really good finish.
Nip and tuck here. Zafar in. Rickleton goes reversing. That's gone through for buys, I think. 4 of them. Yeah, it has.
James Bracey had everything in front of him there. Pads, bodies, bats, the whole lot.
Yeah. Whoa. What it is, though, is 4 onto the total of Northamptonshire. Zafar past the umpire. Rickleton defends. Big puff of dust there out the pitch. Wearing pitch. Bit of rough there. Crowd intrigued here at Cheltenham.
Slip and a leg slip and a short leg for Zafar.
Zafar in. Rickleton has a big slog across the line. He's played prettier shots than that. But he gets 1.
That was a wind up, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Zach Chappell drops out now onto the boundary at deep square.
Young's going to be a lot more cautious. I think he'll probably try and nudge this one into the offside. Pick up 1. Try and give Rickleton as much of the strike as possible. Rickleton striking at 107.1. Well, Young's no slouch at 93. He's got 15 off 16 balls. Rickleton's farmed the strike a little bit. Zafar into Young, who plays that and is out. He's gone! No, he's not gone.
Ben Debenham says no.
Oh, that was close.
I wasn't sure Rickleton's bat was down
No,
there.
I wasn't sure if it was down. Let's have a look at this on the screen here.
Can we see? No, we can't see it.
No, we can't see that.
It's a couple of tight singles that Northants have run.
Yeah, let's have a look here. Well, no, they're just adjusting the stumps here.
One supporter's just gone round our marquee and put the television screen up as if there was as if we had
Oh, Rickleton turns that away past short leg.
the cameras here to help the umpires, but we don't. So we are on the judgment of Ben Debenham and Hassan Adnan.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. I mean, even from that angle, we can see if his bat is in the air or not.
To me, his bat wasn't being run in. Nine overs gone. At the end of Zaffa's over. 2 overs for 7. He's bowled. So he's tightened things up a bit at one end, but the runs are coming out the other. 58 off 9. So Northants fractionally ahead of the run rate where they need to be. If you're joining us at this point in the afternoon and thinking, well, how have we ended up with a run chase like this? Well, Graham Van Buren made an unbeaten 127, helped in no small measure by Zafar Gahar's 38 and Tom Price's 39. Gloucestershire got to 363 for 9 declared, just on the cusp of tea.
Yeah, Rickleton is home now. I've just seen it.
Payne to Rickleton once more, steers that into the offside again. Young goes for the sharp single, and the biggest risk at the moment, it seems, to Northants is their running.
Yeah, it's a good decision that there in the last over from Ben Debenham. Rickleton does. The throw comes into bracing. He's still got quite a lot of work to actually get it back to the stumps, and that allows Rickleton time just to get back. A direct hit though, and he was back in the hutch.
Rickleton still on strike, 31 from 30. Where's that gone? High in the air, but safe, down towards the boundary at long leg, and it's gone for 4. He's pulled that right round. There's a big area on that side of the ground. It is the longer boundary, and the partnership has reached 53 off 43 balls this stand, and Northants need 140 more. They're trying to do this quickly, aren't they, Dan?
Yeah, they are.
They're almost saying, right, we'll treat it as almost like a T20 game. $140 to win in 27. Doesn't sound too scary as a run rate. Payne in, Rickleton again, pulls that. He'll only get one this time. Out to Marcus Harris at deep square. And but particularly when the number to win gets down below 100, then the batting side tend to feel they've got a bit of control of where the chase is going. And Rickleton's trying to get them there rapidly. All the close fielders have long since disappeared. Payne to Young. He slashed that hard too, but there is a third man, and Zafar's throw keeps them down to a single. The quicker runs are coming off the quicker off the quicker bowlers.
Yeah, they are. And everyone is just transfixed. We've got guys in here who are neutral. We've got guys in our commentary box who are Northamptonshire fans. We've got guys in our commentary box who are Gloucestershire fans. And nobody can take their eyes off the action here.
Payne over the wicket past umpire Debenham, and a dot as Rickleton plays that back up to Chris Dent. This is the end. This is the one ball to go in the 10th over. Northants started needing 5.46 as a run rate. Well, they've squeezed that down a bit for the loss of Emilio Gay at the moment.
All of the emotions are going through people here, aren't they? It's great.
Payne to complete over from the College lawn end, and that's gone very fine again. I think that was intentional by Rickleton. It beat Bracey, goes very fine down to the Chapel boundary, and it's 4 more. And Payne's bowled 5 overs for 36. Zafar is squeezing things at the other end. Dent's just trotting off temporarily. Dom Goodman's come out as 12th man, and Northants are 68 for 1 off 10. And you go back to that chance Marcus Harris had off Zafar. Rickleton had 16 at that point. He's now got 40.
Yeah, it's the whole gamut of emotions though. Everyone's sort of wildly cheering. All of a sudden, next minute you're back down. As Charles Dickens wrote, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. I love cricket. I love it.
Josh Cobb's just come out with some drinks for the 2 batsmen.
And no doubt a message.
And possibly a message.
Yeah.
134 in 27 now is the chase for Northamptonshire.
If Rickleton stays around, they win the game. Zafar Gahar into Young, goes reversing, and as he got Bracey appeals for the stumping there. Ben Debenham again turns down the decision. Bracey was confident. Will Young had his heel in the air.
Here's the replay. We can't see because Rickleton
Blocks us off.
is blocking our view.
Unfortunately, we don't have the camera budget of Sky here. As Will Young meets that on the full, sweeps it around the corner to Zach Chappell. Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't got 14 cameras around the ground.
But those that we have, we're very pleased to have through the boys who bring you the footage here from Cheltenham. I think it's Matt standing away there at the College lawn end of the ground, looking down the ground to show you Zafar Gahar coming in.
Over the wicket to Rickleton.
Chappell, I think, getting loose.
Yeah. Here's Zafar. Rickleton has hit that one miles. That's gone out into the road as well. No, it's gone into the stand. The gentleman in the stand spills it. Fielding practice for you, young man. 6 runs to Ryan Rickleton. Clean hit that. That's his area, isn't it? That's where he's looking to go. Into that region.
He's thinking that the ball isn't obviously Zafar's turning it into him, so he's playing it with the spin.
He's playing it with the spin, yeah. Here's Zafar. Rickleton plays that one out to mid-wicket.
I mean, one boundary and over, and they're coasting it, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. I think what we're seeing now, I think Ryan Rickleton's given them such a start that Northamptonshire are going to go for this all the way. That's gone miles up in the air as well. That's gone out over into the road. And Ryan Rickleton, that's 52 for him. Off just 38 balls. Ryan Rickleton is threatening to run away with this game. What a shot. What a player.
He has come in and absolutely bossed this innings from the moment he's arrived, and he's now given Graham Van Veeren a problem because he possibly thought that he could at least tie things up a little bit or check the run rate with Zafar at one end, and now Zafar has conceded 2 big blows in that over, and now runs are going from both ends, and that's just not what he wants.
I think we're going to get a result here. I think, Ryan Rickleton's innings here has ensured Northamptonshire will go for this all the way, and I think that they're definitely not going to shut up shop, are they now?
I would think not. 81. That they would see this as a winnable game. I come back to that point about, you know, what will the frustration of not taking the wickets have been, you know, now let loose, if you like, through their top order batting, and certainly through Rickleton. 52 off 38.
Gloucestershire need to win this game. They have to get rid of Ryan Rickleton.
81 off 11 at the moment, and 121 off 26 is the equation. Zach Chappell into the attack for the first time, over the wicket to Will Young, who punches it past Ollie Price up to Ryan Higgins at mid-off. I'll try and give you the field. We've got a third man and a long leg back. Needless to say, no close catches. On the offside, Harris at point, Van Buren at extra cover. Ollie Price is at a straightish cover. They've got Higgins at mid-off. They've bolstered the offside field, mid-on, mid-wicket, and backward point on the boundary. Chappell in. Young will take the single there, and Hammond runs round and well backed up that throw by Marcus Harris. Now Rickleton. Back on strike, and more words from his captain. There will be an element here of, you know, kind of, you know, don't get too excited. I mean, he's probably absolutely fizzing,
ticking. Yeah.
With the way he started here, he goes down a gear and stays in. I'm with you. Northants do win. Gloucestershire got to get him out. Chappell into Rickleton, just a little dab. In a sense, to some degree, they've got the field back, so they can, if they just want to rotate the strike 4 or 5 singles and over for 4 or 5 overs, they can do that, because they'd then be left with something like 90 to win off 20 overs. Well, you should be doing that on a small ground.
Yeah, you should.
Chappell to Young, looks for the single, there isn't one there. And even if, and I think, you know, there would be no criticism, certainly from me to Graham Van Buren, of trying to win the game. And here you are, here Dan Whiting is a man who said he thought the declaration was a little bit cautious.
Yeah.
Actually, the way Rickleton's gone at it, it's looked to be a very fair declaration.
Yeah.
And I don't think you would criticise Van Buren for trying to tempt Northamptonshire. Chappell in. Young.
But
that's a better length, actually. You can't drive that. You can't pierce the field. And Marcus Harris keeps him down at the striker's end.
But still 120 runs are needed here. And they haven't broken the back of this chase yet. It's a long way to go. Long way. And should Gloucestershire get rid of Rickleton, then I think all scenarios are back on. But Rickleton has changed this game, and what a marvellous advert it is for county cricket. Those who want the 18 counties gone, well, just turn on your TV sets and watch this.
Chappell in. Young carves that away. That might beat Zafar. He's on the chase, and it will beat him. He's tried to think about diving for it, but the ball's got too much on it, and Young has steered that away for a boundary. Josh Shaw said yesterday, you know, when you get to 5 deliveries, you try and get out of the over with another dot or a wicket. And on that occasion, Chappell bowled 5 deliveries, and there was a 4 ball at the end.
87 for 1.
Lancashire have beaten Kent at Old Trafford. They bowled them out for 127 in their second innings. They were set over 300 to win, and the scorecard there:
Change of bowling from the Cheltenham.
Shows 5 wickets for Tom Bailey. He was their match winner today, 5 for 46.
Yeah, Rickleton part of some really good young South Africans coming through. We saw Stubbs last night at Bristol, just down the road, just down the M5. Looked a great player.
Now this is bowled.
Some clean hitting. Oh, we're going to see Ollie Price into the attack. Interesting. We see Rassie van der Dussen. He looks another good player. There's a group of young South African batsmen coming through their system. Who look really good players.
Trying to turn the ball away from Price, from Rickleton.
And that's swept. Rickleton gets that fine. And this is a very interesting move here.
So Zaffer's turning the ball into Rickleton. Ollie Price logically would turn it away from him as the off spinner. And they're trying to get him to miscue one and stick one up in the air.
Certainly are. 91 for 1. Rickleton smashes that one through the offside. That is going to run away for 2, possibly 3. Yeah, they're quick between the wickets, these two. And they get through for 3 runs. Gloucestershire need a wicket.
They probably need more than one to make it interesting, Dan, to be fair.
Well, if it's Rickleton,
Yeah.
you know, he is. I mean, we spoke about him in the first innings, and we said that he's. I think he's world class. I think he's got potential to be one of the finest players of his generation. I really do. I think he hits the ball so cleanly. His bat speed through the ball is unbelievable. And
First innings, 95 from 173 balls. At the moment, he's 60 from 41.
and he only got out because he got strangled down the leg side, didn't he?
At the other end, Will Young.
Yeah, Ollie Price into Will Young, who Young's content just to nudge and nurdle it and feed Rickleton the strike. Gloucestershire need to make things happen here.
Long on his back, long off, up.
Rickleton smashes that one through the offside off the back foot. David Payne doing the fielding. 2 runs. Rickleton.
And the
62.
field is deep now, so if they keep their heads, they can push singles.
Yeah. That's 4 runs. That's coming down to us. And that's smashed into James Healy next to me.
And the 100 up for Northants in the 13th over.
Yeah.
100 runs in an hour they've scored.
Ryan Rickleton has just taken this game away from Gloucestershire. Here's Price into him. He doesn't need to do anything silly here. He can just nurdle the ones here. And they're going to walk this game. They're absolutely going to walk this game.
They are halfway to their target in 13 overs.
Yeah, he scores 4 and over.
The run rate is down to just over 4.
Yeah, he needs 4 and over. Just work the ones. No problem at all. No need to take any risks. And Gloucestershire, it's down to Gloucestershire now to do something a little bit different and to make things happen, change the scenario.
And all the bowlers have suffered at the hands of Ryan Rickleton. Not a player who, unless you're really into your cricket, some of the domestic followers of the game may have known much about when Northants signed him.
No, I'd never heard of him.
You know, 2 tests he's played for South Africa, but he does have a very good domestic record in his home country. And Zaffa is going to change ends and come on at the College lawn end. Two batsmen having a chat mid-pitch. And Northants, having had two probably quite demoralising sessions in the field, have just absolutely grabbed the initiative with this partnership. And we've said that sometimes in other games, Dan, haven't we, at Bristol this season? It's felt as if, you know, Gloucestershire have worked hard over a long period of time to make something happen, and then the other opposition have made something happen a lot quicker. And that's what's happened here.
Yeah, but is this a tale of two overseas? One dropping, the other one.
He's made 50 runs since he was dropped. Ryan Rickleton. But it's Will Young on strike at the moment, and Zaffa, having changed ends, comes in and Young uses his feet, and that's worked away through the leg side. That's going to go for 4 as well, down to the mid-wicket boundary on the Sanford Road side of the ground, and the runs are coming very quickly for Northants. They're more than halfway now to their total.
Looking ominous here for the hosts.
It's quite quiet in the outfield too, understandably, isn't it?
Yeah, this is where they need to show some character here. Winkle one of these out.
Zaffa around the wicket. A reverse sweep from Young was gone through Ryan Higgins, who's at slip. Chappell's going down towards the boundary at the College end, and they have taken 2. Reverse sweep from Will Young. Higgins rolled onto his back as he saw the ball go past him. Chappell's chase to the Chapel end prevented the boundary. Off the back foot this time, Young cuts past Chappell once more. Ollie Price comes round. They won't take 2. And a good throw from Ollie Price keeps them down to a single.
They just don't need to take any risks at the moment, do they? They just don't need to take any risks. They're walking it.
The only danger is if they just get a bit overheated. These two, a bit like a car queuing in those routes to the M3 to down to Dover. Sympathy for people in those queues, but they stay calm here. These two, they're going to see Northants home comfortably.
Yeah.
Rickleton pinches one more, walks another single.
As long as
100 partnership in 69 balls.
As long as Rickleton tops his water up, he's going to be in Calais pretty soon, isn't he?
And Rickleton's got 67 of that stand, so he has really dominated the board. But Young has played a good foiling role to him. Zaffa around the wicket. Young once more. Oh, he slashes at that, and it's gone over Ryan Higgins' head. When it's not your day, it's not your day.
I think that's flicked off Bracey's glove.
Chappell's chased it. It's gone for 4. He signalled, perhaps it didn't go off anything. It signalled as a bye by the umpire. That must have turned out of a foothold. Nobody got anything on it, and it's gone all the way to the Chapel end boundary for 4 more. Northants herring along. They're going at nearly 10 and over at the moment, and they started only needing 5.5. Zaffa to Young, who tries to reverse sweep. Oh, it comes off the bottom of the bat and a puff of dust. Cry was catch it.
Look at the dust. That shows how dry this is.
Didn't carry. Zaffa's bowled 4 overs now for 28. I think the last 2 have cost 21. 1 from each end. And Northants at the moment are coasting.
Time for Tom Price, do you think?
Possibly. Ollie Price has had 1 over, and that's all he's going to have because Zach Chappell's changed ends.
Yeah, Zach Chappell from the Chapel end.
Zach Chappell.
Can he work some magic? Can his prayers be answered?
Yeah, all the if you exclude Ollie Price's 1 over, all the other bowlers are going at 6 or run over or higher. So nobody has been immune to Rickleton.
Yeah. Here's Zach Chappell. Rickleton just nurdles that one around the corner. Square on the leg side and picks up a single. He doesn't need to do anything different. He doesn't need to do anything else. He needs 88 to win off 22 overs. And at the moment, as long as Ryan Rickleton's at the crease, Northamptonshire are walking this game of cricket.
If it's a bit like Michael Johnson running the 200 metres. He's got out of the block so quickly that he's absolutely he's cantering down the home straight almost.
Chappell in. Young works that one, opens the face, just works that one backward of square on the offside.
Johnson was a great athlete to watch, wasn't he? Do you not think?
Yo, magic.
Absolutely.
Not Magic Johnson, but Michael Johnson.
Yeah, Michael Johnson. Just an amazing athlete to watch. And Rickleton is clear, it's a different sport, but the concept is that the start in the sprints is so important in track and field. And Rickleton's come out here and he's got going so quickly.
Chappell in. Big shout for LBW and he's getting given! Rickleton has gone! Zach Chappell's done the business! Oh, Gloucestershire needed that! Game on! 115 for 2. Still needing 87 to win off 22. Oh, Ian Randall, we're on for a cracker.
Well, there's been some punishment out there, but Rickleton has gone, and that is an important wicket. But he's given his team a great base to work from. Will Young is still there, and there'll be some generous applause for Rickleton as he walks off, because there's a knowledgeable crowd here at Cheltenham. There aren't many here, but they will appreciate that he has put his team in a great position, and they do applaud him now as he goes off. LBW to Chappell for 68 from 47 balls.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, Ian. I think they're not only a sporting crowd here at Cheltenham, but they're a knowledgeable crowd. And I think they've realised that they've seen somebody who's going to play a hell of a lot of Test cricket, somebody who's world class, and somebody who I think could be one of the players of his generation. But he's back in the hutch now. Zach Chappell's got him, LBW. And it's game on. So Luke Proctor comes to the crease.
Just what you want when you've got a run chase, a man called Proctor coming out.
Yes.
But a rather different type of player.
Yeah, we had Mike in the box here in the marquee here the other day. I reckon he could still go out and there and whack a 50 at the age of 75.
Yeah, but equally, Luke Proctor is an experienced operator. He's another left-hander, and the nurdling may well continue now with these two.
Yeah, if they can get rid of Will Young. You never know. You never know.
87 required off 22.3. So, the rate is still below 4. It'll be down below 4.
Chappell into the crease. And that goes through into the gloves of James Bracey.
What Rickleton has enabled Northants to do now is for Proctor to have a look for an over a 2.
Yeah. He's allowed Proctor and the remaining batsmen to play low-risk cricket where they can defend, nudge one into the offside and pick up the single, and they'll still be up with the rate.
I think they're probably, what Rickleton's done, he's put them 5 overs in hand, I think, at the moment. More wickets will reduce that advantage.
Chappell in. Ian Duckworth, Lewis Randall.
I would say 87 off 10, you probably might say they would struggle to get there. 87 off 15. Just about even. And they want 87 off 22.
Another wicket now. Will Young out.
Oh, Young out, then it just changes the changes the dynamic again. So he's now got to be the glue of the innings if Northampton are to win.
Chappell in. Oh, that's run out off the face. That's going to go for 4 runs. Crashes into the boundary boards at the College Lawn end. 119 for 2, but moral victory there for Zach Chappell.
Yeah, he's
good over though.
Removed the express train on the scoreboard that was Ryan Rickleton. 68 off 47, 8 4s and 3 6s. Will Young's going along with a runner ball, and Proctor just the sort of foil you want. Somebody who's seen a few of these chases in his lengthy career at Lancashire and at Northants.
Philip Gamage on Twitter.
The umpire's having a chat there. Oh, there's any thought here about the light?
That would be a real disappointment for the fans here. Philip Gamage on Twitter said Ryan Rickleton looks a class player with Will Young supporting him. He's going to Dunstable on Sunday because Northampton have got Bedfordshire there. And umpiring on Saturday at Long Marston. Thanks, Philip. Thanks for your...
Chris Dent's back on the field.
Thanks for your contact over the last few days. Hope you've enjoyed it. Hope you've enjoyed this fascinating clash.
Ryan Higgins back into the attack to bowl to Young, and he works that away. That's going to split the field. That's a good shot. He's placed that really well. Gloucestershire have got a long leg and a deep backward square, and he split them just about as equally as you could possibly do, and that's run away for 4. That's beautifully placed.
We spoke yesterday about overseas recruitment, and will Northamptonshire win this game through theirs, through Will Young and Ryan Rickleton?
Young has 36. He waits for Higgins. That's steered into the offside. No run there. Straight to Ollie Price. It doesn't strike me as being particularly dark at the moment.
No. Although it's hard to tell. When you're in a white marquee like we are, I think it's to use a cliche, a trick of the light.
Higgins back at the end of his run from the College Lawn end, comes in past umpire Debenham and steered into the ground by Will Young. They'll take one. Bracey tries to throw the stumps down but misses, having thrown a glove to the floor, as keepers would do when they try and chase a little dab like that out on the offside. 78 to win for Northamptonshire. Still more than 20 overs in theory to go. Here we are at 5 o'clock. I suppose there might be a thought from Northampton about this, that they don't want light to come into the equation. They don't want to get caught with the umpires taking the players off.
No, they certainly don't. 16 points for the taking.
Higgins to Proctor for the first time, round the wicket. And Proctor steers that into the offside. No run there, straight to Zaffer at extra cover. They put a slip back in for the new batsman. Chris Dent's gone back in there. Van Buren trying to inspire his troops from mid-on. Higgins bustles in once more, and Proctor again, that favourite shot of his off his pads.
Yeah.
You can predict that Marcus Harris is going to be busy out there, I think, in this chase.
Don't bowl to Proctor around his leg stump.
Nudge, single,
Just
nudge,
work
single.
Work you there, non-stop. See, the birds are flying around the ground now, Ian, after the aerial traffic from Ryan Rickleton stopped. They're probably a lot happier. There's no cricket balls heading their way.
No, there's some, I say rush hour traffic. Sanford Road. The schools, of course, are off now, so not quite as busy. Higgins to Young. Again, that nudge also off his legs down to deep square.
It's his get-out shot, isn't it? It's his get-out. Just
For both
work
of
the
them,
one.
actually.
Work the one. That's all they need to do. Sensible cricket here from Northamptonshire.
126 they've scored in 16 overs for the loss of Emilio Gay for 6 and for Ryan Rickleton for 68. A stand of 106 for the second wicket in 12 overs and 1 ball. They were motoring.
Carnage. Absolute carnage.
Another change. So Chappell, having taken a wicket, is out of the attack, and once again Zafar is back.
Yeah.
Graham Van Buren trying to ring the changes, trying to keep the Northants batters on their toes here.
Zafar's going to be key, and Rickleton smashed him out the attack, didn't he? But Zafar will be key, and if he can fire it into that rough, you never know.
What does he want here? He's going to send Miles Hammond out onto the boundary at long off.
Yeah.
Ollie Price has just gone and got some lightweight pads in case they want him to go into in at short leg, but for the moment he's at mid wicket and Zach Chappell is 3 parts of the way back at long on. Don't get the impression that Young's going to play the ball there.
Zafar in, and Young goes reversing. He's going to get 4 runs there. That beats Chris Dent. That's an intelligent cricket shot there from Will Young.
It's clever. And it's very well executed as well.
Yeah.
Probably the hardest shot to stop a batsman playing effectively, if they're really good at the reverse sweep. It's just very clever cricket. 72 to win.
Zafar tossing the ball from hand to hand. Urgently needs a wicket. Young cuts him back with a square. Where is that? Josh Shaw on the field out there? No, it's Tom Price.
Tom Price down there, I think.
Saw the 5 on his back, but it's 53.
5 falls from Will Young.
He's played a very intelligent innings. He's not
Yeah.
had to do anything different. He's been, as you said, the glue that's holding it together. The ballast.
Now for Proctor, just conscious of the where's Chris Dent going? For Proctor, they've got a leg slip, a short leg.
Zafar in. Big sweep from Proctor. Ooh.
That was a hoik, wasn't it?
There was a hack, a hoik, a heave. It wasn't very pretty.
Loads of gaps on the offside.
Zafar in. Proctor just turns that one round the corner. They have to cut off that shot. They have to cut off Proctor's get-out shot here.
They've put Chris Dent on the single there, on the 45 on the leg side. He's only halfway to the rope, but he's there basically to give him one, but nothing more than that.
Yeah.
But equally, it's another field that isn't plugging a gap in front of the wicket.
Proctor's a nudger and a nerdler, though, isn't he?
Very much.
He's got 900 odd runs this season through nudging and nerdling. It's a fair play to him. David Payne out in front of us here.
He's at deep backward square for Young. Graham Van Buren probably feels he needs 14 fielders at the moment.
Zafar going over the wicket to Young. Out, stumped. Will Young gone. 1-3-3 for 3. Will Young goes for 43. Oh,
That's an important wicket.
That's a huge wicket.
Credit to Zaffa.
Yeah.
And Young is angry with himself there because he took the decision to come down the pitch, and not only was he down the pitch, he was a long way down. So it was an easy stumping for James Bracey.
Clever cricket. He went over the wicket, didn't he? Changed the angle to Will Young. And it was intelligent cricket there from Zafar Gahar. And I'll tell you what, this game, another wicket now. You never know.
Rob Keogh coming out at number 5. I mean, Northamptonshire are close in. I mean, 70 off 20. Northamptonshire, even at 70 off 10, you still think they might go for it a little bit, but 70 off 20, they're not going to shut up shop here.
Tom Taylor batted at 5 in the first innings. He's got a child due imminently. And I wonder if Tom Taylor is still on the ground, whether Gloucestershire might need 9 wickets.
Well, we don't know that. I mean, ostensibly he would have batted at 8 on the card.
Yeah.
You know, Keogh, McManus, in particular, both capable bats. But there may be a few less fireworks now, and it may be about the nudging of the singles. But they've got themselves into a position with this fast start that the run rate's only 3.5.
Zafar in, and that's out! Caught behind, James Bracey wants it. It's been turned down by Hassan Adnan. Oh, did Keogh get a little feather on it?
There's the card. And Zafar has taken the important wicket of Will Young in that over, but just the one. Reminder of the overall equation, 202 from 37 overs.
David Payne's coming back into the attack. Van Buren's shuffling his pack.
Ryan Higgins only got 1 over in that last spell, if you can call it a spell.
Proctor
70 to
now.
win off 20.
Proctor now, the man they want.
Yes, he's probably the couple of 20s, and Northampton getting close.
And the ice cream van's going in as well.
Yeah, I think that's normally the case on the 4th day.
Yeah.
5 o'clock.
Bit disappointed.
Did you have your sample today?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
No, I saw you walking around with them. No sprinkles. Huh?
No sprinkles or a flake today. Now then.
Didn't fancy it, just not.
132 for 3, as you can see on your screen. 202 is the target. Payne in. Proctor goes to cut. And that thuds into the gloves of James Bracey. I think we will see a slip with Chris Dent in now that both the heavy hitters have gone in this Northants chase. Have they gone early enough?
This is going all the way.
I just hope the light doesn't become a problem. Payne in, cut by Proctor aerially, and that will go for 4. 1 bounce down through that area, sort of through where gully would be. Third man is too fine. Backward 0.2 square.
Yeah, can't give him any width.
Placed that well. Tom Price has gone to go and look for the ball. Not many spectators on that side of the ground at the moment. Most of them are in the Sanford Road stand. Bracey might be asking for a drink, taking the opportunity here. Don Goodman's come out. Oh, he's just thrown something to Goodman. Not sure what that was all about. There are 3 helmets round back behind James Bracey when he keeps wicket to David Payne from the College Lawn end. Bracey at the Chapel end. Those are all the lids for the close fielders to Zafar Gahar when he's bowling. 136 for 3. Proctor into double figures. Graham Van Buren again talking to Payne about the field. Payne to Proctor. We steered that very fine. They'll only get one this time because that's gone straight to Price, who hauls it in. Target is down to 65, 202 to win. And there are 19 overs left after this one. Whether we might get 19 in this light, I don't know.
Don't know.
That may be why Northampton are trying to press the pedal here.
Possibly.
Well, certainly why Rickleton and Young were. It would be a shame if the light did call a halt. Payne to Keogh for the first time, and he's got that away fine as well. That will be one. They might look for two, but Keogh isn't really interested. And the throw again is a good one into James Bracey. If you've joined us later in the latter part of the day, Gloucestershire set up this run chase for Northampton with a determined second innings, 363 for 9 declared. Graham Van Buren unbeaten on 127. Got good support down the order from Safar Kahar and Tom Price, and Proctor lets that go outside the off stump. And Tom Taylor finished with 5 wickets, although arguably Jack White bowled as well as anybody. Taylor 5 for 49.
These two can have a look now, can't they? They can just have a look, just work the ones here and there. Get the target down to 40, 30, 20. And then it's...
Take it in tens.
Yeah.
Proctor. Rather a hunched kind of stance. Payne to bowl to him. Steers that out on the offside. End of the over. 19 overs in theory to go.
As long as the light doesn't come into it. Here's the wicket of Will Young. And that was well bowled. A little bit of flight. Zafar Kahar tossing it above Will Young's eye line, making him dance down the wicket. Spits out the rough. Goes past the outside edge, and James Bracey does the rest. Great bit of bowling. Classic left arm spinner's wicket.
Zafar removing his sweater. He's going to keep going. 1 for 34 at the moment. 1 for 42 for David Payne, who had Emilio Gay in the third over, I should say. And Chappell 1 for 12, the wicket takers. (64 off 19). So we're just about at the midpoint in theory of the innings, but Northampton are 2/3 of the way to their total.
I still think there are twists and turns in this. I really do. Zafar over the wicket. And it's that he's gone. Keogh's been stumped now as well. Gloucestershire are buzzing. Oh, Ian Randall.
That was sharp. That was sharp from Bracey, because the Young one was straightforward. Here's the Keogh one. He's toppled over, and that's gone down the leg side, and Bracey has whipped off the bails, and Northants are 4 down.
Yeah, I think his heel was in the air there, wasn't it?
And he slumps off, having made only 1 run. And is this James Sales coming out?
It is. I wonder where Tom Taylor is. Whether he has been called to Northampton Maternity Hospital. Let's see if he comes out to bat.
Sales was very accomplished in the first innings, but in a different kind of situation. He batted very patiently, and now Proctor has a word with him as he comes out here. I still think Northampton are too close to this and to shut up shop from here.
Yeah, I don't think they'll shut up shop. I think they'll go for it all the way. But it's just, McManus is a good player. Proctor's the man. Tom Taylor can whack a few. Sanderson can play. Kerrigan can play.
And
Jack White can whack it as well, as we saw. So I think they're going to go for this all the way, and you do wonder how many twists and turns are playing out in this wonderful, wonderful Iliad of cricket here at Cheltenham College as Zafar Gahar comes in and Sales leaves that one alone. Junior Jumble. Pressure will be on him. He'll be ticking. Sure, they'll be reminding him of his responsibilities close into the bat there.
3 close catches, 2 slips and a silly point.
Zafar going over the wicket, firing it into that rough. Oh my word, it's all happening here. It's all happening here.
Zafar can't bowl from both ends though, Dan.
No, he can't. He can't. But
That's the one disappointment.
There's a rueful smile there from David Payne out in front of us as he works that one into the onside. Zafar cleans up off his own bowling, doesn't let them rotate the strike.
I wonder if now he will effectively bowl most of the overs from that chapel end.
I'd suggest so, unless it gets really tight towards the end. Oh, that's well bowled. That's beautifully bowled. Right, let's have a look at this stumping here from James Bracey, which was a really, really sharp bit of work. Here we go. Yeah, Keogh's heel just in the air. And look at the Gloucestershire fielders.
That was a much harder one than the young one. The young one you'd expected Bracey to take. The other one, yeah, he'd be really pleased about that. 138 for 4. 19 overs gone, 18 overs left. And the target is a further 64, as you can see. So the rate is well under 4 and over for Northants here. But they are now 4 wickets down. And therefore Proctor has got to try and use all his experience to steer the ship. 2 slips in, Payne to bowl to him, and he defends out on the offside. This has been a really good last day. It didn't look to be all that promising at 5 to 11 this morning. Gloucestershire a long way behind. Batsmen in sketchy form, but they responded really well. Proctor's going to get a single here, just dabbed down to backward point, and Sales answers the call. But Graham Van Buren showed a lot of leadership in the way he went about his day, and a well-deserved 100 enabled him to just tease Northants with this target. 202 in 37 overs. Now then, Sales to face Payne for the first time. Four-day cricket in a venue like this, what's not to like? Payne into Sales, who steered that past Zafar. There's a man at wide third man, and they'll pick up 2. It's a long throw from the boundary down there in front of the Martin Stovall scoreboard, and Sales is away. He's opened the door. I need any other puns I can't think of at this stage.
You leave the puns to me.
Yeah, I generally do.
Cliches, puns. There's a cut above the usual pun.
Northamptonshire trying to get this target down in 10s, you suspect. Oh, Sales tried to drive that, got it right on the bottom of the bat, nearly yorked by David Payne. Went out to Miles Hammond.
Pressure does funny.
He didn't know where that had gone.
Pressure does funny things, doesn't it? It really does. What we're seeing here
They've been in a tense finish already this season, and they've got out the right side, and sometimes, you know, that can help you. Same way that Gloucestershire got used to winning in those chases at Bristol last year. Payne to Sales. He'll take one there. That was his go-to shot in the first innings. That sort of shot to wide mid-wicket. He didn't really time that. But Van Buren fields and they'll just take one. 60 to win. 17 overs left after this.
Yeah, Harris needs to come into square. He's gone back. Needs to come into square leg. They can't allow Proctor that little get-out shot that he's got. That one he works through square leg for one.
And there's a massive gap at mid-wicket. Payne in. Proctor's not short. And it's taken by Bracey down the leg side. Higgins was looking up into the sky there, as if to say, right, if the ball goes up, is it light enough for me to see it? I think that was the impression he was giving, but the umpires at the moment are happy to keep going, and Northamptonshire would feel very, very aggrieved if they got taken off in this situation. Obviously it is down to the umpires ultimately.
Yeah, I don't want to see us taken off. I think you know, it's all four results are still possible in this game of cricket, and you know, I think it would be a shame for the game of cricket if we went off the pitch now.
Surrey have won by 6 wickets at the Oval, chasing 252 to beat Warwickshire.
Here's Zafar over the wicket to Sales. Oh, Sales leaves that one alone.
So
I wonder if Zafar should come around the wicket at James Sales here. Just change the angle. Give him something to think about. Maybe give him.
We are now the only match now in progress. Surrey, Hampshire, and Lancashire have all won, and the game at Chelmsford's a draw.
Bigger hits him on the pads. Obviously pitched outside leg though. It's going to be very hard to get an LBW here from the angle that Zafar Gahar is bowling. Oh, leading edge from Sales.
Didn't know where that had gone.
Goes past Marcus Harris at Silly Point. Oh, let's have a look at this again. Sales is looking to work this on the onside, and the turn from Zafar gets a leading edge. And
the hamster's trying hard in the wheel to get us back to the replay. No, by the way, no, there isn't a hamster in the wheel, you understand. It's the computer.
Zafar past the umpire. Proctor sweeps down there. Is that Chris Dent down there?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Van Buren actually.
Oh, it's Van Buren. Yeah, Dent was in at mid wicket. They swap places. Dent's been down there all game, hasn't he? And those swap places. Dent's backward of square now on the offside for James Sales. Yeah, I'd like to see Zafar Gahar go around the wicket at Sales now.
I'm going to change the field. Zafar wants somebody else on the offside. Is he moving Hammond? He's moving Hammond squarer to leave the gap for Sales to drive into if he wants, if he can.
Zafar in, Sales equal to it, forward defensive.
Not tempted.
No. Crowd transfixed here on what's been a wonderful game of cricket. Well bowled Zafar, a little bit higher, floats it up. Wonderful game of cricket in a fantastic venue between two of the less fashionable sides on the county circuit. And I think that, you know, those who want to see a reduction in the counties, well, just watch this. Yeah, because this is a fantastic advert for the game. And I don't understand the theory of growing the game by shrinking the amount of people playing it.
Dan Whiting here on the Gloucestershire live stream with me, Ian Randall, and it's 16 overs to go on the final day of this game with Northants. 16 overs. Gloucestershire needs 6 wickets. Northants need 58 to win. But 3 of their top 4 are out, including the big wicket of Ryan Rickleton. Payne into Proctor, hits him on the pad, not out, says umpire Ben Debenham.
Ooh.
Tried to work that into his favoured area.
Yeah.
Down behind square on the leg side.
Get Proctor out now and it really is game on. That hurt Proctor as well. Just flexing his leg.
Says he's okay to continue. Waits with his bat at quite a low angle. Paynes to bowl to him, and there's that nudge into the leg side. Now there's a big gap there. Will they take 2? No, they won't. It's a sliding stop from Higgins. Gets his throw in quickly. And Gloucestershire need that energy in the field. Both Higgins and Marcus Harris were coming towards that ball. Proctor might have thought there was 2 there when he played it because he bisected them, but Higgins was quickly onto it.
I wonder if Zaffer wants a bowl at Proctor, being the left-hander, and chuck it into the dirty stuff outside his off stump.
So Sales will wait for Payne, who's going to come around the wicket, I think, judging by where Proctor now is. Yes, Payne around the wicket, and Sales plays the dab into the gully, which is fielded by Hammond. Might be only, I think Van Buren is likely to stick with, dare I say, his 3 main bowlers in this situation, and that is Payne, Higgins and Zaffer. I don't necessarily see, Tom Price hasn't bowled yet, I don't see him bowling in this situation now.
No, I think he'll stick with what he knows.
Sales waits for Payne. Oh, into the air. One bounce to Marcus Harris at short cover. He didn't time that. And Proctor's he's going to come down and have a word, is he? He's coming halfway down for a bit of gardening.
He'll stick with what he knows. He'll have Zaffer as his attacking bowler from the Chapel end. David Payne's his insurance policy from the College Lawn end here. That's a couple of times James Sales trying to work it into the onside. It's just got a little bit of a leading edge, hasn't he?
Sales on 4. Payne to bowl to him. Again, same shot, but more safely played. And again to Marcus Harris. The rate's still under 4.
Yeah, but they're getting a little bit stuck here, aren't they? But that innings from Ryan Rickleton has allowed them to have a good look, hasn't it? Bought them a little bit of time.
Last ball of Payne's over. 15 left after this. Oh, Sales has a swish at that and gets nowhere near it, and it's gone through to James Bracey. Payne 8 overs, 1 for 47. Zaffer 7 overs, 2 for 36. The 2 bowlers being used by Gloucestershire at the moment. The original, it was quite wide actually from Payne.
It was wide. It was wide.
Pushed that. The Northants innings chasing 202 in 37 overs. Emilio Gay out early, and then Young and Rickleton put on 106 for the second wicket before Rickleton was out for 68. LBW to Chapel, he'd been dropped on 16. Young then was stumped by Bracey off Zaffer for 43, and Rob Keogh went the same way for a single.
Zaffer, here he goes at the left-handed Luke Proctor. And Proctor goes sweeping. That's a nice shot. He's got that a long way in front of square. And he's got 4 runs there. I thought he might take on the sweep, but I didn't expect him to get it that far in front of square.
It was a good 20 yards in front of where Tom Price was, so
yeah,
no chance of him cutting that off.
Good shot there from Luke Proctor.
He's almost at deep square leg, and that went almost parallel with the stumps at the striker's end.
Gloucestershire.
They're going to move him round now. Then they're going to put a man back. Chris Dent's gone back from that short mid-wicket position to a more defensive one. So there's a single for Proctor there if he wants one.
Oh, is that... And he's been given LBW! Proctor has gone. This game is full of twists and turns. Northamptonshire 149 for 5, still needing 53 with only 5 wickets left. Ian Randall, what are we in for here?
Well, Zafar got 5 wickets in the first innings and he's now got 3 in this one. That's an important one because that's the experienced batter gone. Now with Proctor dismissed, still ability with McManus and Taylor, but then you're into the bowlers. How Northants are in a really tricky position here. In a sense, they're close to victory, but equally, it's teasing them with a defeat as well. And this is Lewis McManus coming out.
Lewis McManus. Is Tom Taylor on the ground? That's what we need to know. That's what we need to know. Is Tom Taylor on the ground?
Proctor LBW's half for 18.
Because if so,
He
Gloucestershire
was
will
down
only need
to
4 wickets.
He was down to bat at 8 in the first innings, but batted at 5, and we weren't sure kind of why that decision was taken. Now, in this situation, it's McManus who now becomes the senior partner. So the left-handers have gone. So Zafar is now turning the ball away from the batsman.
Zafar 4 balls to go in this over. Proctor didn't look happy with that decision, did he?
He didn't. But as you've said before,
touch?
LBW decisions are rarely pleased batsmen.
Was it a touch high, perhaps? Well, all we know is Hassan Adnan lifted his finger. Oh, he's miles outside the line. Oh. Let's have a look at this at the end of the over. That's all well fielded there. That's Ollie Price, is it? In the gully. Great bit of work. Stops a single.
53 or 14.
Ryan Higgins looking for that edge at first slip. Zafar Gahar past the umpire. And McManus. Big puff of dust comes out the pitch there as well. This pitch is worn. 53 runs won't be easy out here. And pressure does very strange things to people. Who's got the bottle? Who's got the minerals here? Northamptonshire or Gloucester? Defended into the onside. They're going to just canter through for a single.
One thing you'd say about Sales, Northampton's 150 up.
Yeah.
150 in the 23rd over.
So 52 to win.
52 to win. The one thing about we did think about Sales in the first innings. Ability aside, he looked to have a good temperament. So
He did.
can he match the temperament here to just stick around and help McManus, because McManus is the senior partner.
He's captain England under-19s, isn't he? So he's shown leadership qualities, but we'll need them all here. Zafar comes into him, leaves that one alone, and that completes the over. Let's have a look at this LBW here for Proctor. Zafar's very pleased with that. I think Proctor's not.
He just looked towards Hassan. That, I mean, from our position, that looked to be, it hit him on the front leg.
Quite high and outside the line, but it's hard to tell. Bracey covers it. You can't actually tell the point of impact from there, can you? In mitigation to Hassan Adnan.
Ideally, you'd have a camera at the other end, but unfortunately, we can't do that at the moment. Zafar, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 41. His figures. And another chat between Ryan Higgins and David Payne at the start of the over.
Small crowd in at Cheltenham today. expecting a Gloucestershire loss, and they've been treated to an absolute feast, haven't they, Ian?
It's a cliffhanger, this.
It's a wonderful game of cricket, it really is.
52 or 14 overs. But it's the wickets column that will make Northamptonshire supporters nervous, because they are 5 wickets down. Payne to ball round the wicket to McManus, who steers that into the offside, and the cries immediately of no. The run rate is still better than when they started.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to come into it. I really don't think it's going to come into it. I think it's going to be a win or loss or tie. I did call a tie about 12 o'clock today. I was only joking, Ian. I was only joking.
Payne in, and another defensive shot play by McManus out on the onside. Northampton have the option to shut up shop if they want, but they're tantalisingly close, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
And that's why I think they will go.
I think they'll go all the way.
Some way yet.
I think they'll go all the way. Gloucestershire have got no option but to go all the way. But a tie in, I was only merely jesting with you. I was only having a laugh.
Well, it went to the last. There was a caught and bowled chance in the last over of the game at Northampton back earlier in the season, which would have meant Northamptonshire were 9 down.
Yeah. At
that stage. Payne in, again defended by McManus. He's just having a look at the moment. He's got the right to do that. He's got arguably the time to do that. But people talk about the long game in the Championship, and Richard Dawson used to talk about the long game a lot. This is what we mean. You're into the last 15 overs, and both sides still have a chance of winning. Payne in, steered into the gap by McManus. He'll certainly get 2. Hammond's on the chase. He should haul it in. He does stop it, and they won't take one on the throw because Hammond gets the return in quickly. It's not ultra accurate, but it's on its way, and they come back merely for a couple. I think it was Andrew Radd who said to us that the thing about McManus this season is sometimes he's got runs when Northants have really needed them. Well, they really need them now.
Now's your time, Lewis.
450s this season, Lewis McManus. Payne to bowl to him. Another dab into the offside, but straight to Marcus Harris, and there's no run. He doesn't need 50 here. He got 30. They'd probably nearly do. That would nearly be enough. The others could probably get the rest between them. But yeah, he's the senior partner out there. He's played obviously more first-class cricket than James Sales at the other end. Payne in the end to McManus. Again they go for the dab, and Sales answers the call, and it's well placed. Tip and run from McManus, and they'll pick up a single. So the end of Payne's over. Target now down below 50. 13 overs to go. They need 49. Northampton, Gloucestershire need 5 wickets. Zaffa's got 3. Zach Chappell's got 1. David Payne's got 1. And this has maintained the reputation of the festival for the last 4 festivals. I think this is the 7th game out of 8 that's gone to the final session on the 4th day.
Zaffa into the wicket, and McManus leaves that one alone.
And that says a lot for the pitches that Christian Brain is producing here as well.
They're magnificent cricket wickets, they really are. There's 300 for... That's a reverse sweep there. That's a dangerous shot to play out the rough from McManus. Most days it's 300 for 10. And you know, that's what you want out of a 4-day cricket wicket.
Get that 4 times, you end up with
Yeah, look at this. It's gone to the final session of the final day. That's just tossed up a little more by Zafar. Clever bowling.
some pitches. You just wonder how sides are going to take 40 wickets, but we've had 34 wickets taken in this match.
Yeah. Here's Zafar looking to exploit that rough outside the leg stump of Lewis McManus. And that's gone up in the air. Is there a man there? No. 4 runs, 1 bounce. Has it gone to 6?
No, it was 4.
It's gone for 4.
There are 2 men out on that boundary, but David Payne is quite square, and the mid wicket is quite straight, and he just split the 2.
It's a game of cat and mouse here, isn't it?
And of course, an extra man out means an extra option to take a single.
Certainly does. Zach Chappell has gone there. David Payne's just in front of us here at deep backward square. Oh, that beats him. Zafar chucking it into the rough. Firing it in there. Bearing it actually between firing it and looping it. A bit of flight and guile. Here he comes, and that's gone off the outside edge. That completes the over. 157 for 5. Zafar Gahar is 3 for 45 off 9 overs. David Payne 1 for 50 off 9. James Sales is on 4 not out. Lewis McManus is on 8. And Northamptonshire need 45 to win. There's 12 overs remaining. But more importantly, they've got 5 wickets in hand.
So in theory, Tom Taylor would be next. And then you're into the bowlers. Kerrigan, Sanderson, White. Now, it almost becomes a bit of a slog-a-thon at that stage. Or do they shut up shop if they get down into those 3? Sales on strike, David Payne to continue. This is his 10th over. Round the wicket, short and taken by Bracey above his head. That was quite a sharp one. Sales got one out of the way. Thought perhaps afterwards about playing the ramp shot, I suspect.
Message on Twitter from a chap called Andrew Steele saying the only game with more tension than this is the Ampthill Town v Flitwick CC annual loose seat game. They play these nutcases, these Bedfordshire basket cases. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Payne in. Where does Sales go with that? He tries to pull that around on the leg side again. That's gone past him, and Payne with 2 dot balls at the start of this over.
These nutcases, so Flitwick CC and Ampthill Town CC, they play for a loose seat, which is their trophy, on about the 27th of December or 28th of December every year. And it is absolute carnage, and I believe they go and have a good drink up afterwards. And 2 lovely clubs there.
I've covered rugby at Ampthill.
Ampthill, yeah,
Yep.
yeah, and Flitwick as well. Got some good friends at that cricket club and good bunch of lads. Always play it hard, always play it fair. But always have a beer with you after the game.
Ollie Price has come out into short cover for Sales to prevent that push through that area. If there is a ball that's just a bit fuller from David Payne. So we're down to 1 slip now. And Northamptonshire they are soaking up a few overs here. Initially I thought that they might be 5 overs in hand. It's going to be a bit tighter than that now. Payne around the wicket. Sales into the ground. Straight to Ollie Price.
The tension is unbelievable around this ground. I don't know about you watching at home, but I'm sure you're the same. Everyone's transfixed on this game. What a wonderful advert for the 18 counties and for 4-day cricket.
This is a maiden so far for David Payne. 4 dot balls, but he won't get them. Won't get through with the maiden. That's well placed by Sales. That might go all the way for 4. It's being chased by both Harris and by Ollie Price, and neither can get there. And 4 dot balls, and they've squeezed a boundary out of it.
That's a lovely shot. He's just leant on that, hasn't he? He hasn't even hit that. He's just leant on it, and it's a real quality bit of batsmanship.
Temperament-wise, he doesn't look too flustered, James Sales.
No, he doesn't.
He's only 19 years old.
Gloucestershire need a wicket here.
41 off 11. 1 ball left in this over, and Sales nearly tried to clip that down through third man. Didn't get a touch, was inside it. More chats coming between the batsmen. 41 to win, 11 overs left, 5 wickets for Gloucestershire. The draw is coming into play again now, I think.
I think Northants have probably shortened. If you're a turf accountant,
if
Randall?
you're a turf accountant, I think you say Northants are marginal favourites, but the draw is definitely in there.
Would you stop taking bets on Northampton yet, or...?
No.
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 Miles Hammond's going to come down to deep backward square in front of us.
Is McManus going to play that sweep again?
Zafar Gahar in, and McManus looks to work him on the onside. There's a vacant area there. Zafar's doing the fielding off his own bowling, but I wonder if Zafar should change this and maybe go around the wicket. Now he's got a pair of right-handers in. Should he go around the wicket? Here he comes past the umpire, and that's takes the outside edge, but soft hands from McManus. Oh, it's gripping.
It's a massive gap on the leg side. If he wants to just to nudge a single, Zafar's got to do the fielding of his own bowling into that area.
Well, he might get 2. He could possibly get 2 if he, runs the first one quickly.
It all depends on weight of shot, doesn't it? Zafar just wants his close catches repositioned there.
Zafar 3 wickets already. Can he winkle one more out? McManus goes reversing. That goes over the head of Chris Dent down there. That's a good, intelligent cricket shot there. 4 runs.
Yeah, basically got 2 slips and a very close gully. Ollie Price is almost on his knees there in the gully, just for the little bat, almost the bat pad almost. But McManus played that with some force. Look how close Ollie Price is there.
Yeah.
You can see him.
He's there for the defensive push, isn't he?
Yeah, just for the prod. Just conscious it's not going to carry, so he's in very close.
Zafar in, and McManus rocks onto his front foot, defends that solidly. 165 for 5, just 37 to win now for the visitors. Defended. Will they go back to Northamptonshire? Will they be singing their team song? The fields are green, the skies are blue. Oh, that's well bowled. That's spat out the rough. Has that taken the edge, or is that Byes? It's Byes. Oh, well bowled, Zafar Gahar. 33 to win now. Let's have another look at this on the replay. Oh, it's gone miles.
He's pitched it outside leg stump and it's beaten everything.
It's gone miles.
That's probably gone out of a foothold, I would think. But 2 boundaries in the over takes Northants down to 33 off 10. The margin for error for Graham Van Buren is becoming less now, isn't it? It's less and less.
Rizzler thin.
Rizzler thin. Other versions of that product are available. David Payne to continue from the College Lawn end into Sales, who's worked that potentially for 2, but they'll can be content with 1. Down to Zafra in front of the Sandford Road stand. And fair play to the small crowd that have come in today. I don't think anybody's left,
No.
unsurprisingly.
If I was a punter, I wouldn't either, because it's gripping stuff here.
They've had really good value for their ticket. Payne to McManus. He's got 12. That's a short one down the leg side. He ducks underneath it.
So what, it's getting dark. They went off in similar light last night, and
The umpires haven't yet taken a reading or had a chat.
Will Young would go mad, wouldn't he, if they went off the pitch again tonight now. Oh, but it is gloomy.
Payne back at the end of his run. 1 for 55 his figures at the moment. Oh, that's beaten. McManus just pushed and prodded at that.
It's getting gloomy, and we had someone in here the other day. Was it Tom Smith who said about the fielders? It's often harder in this light for the fielding side to pick up the ball. Oh, Ian.
I think the umpires would be. They wouldn't want to take the teams off. Payne in, defended by McManus, who'll get 1 out on the leg side.
It's intelligent cricket there. They don't need to do anything different. Just pick up the ones. Pick up the ones. They don't need to play the big shots. Just pick up the singles, get yourself into a position, and then have a dip.
31 required. 9 overs and 2 balls left. Payne to Sales, he's pulled that into the leg side. He's middled that all right. That's gone away for 4, down to the mid-wicket boundary. That was short from Payne, and the cheer you heard, I think, was from the Northants players to our left, because they knew that was a big shot in the situation, and it was also perhaps an indicator to the umpires that they can still see what's going on out there.
Yeah.
He was prepared to take that on, and now the target is down below 30, so it's down to 3 and over for Northamptonshire from here.
Northamptonshire should cruise this from now. They really should. They don't need to do anything different.
Payne into Sales, who squeezes that out on the offside. There's some ground to be made up by Miles Hammond, but they'll just pick up 1 as he comes in from the point boundary. End of Payne's over. 11 overs, 1 for 61.
Gloucestershire need to change this somehow. They need to grab a wicket, perhaps 2. Zafar, I'd like to see him go around the wicket at the right-handers. I think it's too easy to kick the ball away if they want to, with the ball pitching outside the leg stump. I'd like to see him go around the wicket at the right-handers and bring the arm ball into play, bring the LBW into play.
Gloucestershire to win. They need, as Dan said, certainly 1 wicket quite quickly, probably 2, and then Northampton still have the option to shut up shop if they want to, but when you're this close you probably don't.
No.
Only 26 required.
No, they won't shut up from here.
9 overs to go. Sales on strike.
Here we go, Zafar over the wicket. Sales played a very mature innings here. James Sales, he's only on 14 from 28, but he's played a mature innings. He's steadied the ship when it was rocking, and that's just flicked around the corner. David Payne comes round from short fine leg.
That's the difficulty. There are singles.
Yeah.
And singles will do at the run rate they require.
Yeah, I wonder if they maybe need to offer them the option of the boundaries to actually, cut those singles off. defended well by McManus. Wonder if they need to actually, you know, offer them the option of boundaries to make them play a higher risk shot, because at the moment they're strolling to victory. Zafagahar over the wicket, past the umpire. That's defended by Lewis McManus.
He's got 3 close catches on the offside. Massive gap on the leg side with Hammond back, and I think Marcus Harris back at deep mid-wicket.
Zafar up. That's up in the air. And that goes away. That runs away for 4 runs. Big cloud of dust goes up, but gets it over the cover fielder. Runs away down to the Sanford Road side of the ground for 4 runs. Lewis McManus, we had Josh Shaw on the show, on the stream earlier, and he was saying what a good signing, and I think he has been a fantastic signing for Northants. I think his glove work was absolutely superb. He looks a quality keeper, and as Andrew Rad said from BBC Northampton, he hasn't got a massive weight of runs, but he's got runs when it matters. He's Zafar, and that's clever cricket there from McManus, just whittling down the total down to 20 now, and Gloucestershire need a miracle.
Yeah, it's looking tight now. Hat-trick would be handy.
Yeah.
Well, it's been done before in this festival. Kyle Abbott wrestled the initiative for Hampshire with the hat-trick that he took. And I say, for me, if it does turn out that Northants win, I don't think you can call Graham Van Buren's declaration incorrect.
No, I think
because he had to tempt Northants, and if he'd gone any further, I think Northants would not have been interested. Payne from the College Lawn end. There's the dab again from McManus.
Yeah, those cover fielders need to be tighter now.
One more.
Because otherwise they're still strolling to this.
They can get them in singles from here. Still 7 overs and 5 balls to go. They need 19.
I think the situation where Gloucestershire are in the table, Ian, they had to try and make something happen. They had to dangle the carrot.
By the way they batted today, they offered that they gave themselves a chance. They could have had no chance at all.
Yeah, but the difference between these two sides today has been Ryan Rickleton.
He batted very, very well.
Wonderful cricketer. Got a big future in the game.
68 from 47 balls in a chase like this just makes a real difference. Nice clip, but straight to mid-on from Sales. This is the fielder.
Are there any more twists and turns in this?
Graham Van Buren has stuck with his senior bowlers in this situation. Payne over the wicket. That's changing the angle to Sales, trying to force him to play the big drive. He had a go.
He did. A proper go as well, wasn't it?
Payne can, he's going to have a bit of leniency from umpire Debenham on the wides. That's the thing. So he can push it across.
Yeah.
Quite a long way across Sales. 15 he's made. Doesn't sound much, but it's been important in this chase. It's a pleasant shot straight to Zach Chappell. These two have added 34.
Yeah, really good innings this. Really good from both of them, from Sales and McManus. McManus just talking Sales through it. But James Sales is a young lad. He will have learned a lot from being in a precious situation like this.
7 overs after this one. That's driven pleasantly. Chappell's got a partial stop on it, so they'll get one. but that's all. And there probably was one there anyway, so no harm done that it was only a partial stop. 18 to win for Northamptonshire. It took them a long time to win the game at Kent. 10 minutes from the end of play. Here we are just after 6 o'clock on the 4th day. They're having to work hard for it. Gloucestershire making them work hard for
Ryan
it.
Higgins warming up there.
Payne in, a dab away down through the third man area. There is nobody there. There's a chase on for Miles Hammond. Can he haul it in? He can't, and the ball's gone over the rope before it's beaten him. And Northamptonshire can probably... Can they smell victory?
Yeah, I think they can.
14 required off 7 overs.
I think they can. I think it's Gloucestershire need a comeback that Lazarus would be proud of here, and I'm not sure they've got it in them.
I wonder how much of it has come down to a side that's been used not to losing against a side that has come out on the wrong side rather too often, and sometimes that belief carries you a bit.
Zaffa in. Sales lets that go.
You know, they've lost only 2, Northants. I get they've won only 1, and you might say, well, they haven't had that winning feeling too often, and that also creates nerves, but they've held their nerve so far.
Oh, that's a big hack there. It's going down the bowler's end, and Sales scampers through. Sales doesn't need to do that. A little bit of panic there. As a big hack gets a thick inside edge down to David Payne. It's short, fine leg. But I think it's down to excellent recruitment of an overseas player in Ryan Rickleton. South African is world class, and I think he's going to have a massive future in the game. That has gone out to... That's a good stop, actually. I was just blocked by the umpire.
Marcus Harris.
Marcus Harris there. Was looking towards the boundary. It's getting gloomy in here. Can you imagine if the umpires took him off now, Ian?
I don't see
There'd be
it.
a riot. There'd be a riot.
12 to win for Northants.
Zaffa over the wicket. That's Sales. And he smashed that into Harris, I think, at silly mid-off, silly point. They're just checking if he's all right. Australian doesn't even rub it. Doesn't even rub it.
Never show a sign of weakness to the opposition.
No. In Australia, that's probably put down as a drop catch, wouldn't it? That's just gone out square. No run. One more ball in the over.
Well, the crowd at Bristol had their money's worth last night in the T20.
Yeah.
And those who have come to cricket today have also seen a really good tussle, I would describe it as.
Yeah, here we go. Zaffa's going around the wicket. West Country cricket, hey? Great to watch. Good, knowledgeable crowd in this part of the world. Know their cricket, enjoy their cricket. Create good atmospheres around the place as well. Here we go, here's Zaffa. Sales rocks on the back foot. Zaffa's hands on head. That completes the over. Just 12 to win now. 6 overs left. Should be a walk in the park, shouldn't it?
Well, yeah, Northamptonshire have... I say they had the Michael Johnson starters, I'll call it, from Young and Rickleton. Out of the blocks quickly. They got to 115 for 2 in the 15th over. So when you're chasing 202 in 37, that gives you a great chance. And it's enabled those that have followed, particularly these two, to just have a look And even now with 12, it's not 12 off 6 balls, it's 12 off 6 overs.
A breeze. A breeze.
And Graham Van Buren's got nothing to play with here now in terms of buffer.
He's an experienced campaigner like Ian Randall out there.
So Chappell has come up to mid-off, and Higgins is going to bowl from the College Lawn end with the keeper standing up. James Bracey, just to keep McManus from trying to potentially do what Higgins was doing in his innings earlier in the day, using the shuffle down the pitch. There is still a slip and a gully and a backward point for Higgins, past umpire Debenham. Is that appeal for a catch down the leg side? Bracey asks, umpire Debenham unmoved. What did that flick on the way through? Was it off a pocket perhaps? Yeah, it might have been off a pocket maybe. That's what,
yeah.
Or off a shirt, which is the indication of McManus.
Good umpiring there from Debenham. Sure he's under a little bit of pressure out there.
Higgins into McManus. Oh, he's clipped that. Where's that? That's in the air, away on the deep on the leg side. Hammond's on the chase and he can't haul it in. 4 more, and Northamptonshire within 2 blows of winning the game. I said 5 overs in hand, didn't I?
You did.
I might not be quite there, but
yeah,
they were going faster actually at that stage. They have slowed up a bit. McManus to 28. Almost got his team home. On the bounce to Graham Van Buren at mid-wicket. But again, you have to come back to Andrew Radd's point about him. Hasn't got a vast volume of runs, but he's got 4 50s, and here, 28 in the situation has proved invaluable.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer, Lewis McManus.
Higgins from the College Lawn end, steered away past the gully. There'll be a chase and they'll get 2, and McManus wants to manage this now for Northamptonshire. He's got a young man who's helped him, James Sales, at the other end.
Yeah, 6 to win.
149 for 5 when Proctor was out. Game was still on then. These two have added 47. Cut from McManus, doesn't quite do it. 6 to win.
Yeah, 6 to win.
5 overs to go.
Sales do it in one blow.
No.
No, he doesn't need to. Doesn't need to. Let's just get yourself a little red inker. Have a little star by your name. 196 for 5, 6 to win. Zafar Gahar, 3 for 57.
So 8 wickets in the match.
But this has been a wonderful game of cricket. It really has. It's been fantastic. It's
I think your chum Martin Emerson made the point that when he came down with Durham in 2018, Durham were chasing 340. They lost that game by 41. But
yeah,
he said it was just a really, really good match, and that's what this has been.
Zafar in to Sales, who goes for a big carve. Gloucestershire should be proud of their performance here. They played well. Zach Chappell just out in front of us. That's just played into the offside there by Sales.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there a final twist in this? Zafar Gahar, that's gone up in the air. David Payne's under it, and that's out. And Sales didn't need to do that. He didn't need to do that at all. Well. I think it's too little, too late. But you never know, Ian Randall. You never know.
Only 6 to win, though. Sales, I think, he just pushes the bat into the ground as he walks off. Jack White's coming in. Interesting. Oh, he's a left-hander, of course, so that might be the thinking. Sales caught by paying off Zaffa for 17, but he's got his team almost up to the tape, hasn't he? With that stand with McManus.
Almost.
Not quite there yet.
Almost.
6 to win. 4.3 overs left.
I can see where Jack White is going to try and put this one, and it's into the Sanford Road stand. That's where he hit a couple of big shots in the first innings.
Of course, with the left-hander, he's playing with the spin.
Will he do it in one blow? That's what he's been sent in for. He
I
hasn't been
suspect.
sent in to nurdle it.
No, that's why he's there. But he is batting probably 3 places higher than he normally would. Interesting tactic. But the key thing is he's a left-hander. That I suspect is why he's been sent in.
Yeah.
Is he taking guard? Was he bothered?
I'm not sure he has. Bit park and a bit village. Here's Zaffa.
Ollie Price just putting the lid on just in case there's a blow.
Where's this one going?
3 balls left in the over,
Yeah.
we should say.
Where's this one
and
going?
then 4 overs after that.
Zaffa, past the umpire. Oh, and that's 4 of them. Reverse sweep from Jack White. No one saw that one coming. That wasn't a million miles away from Zach Chappell at backward point either. Thought initially put it down his throat.
That's just bamboozled everybody.
It's an interesting choice of shot. Now he only needs just to push the singles. Has he got the maturity just to push the single? Is he going to try and whack this one out the ground? Yeah, he just pushes the single. Good cricket.
They might
he
get
might even
2.
get 2. They're going to come back for... No, they're not going to come back for 2. Scores level. And they've got to bring the field in now. Cut off the one. Cut this off.
4 overs and 1 ball left. Well played, Northamptonshire.
Massively well played, Northamptonshire. It's been a fascinating game of cricket between 2 very well matched sides, and we've seen some really good players on offer, especially the overseas players. Marcus Harris and Zaffa Gahar for Gloucestershire. And Zaffa comes in, and that's up in the air. David Payne's under it, and that's gone. Oh my word. McManus has now gone. Zaffa's got a 5-fer. And that's 10 wickets in the game. Oh my word.
5 in each innings for Zaffa. How is McManus? He's probably crestfallen that he's not seen them over the line here.
Yeah, he is, but
10 wickets in the match.
Well, Northants can't lose.
they can't lose. They can't lose.
McManus gets a warm hand as he walks off. Zaffa's 10 wickets.
But it's been a wonderful game of cricket, and we've seen Zaffa Gahar there with 10 wickets in the game. Marcus Harris got 61.
10 for 198.
We've seen over 100 runs from Will Young, the Northamptonshire opener. And we've seen who, in my mind, is the man of the match in Ryan Rickleton with 95 and 68. But it was the manner of his 68 in this second innings that paved the platform for what is no doubt an imminent Northamptonshire victory.
So 4 overs to go. The scores are level. Northants need 1 to win. Ryan Higgins has the thankless job. So Zaffa 10 for 198 in the game.
Who's that? Sanderson in?
No, it's
No, Taylor.
It's Taylor.
Taylor.
He's at the non-striker's end, and Jack White is on strike. There are 5 slips. A backward point, an extra cover, and a mid-off and a mid-on.
This could go anywhere.
Higgins to White, who he's launched at that and missed it. The scores are level. This is not the last over. There are 3 overs to go after this one. But that was a shot of a number 11, who looked happier against the spinner.
Taylor's having a right word with him down there. Oh.
Still Kerrigan and Sanderson to bat if needed. 1 to win for Northants. Higgins around the wicket. White's middled that, and it's gone. Caught by Zaffa at gully. 201 for 8. Still 1 run required.
Oh my word.
This is crazy. 196 for 5 Northants were. They only needed 6 to win, and now Sales and McManus and White have all gone, and they're still a run short.
Get a wicket now. And is my tie going to come off, Ian Randall? Is my tie coming off?
Simon Kerrigan out at number 10.
He'll be all right. He's a good experienced campaigner, Kerrigan. He'll see them home surely. Surely.
Don't bowl a no ball.
Oh, can you imagine?
We've had enough no balls in this game.
And Kerrigan bowled a load himself.
So he's coming out now, and you have a word with Tom Taylor. Neither batsman have faced a ball. There shouldn't be much to discuss. They only need 1. There's no time pressure. There's still 3 overs and 4 balls left.
I think the light's looking a little bit iffy, isn't it, Ian?
Don't spoil it, Dan. Don't spoil the fun. Not at this point.
Can you imagine?
Would Northants, if the players went off now, would Northants get extra points for being level batting last? Because that used to be a rule about that, didn't there? If you were batting last, I think you got awarded, and there was a point where you awarded 8 points.
No, I think it would just be a draw. You know, you get your 8 points for a draw. Here we go.
Five slips. Higgins in. Kerrigan lets that go outside the off stump. He's got no margin for error here, Ryan Higgins. But he has got a number 10 on strike.
What a game of cricket.
This is really tense. Higgins in splendid isolation at the end of his run. Everybody else in the slip cordon or on the single. Higgins to Kerrigan. And he's done it. He's nudged it straight down the ground. It will run away for 4. And Northamptonshire have won by 2 wickets with 20 balls to spare. Graham Van Buren shakes hands with the 2 batsmen. We have seen a really, really good Division 1 Championship game here at Cheltenham.
Yeah, both sides should be really proud of their performances here. And for Gloucestershire fans who've had a miserable season, they should take pride in that performance. They really should. They've not let themselves down at all here. And they pushed a good side all the way. And they've been really, really good. And hopefully they can take something out of that and go forward into the season. Take that into the Royal London One Day Cup, where I think they've got a chance. As for Northamptonshire, I thought they were very, very good. They played some wonderful cricket, and in Ryan Rickleton there, who's 68, you know, laid the platform, paved the way there for that victory. I think they've got somebody who we'll see as being world class in a few years.
Well, at one stage it looked as if it was going to be an absolute breeze for Northampton to chase that. They lost their way a little bit when Rickleton and Young were both out. Then McManus and Sales appeared to have it absolutely wrapped up before that late drama with 3 quick wickets, including 2 with the score level. Both McManus and White out with still 1 needed for victory, but in the end Kerrigan got them over the line. 37 overs they had to get 202, and they got them in 33 overs and 4 balls.
Can I just say also massive kudos to the ground staff here at Cheltenham College who produced a wicket which has gone right to the very end of the game, and it's been a wonderful 2 4-day games, once against Hampshire, one against Northamptonshire, and they've produced 2 very good cricket wickets in a lovely setting with a knowledgeable crowd who've had a fantastic few days cricket, and this is what festival and out-to-ground cricket is all about.
Yeah, thanks to all the team involved in bringing the stream to you for the last 4 days, to Cameron, to James, to the camera guys on the ground themselves. James actually just pulls it all together so you get it at home, and there's the scene of the spectators here at the ground today making their way home. They'll have plenty to talk about in terms of this match. Just to tell you that there are still 2 days cricket to come here at Cheltenham. The game against Wiltshire, the 50 over game for Gloucestershire, is on Sunday. That's a warm-up game for the Royal London. Start there at 11 o'clock, and then on Tuesday, Warwickshire here in the Royal London. Tickets have gone well for that, so if you haven't got yours yet, please do so ahead of Tuesday's play. Dan and I will be back with you on Sunday. Looking forward to that. Different competition, different coloured ball, different set of players, a lot of different people in the Gloucestershire squad, I suspect, on Sunday for that game, with an eye to the Royal London.
Yep, certainly will. We'll be here, as we always are. And hopefully the fans turn out in force, because Gloucestershire needs support more than ever right now, and if they're putting on performances like that, you should come out and watch them.
Thanks, Dan, for your company as ever. Thanks to you at home for your emails and contributions. Hope you've enjoyed the last 4 days. It's been a really good contest, and credit to Northamptonshire, they have won by 2 wickets. From Cheltenham, we'll see you on Sunday at 5 to 11 for the match against Wiltshire. From Cheltenham, goodbye.